Strange Tales from Liaozhai. Volume 6. Pu Songling. Table of Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. I, the Prudent Critic, Pu Songling's Narrative Activism. Two discreet managers and problem solvers, Pu's wife and husband, lessons. The tales. 413 Feng the Carpenter. 414 Huangying. 415 the Bookworm. 416 the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. 417 the Frog God. 418 Another Frog God Tale. 419 Renqiu. 420 Wangxia. 421 Bai Kai Yulian. 422 The King. 423 A Certain Fellow. 424 Three Hauntings in Kuzhu. 425 The Home Wrecker. 426 The Big Scorpion. 427 Chen Yunkai. 428 The Scribe of Epistolary Communications. 429 The House Centipede. 430 The Examination Official. 431 The Black Ghosts. 432 Zhishan. 433 Zuking. 434 The Duan Family. 435 The Fox Girl. 436 The Zhang Family Woman. 437 Yuziu. 438 A Male Concubine. 439 Wang Keshao. 440 The Buffalo Calf. 441 Wang Dai. 442 Li Zhong. 443 Xianjiu. 444 The Three Immortals. 445 The Ghost Clerks. 446 Wang Shi. 447 Danan. 448 The Foreigners. 449 Young Master Wei. 450 Shi Qingzu. 451 Zheng Yuyu. 452 The Jiaping Gentleman. 453 The Two Bands. 454 The Carter. 455 Divining with the Immortals. 456 Scholar Miao. 457 The Scorpion Merchant. 458 Du Xiaoliai. 459 Mao Deifu. 460 The Hail God. 461 8 Crocs Li. 462 The Boatman of Lelong. 463 The Ching Cheng Wife. 464 The Owl. 465 The Ancient Vases. 466 Master Yuan Shao. 467 Shui Weiniang. 468 Tian Zikan. 469 Wang Guiyan. 470 Scholar Ji. 471 Scholar Zhou. 472 Chu Suliang. 473 Lu Chuan. 474 Turning Soil into Rabbits. 475 The Harbinger Birds. 476 Another Scholar Ji. 477 Retribution. 478 Gongsun Xia. 479 Han Feng. 480 Renzhen. 481 Marquis Zhang. 482 Fendi. 483 Li Tanzi. 484 Jins. 485 The Taiyuan Court Case. 486 The Xinzhen Dispute. 487 Li Xiangxian. 488 Feng Wenchu. 489 Qin Hui. 490 The Zedong Scholar. 491 The Girl from Boxing. 492 Junior Officials. 493 The Beggar Immortal. 494 The Female Impersonator. Works cited. Acknowledgements. For all the many reasons that he wrote these tales, from reflecting his love of the otherworldly to providing a natural extension of his work as a teacher, Pu Songling composed them most importantly to be enjoyed by a broad audience, not just by literary scholars. For over 300 years this has indeed been their legacy in China, and I have tried while preparing this translation to remain respectful of that popular tradition. Many of these stories are unapologetically earthy, but never crude. They are occasionally quite violent or disturbing, but never gratuitously so, and they are frequently sad, but never morose or maudlin. What makes them so compelling is a barely contained exuberance of tone that celebrates their excursions into the world of ghosts, demons, foxes, and immortals. For this first complete translation of strange tales from Liaozhai into English, I have attempted to follow Pu Songling's syntax, punctuation, and phrasings faithfully, providing annotations for the reader when he makes allusions to personages or events unfamiliar to English readers, and I have profited enormously from the unabridged and newly annotated edition of the Liaozhai Zhiyi edited by Zhu Kekai, published in Beijing, 1995, my source text for the tales. In those cases where a long series of clauses has made it difficult or awkward for the reader to follow the flow of Pu's images, I have subdivided them into discrete sentences. I have resisted idiomatizing Pu's writing because I have found that translations which attempt to appeal to the slang and colloquialisms of the translator's immediate contemporaries tend, like topical humor, not to age well. Recognizing that instructors might wish to teach some but not all of Pu's stories, I've written introductory essays that refer only to the tales within each volume, although their arguments are applicable throughout the entire collection, so that any one of the volumes can stand alone, self-contained for that purpose. I wish to thank the Freeman Foundation for the generous grant support that allowed me to pursue research in 2005 on Pu Songling's life and work at Zibo and other sites in Shandong Province. Every trip to China has been filled with serendipitous discoveries for me. I often share the astonishment there of Pu's characters, who, walking the mundane world one moment, in an instant find themselves in the presence of wonders. My Liaxian colleague, Cai Hong/Angxit, has been keenly supportive of my efforts to translate Pu Songling's stories, and I wish to express my profound gratitude for her generosity of spirit and her scholarly devotion. My colleague Zhang Zhenjun has also been a reliable critic, a great scholarly resource, and a good friend. I am particularly indebted to my meticulous Chinese editor, Li Lin, who has painstakingly reviewed my pinyin transliterations and has offered very helpful suggestions regarding the translations. The blame for any errors in the text, then, must fall solely to me. I am pleased once again to present the work of illustrators who have responded to Pu Songling's stories with their own beautifully strange visions. I admire and treasure the results of their efforts. For raising the kinds of questions that are always useful for me to ponder, and for listening with genuine interest as I read each new translation aloud, I am indebted to Ran Rongming/Ramona Ralston. Introduction. I the Prudent Critic, Pu Songling's Narrative Activism. After observing the pattern of my Chengdu friend, Dai Jian, an enthusiastic entrepreneur and popularist of Han Dynasty culture, chatting up numerous female museum and retail employees about mutually beneficial business propositions, several of them involving a friend of his whose shop sells clothing styled on Hainra illustrations, over a period of days, I asked him why he prefers face-to-face contacts rather than advertising online or in local periodicals, or forging connections on social network sites. The young ladies are practical-minded and listen to my proposals because I respect them, he explained. If they didn't see me, how would they know I'm honest? After all, as Confucius advises in the Analects, a righteous person keeps trust and confidence near at hand by maintaining a proper countenance while dealing directly. 8.4. But the logic of Dai's position can also be expressed as an inversion of his question: if someone establishes contact with others while remaining hidden, how can that person's motives be known? It is precisely the measure of uncertainty and anonymity that such an approach affords an individual that is at work in what we might call the narrative activism of Pu Songling, 1640–1715. The author's self-reference as Yishi Shi, the collector of these strange tales, in the commentary sections appended to many of his stories, is an acknowledgement of and homage to the self-fashioning and self-referencing employed by 2nd century BCE historian Sima Qian, who employs a similar moniker to introduce the subjective remarks that conclude segments of his records of the grand historian. Pu's strategy of not identifying himself as the author of the tales also functions as a deflection device by identifying him merely as the compiler of others' narratives, one a possible corollary to another deflection device, the use of pseudonyms. Our author sometimes refers to himself via the self-deprecating name of his writing studio, Liaozhai, studio of chit-chat/leisure, and in written documents sometimes signs himself Liaozhai Jushi, the resident of Liaozhai. Similarly, he refers to himself on occasion as Liaoquan Jushi, the Willow Springs resident, for Liaoquan was the name of the spring in Sichuan County, Shandong, where, according to local lore, he served tea to passing strangers in exchange for their stories of magical creatures, anecdotes of the extraordinary, and reports of inexplicable events. Indeed, the reader encountering strange tales from Liaozhai discovers the collection of stories to be a composite of natural anomalies, from earthquakes to prodigious births, folk and fairy narratives, and various figurative literary structures from allegory to fable to parable. But in addition to his professed love of all things supernatural, as when he tells us that he loves searching for spirits, and takes special delight in hearing ghost stories, 1:2, Pu is clearly also motivated by the desire to encourage ethical behavior on the part of his readers. With the supernatural characters in Pu's tales acting as agents of punishment and reward which they mete out in proportion to an individual's needs, it's an easy association for the zhigwai, or strange tales, of Chinese writers like Pu Songling to pursue didactic objectives, Chan 1998, 149, to enlighten as well as to entertain their readers. Although the stylistic vehicles and the thematic approaches vary for the moral lessons that he communicates in many of his stories, he consistently works to expose all official abuses he knew of and to lash out at social injustice without reservation, Chong and Chong 116, see also 120-4. But drawing attention to corrupt officials amounted to an indictment of the government that empowered such men, and a challenge of this sort could easily be labeled sedition. The dictate, for example, to the Han Chinese majority that banned traditional Chinese clothing, Hanfu, and mandated that all men keep your hair and lose your head, or lose your hair and keep your head by shaving the sides of their heads to resemble the hairstyles of the Manchu minority who had swept into power with the Qing dynasty, Leibovitz and Miller 48, unambiguously communicated the Qing rulers' commitment to preempting dissidents. Yet Slavenka Drakulic has demonstrated how even nonviolent methods of state coercion used to manipulate citizen compliance can lead individuals to self-censor out of concern for self-preservation. 81. In late 17th century China, just as in our own times, an atmosphere that combines oppression with unpredictable flashes of repression works to instill fear and amplify silence. Stern and Hasid 1231. Pu Songling chose to be neither fearful nor silent, however, so in self-defense he was obliged to employ tactics that de-emphasized his presence as creator of a dialectic of social reform. Madison D. Soyanai defines tactic in this sense as creating a means and a space from whatever elements or resources are available in order to resist or subvert the strategies of more powerful institutions, ideologies, or processes. Creative tactics often come into being through an inventive spontaneity, too, and their spontaneous emergence can encourage an embodied epistemology, 7, which could explain Pu's overcoming of the very self-censorship that the power in society encourages to impede his activism. Pu may have already felt himself to be the victim of more overt resistance in opposing corruption and favoritism, see below, consequently necessitating that he work more covertly, and his love of narrative and of the anomalous provided him the perfect tool for communicating his views both allegorically and literally, but under the cover of storytelling. Such texts could then be passed around to readers without official sanction, since they'd never been submitted for censors' approval and publication. The hope behind transmitting personal attitudes through written work is dependent on the author's perception that readers bring some mapped sense of the nature of the world about them to the act of reading, as well as a mapping of an implied agenda, an expectation concerning the ways in which the reading promises or threatens to unfold, Gearing 30, cf. Chong and Chong 199-214. The implicit danger of expressing pro-Ming sentiments was also made specific through the edicts issued by the Emperor Yongzheng, ruled 1723-1735, that outlawed secret societies who supported the return of the Ming dynasty to power, Booth 10, cf. Terhar 18-19. Thus even an indirect criticism of Qing dynasty politics and values, or praise of Ming practices, would have run the risk of execution for treason. Yet Pu takes precisely such a risk in a story like Feng the Carpenter, Feng Mujiang, after first affording himself a degree of protection by contextualizing the pro-Ming elements with details that seem superficially to criticize rather than to praise them. Feng, a rather licentious fellow who's hired to do some work by Zhou Yudai, in Zhou's capacity as provincial governor, becomes involved with a chicken spirit who adopts a seductive female appearance and begins to destroy his health, until Feng hires a sorcerer to help rid him of her, and the spirit twists things by dumping Feng first. At first glance, both Feng and Zhou are humbled here, by the former's moral weakness and the latter's misappraisal of him. However, Zhou Yudai was a Ming hero who helped families in Guangdong province return home following the Great Evacuation Edict of 1661, which was designed to ferret out Ming loyalists. Pu inserts him obliquely into his story knowing that Zhou's reputation would not be tarnished by a fiction, while the mere mention of his name would help to keep his legacy alive. It was a commonplace during Pu's lifetime that administrators overseeing the imperial civil service examinations often took bribes from candidates, and that there were always ways around the supposed safeguard of assigning the scholars' seat numbers and having them remain otherwise anonymous to examiners and other candidates. If a certain character appeared in a certain space on a certain line, for example, a dishonest examiner could be cued to give his man a high grade even though he did not know his seat number. Miyazaki 62. According to records in the Pu Songling Museum in Zibo, Pu was a champion in official examinations he took in 1659, and the Shandong Province Education Commissioner, Shi Yushan, was fond of him. Yet after studying and working as a highly respected teacher for years, he taught at the home of Bai Jiu, in Zipui Village, Sichuan County, for 30 years. He failed the Imperial Civil Service examination he took in 1687 on the grounds of inappropriate content, and didn't finish the examination he took in 1690, at the ages of 47 and 50, respectively. We also know that he failed examinations in 1660, 1663, 1666, 1672, and 1678, though no extant documentation indicates why, although the reason may be related to the fact that he wrote letters that helped to remove a crooked official named Kong Lichhen from his post. At any rate, as a scholar who was failed while witnessing men of lesser talent succeed thanks to bribes offered to corrupt officials, Pu exploits the protection of being a mere collector of tales to attack examination-related corruption. His tactic for this attack is simply to show how the decision to demand or to send bribes backfires on the individual seeking to secure profit or preferment. The provincial governor in the King, Wangzhi, who tries to punish an aide when a huge monetary bribe destined for the capital disappears, is contacted by a mysterious monarch who sends him a box containing the hair of his favorite concubine, a warning of his vulnerability to powers from the spirit realm, and the news that his shipment of 600,000 taels has already been received into the accounts of the imperial treasury. The titular official who mocks a hard-of-hearing schoolmaster and tries to extort a bribe from him, and the examination official, Sigzun, is made into a target of ridicule when the schoolmaster misunderstands his request and is seen giving him something that the official definitely doesn't want to be witnessed accepting. A scholar named Guo in Gongsun Xia is convinced to bribe his way into a high office in the underworld, but his suitability for a prefect's position is challenged by none other than Guandi, the god of war, culminating in a uniquely traumatic punishment when his actions unintentionally condemn his favorite concubine to death. These vicarious punishments in lieu of more overt dissidence and call for change are reminiscent of advice from the Confucian Book of Rites. In dealing with important matters, the scholar is cautious and careful as though he were fearful. Lao 373. Pu also condemns abuse of power and authority by localizing the consequences of such acts in the physical experience of the offending individuals. Michel Foucault notes that social control is conducted not only through consciousness or ideology, but also in the body and with the body, for of subjective experiences, the biological is most important, the biological, the somatic, the corporeal. 66. After a district magistrate has a sesame oil merchant beaten to death in a peak of anger over a minor legal violation in the home wrecker, Chai Lu Ren, he's punished with the birth of a dissolute son who makes the magistrate's life a physical torment, while Pu warns at the end, for anyone who's in a position of authority over other people, it's never too soon to begin acting with caution. He similarly castigates the title character of Wei Gongzi, who poisons the daughter he sired by seducing a maidservant, depicting Wei as a villain and a beast who is punished by succumbing to a debilitating disease. Amidst his suffering, Wei finally acknowledges his debauched deeds, pounding his chest while confessing his evil. 3. Recognizing pragmatically, though with a palpable degree of indignation, that wrongdoing by powerful individuals often goes unpunished, Pu also uses his tale's focus on the weird and the anomalous to provide a form of vicarious retribution for the wickedness of his characters. In the commentary at the end of Wang Shi, the author reveals how sanctioned salt merchants swindle people by jacking up prices and then extorting money from them through salt tax inspectors who beat and shackle the people. It's legal for smugglers to sell the local salt to other towns, explains Pu, but illegal for the locals to buy it from the other towns. Such an injustice. The main story takes a supernatural revenge on such merchants when they're dragooned to join other malefactors in digging the silt out of the Nai River in the underworld. Pu also includes a secondary tale that praises Sichuan County Magistrate Zhang Shinian for not tolerating similar abuses from merchants. A rare stone owned by a man named Xing is coveted by a number of corrupt officials in Shi Qingzhou, leading to Xing being falsely imprisoned, but inevitably, as Pu reiterates strongly in his addendum to the story, the stone proved to be particularly troublesome for the offending officials, thanks to the personified spirit of the stone, who appears in dreams as a man named Shi Qingzhou. The very fact of Pu's impulse to insert moral judgments into his tales that promote the universal or objective moral norms inherent in the public good identifies him as one of those individuals who fight for peace and civil liberties because they are good in and of themselves. Gross 109. And while the scholars in Pu's tales are often the victims of their cruel, corrupt, and horrifying superiors, Chong and Chong 119, they are sometimes also singled out for criticism, most specifically when they abuse the talents they possess. A scholar with a minor official post in the Scribe of Epistolary Communications, S.I. Zashi, is punished for giving sarcastically clever though demeaning new nicknames to his wives and concubines, when he kills the titular scribe in anger for using the women's old nicknames instead of their new, derogatory ones. The scribe's ghost shames and mocks him with a calling card that constructs a message out of the women's old nicknames. The title character of scholar Zhou Sheng, composes some irreverent verse with gay overtones about County Magistrate Su, then dies mysteriously as a result. The reader is shocked, however, to discover that Su's wife, who also read the poem, and Zhou's servants, to whom he handed the manuscript, though innocent parties, also die. Pu exploits this twist rhetorically in the cautionary message to scholars within his concluding comments. Indulging in whatever one wishes to write always results in producing a high volume of words quickly, but such writing often produces unpredictable results. When you encounter the aptly titled Retribution, Kuabeo, you'll understand just how serious a crime Pu considered scholarly abuse of talent to be, for the recklessly mischievous scholar of that story, articulate and skilled in fortune-telling, lies to people about their fate. The penalties he suffers are horrible indeed. 4. Pu also employs his position as collector rather than as author to praise the goodness and dedication of contemporaries and of historical luminaries without seeming obsequious. The Hail God, Bao Shen, concludes with praise for the narrative's protagonist, court historian Tang Jiwu, who modeled a righteous path, and heaven had already watched him in admiration for quite some time, which is why the Hail God showed any respect for the gentleman's fame. Compare the respect for dedication similarly expressed towards Magistrate Shi in the Zinzhen dispute Zinzhen Song.
Provincial Governor Zhu Huiyan is praised for doggedly solving a series of murders in Guangdong and the boatman of Lalong Chuanhu, with some other worldly aid. When Governor Zhu took up his post, spirits responded to his inquiry, so the unpunished dark deeds were brought to light. A dignified fox spirit identifies the vice magistrate in Jinan as only one out of 70 officials who might be considered worthy of his title and a junior official, Yi Yuan Guan. Describing the vice magistrate as an upright man who couldn't be swayed by flattery, Pu reveals that he was adjudicating in a pervasively corrupt atmosphere. At that time there were plenty of objectionable practices and corruption was common, and public money was being embezzled, but the high officials were always protected from prosecution, the spoils of their graft shared out among their subordinates, so no one dared to accuse them. This is the prudent indictment of an atmosphere of corruption, a historical lesson rather than a direct accusation. The author has slandered no specific official and hence cannot be accused of envy or sedition. While some individuals deciding to undertake political activism are significantly influenced by the opinions of people they trust and respect, for others these opinions are irrelevant, reflecting the degree of autonomous decision-making and social independence. Gross 123, of the individual activist. Even if Pu Songling limited the dissemination of his weird and anomalous narratives during his lifetime to the same men from all four corners of China who share my enthusiasm for the unusual, 1:2, he risked compromising his shielded position as the collector of these strange tales by sometimes resorting to open criticism. Thus he censures a public administrator named Lang for improperly using his influence in the bookworm, Shuqi, and celebrates the fact that the man was forced to return a concubine he had illegally taken from her original household. In the addendum to Wang Di, Pu declares that injustice is largely due to officials who overreact in response to wrongs or who are basically servants of the powerful families, as was often the case in earlier historical periods. He's simply working to forestall patterns of behavior that will only worsen over time. To conclude, Zheng Yuya he flatly states, as the ancients said, if the father steals, the son will certainly become a thief, for that's how corruption works. His private papers indicate that Pu Songling had finished the majority of his stories in this collection by the age of 40. Yet they remained unpublished until 1740, when a group of individuals that included his grandson, Pu Lide, 1683–1751, advocated for their publication, though the earliest surviving publication of the text is dated 1766. This grandson wrote that while some readers might dismiss a tale from the collection simply as a popular ghost story, anyone who reads discerningly will say that it uses the supernatural to demonstrate rewards and punishments. Zeitlin 26. Indeed, it has done so for an increasingly wide audience in the centuries since the death of the collector of these strange tales. Two discreet managers and problem solvers, Pu's wife and husband, lessons. An intriguing measure of the scholarly knowledge embedded in Pu Songling's strange tales from Liaozhai is reflected in the remarkable female characters, both human and supernatural, appearing in them. Scholars of our own period have begun to recognize the significance of a canon of feminist texts that either complement or extend the lessons of Confucian tradition, so Pu's creation of a range of strong female characters makes him seem both a feminist popularizer and a scholar versed in the wider tradition of Confucianist literature. There were 4 central texts in the feminist Confucianist canon by Pu Songling's time. The 4 were published together in 1624, written by women for female readers. Han Dynasty author Ban Zhao, c. 45–116 CE, wrote the Admonitions for Women, Nuji, in order to emphasize principles that guide a woman as she creates harmony within the household. Tang Dynasty sisters Song Ruoxin, d. 820, and Song Ruozao, d. 825, created the Analects for Women, and Yunlu, replacing the central voice and character of Confucius from his own Analects with that of Ban Zhao as she outlines modes of conduct, specific domestic responsibilities, including household management, and advocates a canny sense of guardedness and vigilance. The wife of the Ming Dynasty Emperor Qianzhu, Empress Su, 1362–1407, in 1404 wrote the Domestic Lessons, Niexuan,
expanding the cautionary precepts of its predecessors into 20 sections. The concise selection of exemplary women, Nafenja Lu, written by Lu, the widowed mother of late Ming Confucianist Wang Xiang, challenges the perspective that women are less intelligent, and hence less educable, than men by citing dynamic historical examples of female intellectuals from all walks of life, demonstrating that they were uniformly learned as well as virtuous. Liaozhai 109. Even male authors like Luo Rufang, 1515–88, began to participate in the reorientation of traditional female values, for example emphasizing maternal nurturing, over chastity, thereby elevating motherly love to the same level as filial piety and brotherly respect. Judge 109, creating avenues by which women could prove themselves just as noble and innovative as men. In stories like The Zhang Family Woman, Zhang Shifu, Pu effectively combines the canny counsel of the feminist Confucian texts with the positions of texts arguing the importance of women's work and values, forging a uniquely resourceful protagonist capable of dealing with the daunting realities associated with dynastic change. When marauding Mongolian soldiers, technically under the command of traitors to the Ming dynasty like General Wu Sangui, begin openly raping any women they encounter, only a woman from the Zhang family didn't try to hide, brazenly choosing instead to stay in her own home. As one of her home defense tactics, the woman invites the soldiers inside one at a time, tricking them into falling into a pit she's concealed beneath her bed's blankets, where she disposes of them. To Pu, she exemplifies both cleverness and integrity. This worthy woman should be celebrated for her intelligence and her ability to keep herself chaste. The challenge for the resourceful woman in Pu's tales is to continue to cultivate herself and her talents without drawing attention to herself, to avoid putting the harmony of the household at risk. In addition, she's to follow the Fudeo, the Confucian wifely way, by placing her family's needs before her own in order to aid her husband in becoming successful and hence in gaining glory for the family, by honoring the family's ancestors with regular sacrifices, by serving and obeying her husband's parents, and by extending the family bloodline through childbearing. De Berry 411. While men and women shared the domestic duties of child-rearing, caring for family elders, and promoting good relations between branches of the family, women had exclusive responsibility for culinary labor such as winemaking and cooking, for the practical end of childcare and eldercare, performing the filial duty of taking care of elderly parents on behalf of the men Du and Cai 11, and for weaving silk from silkworms. Women not only engaged in various handicrafts and such work as picking mulberry and tea leaves, gathering firewood, herding cattle and sheep, tending to domestic fowl, and raising hogs, but also rose early to cook breakfast for the whole family, then in the evenings did the dishes, darned socks, made cloth shoes, and performed many other chores. Li 105–6. Lu writes in the concise selection of exemplary women that even with all of these demands made upon a woman's time, she still needs to be educated, for when women are illiterate, they tend to overlook the rights, and hence are neither learned nor virtuous. Only when educated, she argued, could women be proper in their conduct. Liaozhai 109. The circumscribed household rights that she's referencing were the natural concomitants to the very process by which a woman became a wife. Established during the Zhou dynasty, 11th century BCE to 256 BCE, the rights of Zhou explains that there are 6 rituals, or etiquettes, that must be followed for a marriage to be considered legitimate and decorous. A go-between or matchmaker draws up a contract between two families, gifts are presented to the family of the bride, the birth dates and names of the two proposed partners are subjected to divination, to analyze the couple's compatibility, an auspicious date for the joining is selected, the bride's family members are advised of the proposed date, to secure their approval, and the bride is conveyed to the groom's home for the marriage to be consummated. BATES 177. As domestic manager and labor supervisor, the wife carried the burden of monitoring and facilitating household operations while also performing a significant portion of manual labor. 1 Pu's tales concede that this is an onerous responsibility and sometimes too much for the woman running the household. Shiniang, daughter of the frog god, marries mortal Shuekun's Hung,
in the frog god King Wei Shen, yet doesn't perform all of the requisite women's work, suggesting that she simply can't attend to it all, obliging Shue's mother to take care of mending his clothes and shoes. When Shue complains at the frog god's temple, "You raised a daughter who can't tend to her parents-in-law," the deity rewards Shue with a new home and a fully compliant Shinyang. Scholar Deng, who's been away from his wife, Lu, for over a year, has a baby with the title character of Fang Wenchu, since Deng and Lu haven't been able to conceive any children. Fang arranges to leave the baby with Lu as though he's her own child and gives her medicine that causes breast milk to flow so Lu can feed the infant. While Lu is overjoyed to have a child, Pu has her pragmatically realize that she wouldn't be able to do manual work and care for him at the same time, which became increasingly worrisome. Even in the midst of the details that make his stories strange, the author acknowledges the very real obligations in the domestic sphere that his culture has relegated to women. He also makes clear that hierarchy which elevates the wife above any concubines acquired by the husband is a matter of organizational practice, not of moral superiority. 2 He Zhao Rong, a favored concubine, gives birth to a son, the title character of Danan, but is forced out of the home by cruel wife Shen when her husband, Xi, is away. 3 Zhao Rong refuses to remarry, and even slashes her abdomen deeply to enforce her intention, but finally agrees to serve a man who needs a woman to do his sewing and sundries and who turns out to be Xi. Because of the physical and psychological trauma she's endured, Zhao Rong becomes prone to illness, unable to perform manual labor in the home, recommending that Xi acquire a concubine for that purpose. Ironically, that concubine turns out to be Shen. She refuses to serve Zhao Rong as the mistress of the house, and instead took care of manual labor in the household as the family ends up living in amity. Since there is no such strong prejudice against a woman having a share in her husband's public work as exists in Japan, Tseng 78, Pu builds upon the prudent advice in the feminist Confucianist texts and portrays women who are conventional in fulfilling their domestic duties but highly unconventional in their ability to participate successfully in economic affairs, ordinarily considered a male bastion. The title character of Bai Kaiulian, for example, helps her merchant-scholar husband, Mu Changong, make a fortune thanks to her ability to anticipate commodity prices. Sheng Yunmian performs her mother-in-law's household labor in Chen Yunkai, attending to the receiving and paying of all bills, leading Zhang to credit her with the fact that the family is warmly dressed and well-fed. After a man named Ma marries the title character of Huang Ying, she proves so prosperous in business dealings that she acquires an adjacent property, splitting her time between the two households. Her husband has no desire to be wealthy, but Huang Ying refuses to be poor. She resolves their dispute by providing separate accommodations for Ma so she can focus on business. Although there are occasionally some related drawbacks to the unions, Pu's stories involving marriages, or even just sincere relationships built on emotional commitments, between mortal men and supernatural women, fox fairies, ghosts, the spirits of fauna or flora, etc., often build upon economic success stories, with the rags to riches rise for deserving men, frequently impoverished scholars, like the ones above to create an idyllic domestic fantasy, as in Chu Soliang. Chu, a fox immortal, repays a debt from another lifetime to Zhao, curing him of a seemingly fatal illness. Then she responds like a wife, but with magical speed and efficacy. Elaborate blankets and quilts appear upon his bed, lights brighten the cottage as a silvery glow reflects off of scrolls of paper that were stuck to the walls like mirrors, transforming everything in the house and covering a small table with delicacies and wine. To complete the fantasy, they laugh and drink together, then at nightfall, they made love and slept in the same bed like husband and wife. Pu is far from an untrammeled optimist, however, when it comes to the subject of women as helpmates and problem solvers, reflecting the sterner voice of the feminist Confucianist literature where undutiful or unfilial wives/mothers are concerned. In Book 5, On Serving the Parents, of the Analects for Women, the Song sisters offer this admonition: every woman should revere her parents. Every morning get up early and inquire after their health, serve food when they are hungry, and bring tea when they are thirsty,
particularly avoiding the example of those obstinate and unfilial women who are clamorous. Wang 329. Supernatural punishment awaits the wife in Du Xiaoliai, who is so unfilial that she puts dung beetles in the dumplings that she gives her blind mother-in-law, rather than the meat purchased by her husband for that purpose. When the wife turns spontaneously into a pig, the county magistrate dispatches men to take the pig and exhibit it everywhere as a warning to people against unfilial behavior. The friction between daughter-in-law and mother-in-law is a relatively common feature in Chinese literature, perhaps as the normal consequences of living and working so closely together, competing for the affection of the son. Gross and Bingham 89. The Taiyuan court case, Taiyuan Yu, features a scrupulous daughter-in-law opposing an atypical mother-in-law who carries on a sordid affair with a village troublemaker. The daughter-in-law tries to dissuade the man from staying all night with the mother-in-law, so in retribution her angry mother-in-law files a complaint against her, claiming that she's the adulterous woman. A canny magistrate ferrets out the truth, with the mother-in-law and her lover appropriately punished. The behavior of unfaithful or shrewish spouses, petulant and selfing, is the antithesis of the principles and responses modeled in the feminist Confucianist texts. To maintain harmony in the home, the astute wife learns to bend with the wind, to trade compliance for high regard. Thus the Analects for women in Book 7, on serving the husband, judiciously advises wives not to show resentment towards a husband's annoyance with her, but to withdraw and beg him to be calm, restrain your anger and remain silent. Don't learn from those foolish women who are incessantly quarrelsome. The woman must also protect her spouse's physical integrity, prepare and serve all food diligently. Don't let hunger and thirst cause him to become thin and miserable. Wang 334. These lessons are pointedly reiterated in Jin's, where scholar Wang's wife, particularly haughty and arrogant, surrenders care of her husband to her servants. While she enjoys exquisite tidbits of expensive food, the servants give Wang the cheapest possible fodder and broken chopsticks to use. Having had enough of such treatment, Wang decides to hang himself till Jins magically appears and takes him to her home inside a cliff. When he continues to harbor suicidal intentions there, a maidservant chides him, "All I have to look forward to in our household is washing the clothes, cleaning out the toilets, feeding the dogs, and carrying the dead to burial," yet she performs what she considers to be her duty. Jins eventually reveals to the long-suffering Wang that she's an exiled immortal, and her elder sister, Liaozhai, has come from far away at my invitation to consolidate our marriage and to act as our home manager until I can follow you to our home. Announcing himself the happiest man in the world, Wang declares, "Some homes have shrewish women and still others are narrow and small. Since I'm so fortunate, it seems that I have no choice but to cling cravenly to life." By choosing life over self-pity, Wang proves himself worthy of the harmony that his wife foolishly rejected by failing to exercise her domestic authority responsibly. Pu's canny female characters, on the other hand, understand the wisdom from the feminist Confucianist tradition that could have given the wife a harmonious home and saved her marriage. The man who thinks himself master of the home may be completely satisfied, but he's only half right. 413 Feng the Carpenter. Provincial Governor Zhou Yude initiated the remodeling of a former prince's residence into an office for various government ministries. At that time, he had assembled a group of workers, and among them was a carpenter named Feng, who was working his shift, staying overnight there at the site. Just as he was about to go to sleep that night, he suddenly noticed that the window shade was halfway open so the moonlight was shining in as bright as daytime. In the distance, standing on a short wall, there was a red chicken. As he fixed his eyes on it, the chicken flew down to the ground. Presently a young woman appeared, and with the shade up, Feng was able to sneak a glance at half of her body. He suspected that she was about to have a secret liaison with someone about her same age. He listened quietly, but everyone else there was already fast asleep. His heart pounding selfishly, he secretly hoped she'd mistakenly come to the wrong place. In a little while, the young woman passed by his window and walked straight into his heart. Overjoyed, Feng happily kept quiet and didn't utter a sound while they made love, after which the young woman left. From then on,
she came to him there night after night. Underscore. Provincial Governor Zhou Yudai, with jurisdiction over Guangdong Province, Zhou helped to return families to their homes in 1669, after they'd been forced out by a 1661 government edict, known as the Great Evacuation, aimed at suppressing Ming loyalists who were trying to challenge the authority of the Qing dynasty. Initially, she remained circumspect as before, but after a while, she decided to speak openly to him. "I didn't come here by mistake," she explained, "but, with all respect, I came to be with you." The two of them began making passionate love every day. Later on, once the work there was finished and Feng was starting out to return home, he found the young woman already waiting for him in the open countryside beyond the offices. Feng lived in a village that wasn't very far from that town, so the young woman followed after him. When they entered his home, however, none of Feng's family members could see her, and he began to realize that she wasn't human. He continued his relationship with her for a few months, and as his vigor gradually began to dwindle he started to feel increasingly more frightened, so he sent for a sorcerer to drive her away, but the man's efforts were completely unsuccessful. One night, the young woman came in, her clothing and makeup seductively attractive, and faced Feng as she declared, "Everything that happens in this world is fated. If I'm meant to come, you won't be able to stop me, and if I'm meant to leave, you won't be able to hold on to me. Now I'll do as you wish and leave." Then she disappeared. 414 Huangying. Ma Zikai was from Shuntian. For generations, his family had been fond of chrysanthemums, but Ma Zikai was especially so. Whenever he heard that there were some distinctive species for sale, he'd head off to purchase some specimens without hesitating, even if it meant traveling 1,000 li. One day, a guest from Jinling who was staying in his home happened to comment that his first cousin had 1 or 2 species that couldn't be obtained in the north. With gleeful anticipation, Ma quickly put together the things he'd need for a trip, then accompanied his guest to Jinling. The guest did everything he could to track down the unusual chrysanthemums, and was able to secure 2 rooted cuttings for him, so Ma wrapped them up and tucked them away like they were precious gems. As he was returning home, Ma ran into a graceful-looking, relaxed young man, who was riding a donkey behind a carriage that was painted blue-green. As he drew closer, they began chatting. The young man told him, "My name's Tao." His speech was quite refined. Hence when he asked Ma where he'd been, Ma told him the purpose of his trip. "There are no differences among the various species," said Tao, "except for the ways in which they're watered and cultivated." Shuntian, former name for Beijing. Even if 1,000 li, Zeitlin notes the similarity of this line to sentiments expressed in the opening couplet of Piyu's poem, admiring chrysanthemums in Sun Chenzhuo's studio, "The 10th month, my old love of chrysanthemums has become an obsession, to seek a lovely variety I'd travel 1,000 miles, 93 to 4. Technically, a li is equal to 1/3 mile. Jinling, former name for Nanjing. Accordingly, they began to discuss approaches to the art of raising chrysanthemums. Ma was very pleased by this, and asked, "Where were you going just now?" "My sister's become fed up with Jinling," replied Tao, "so she wants to look for some place north of the Yellow River to live." Ma happily told him, "Even though I'm poor, I could offer you a place to stay at my humble cottage. If you wouldn't mind the rustic simplicity, you wouldn't have to trouble yourself with finding some place else to stay." Tao hurried over to the carriage and turned to report the offer to his sister. From inside the carriage, a young woman pushed aside its curtains to speak with him, revealing that she was about 20 and a matchless beauty. She looked at her brother and remarked, "The cottage can be small, but the courtyard needs to be rather large." Ma assured them that this was the case, and hence they both agreed to come home with him. South of the residence there was an abandoned vegetable garden, with a tiny shack that had only 3 or 4 rafters, which Tao found ideal, and said that they'd move in there.
In the morning he went to the northern courtyard, where he tended to Ma's chrysanthemums. They'd started to dry up and wither, so he pulled them out by the roots and replanted them, invariably bringing every last one of them back to life. Thus the brother and sister lived a simple, ascetic life there, but when Tao joined Ma for a meal, Ma noticed that there wasn't even a cooking fire burning in their little dwelling. Ma's wife, Lu, who was also fond of Tao and his sister, began frequently taking gifts of food over to their friends. Tao's sister, whose name was Huangying, was a refined conversationalist, and whenever she passed Lu's room, she'd stop in to chat and help Lu out with her sewing. Tao one day told Ma, "Your family is secure but not very well off, and I ask myself how I can keep allowing my dear friend to fill my mouth and belly all the time. So my plan now is to sell chrysanthemums to make a living." Ma was a plain-speaking man, so when he heard Tao's words, he considered the idea beneath his friend, and told him, "I took you for a sophisticated person of high character, someone who could live contentedly in poverty, but now what you're proposing to do would turn the chrysanthemum garden into a marketplace, a disgrace to the yellow flowers there." Tao smiled, and replied, "It's not greedy for someone to earn enough to feed himself, and flower selling is a perfectly respectable occupation. While a person shouldn't be devoted solely to acquiring wealth, it certainly makes no business sense to strive to be poor, either." Ma had nothing to say in response, so Tao got up and went outside. From that point forward, whenever Ma discarded damaged stems and inferior plant stock, Tao picked them all up and took them away. Thereafter, he no longer came over to sleep or eat in Ma's house, unless he was specifically invited to do so. Soon afterwards, just as the chrysanthemums were beginning to bloom, Ma heard a noisy clamor outside his gate that sounded like what one would hear in a marketplace. Thinking this strange, he went out to take a peek at what was going on and saw market vendors buying flowers, loading their carts to carry them away, bustling past each other as they filled the road. The flowers were all of strange varieties that Ma had never seen before. He was put off by Tao's crass commodification of the flowers and wanted to sever all contact with him, but then he became angry that Tao had kept all the most beautiful specimens for himself, so he marched to the entrance to the courtyard, intending to denounce his behavior. As he did so, Tao emerged, grasped Ma by the hand, and pulled him inside. Ma observed that the abandoned courtyard for a space of half a mu was filled with chrysanthemum beds, and for several rafters' length outside the little shack, there wasn't an empty spot of ground. Whenever Ma had previously dug up and removed damaged stock, Tao had taken each cutting, put it back into the ground, and nurtured it. These produced enough viable plants to cover 50 mu, all of which were forming beautiful blossoms of excellent quality, and as he thought about it, Ma recognized that all of the flowers had been cultivated from those that he'd pulled out and thrown away. Tao entered the little shack, brought out wine and food, then set up a banquet beside the flower beds, announcing, "Though I'm poor, I refuse to live abstemiously, and fortunately this morning I've collected a little money so I can certainly provide us enough wine to enjoy ourselves." In a little while, a voice from inside the shack called for third brother, with Tao answering and going inside. Presently he returned to offer Ma some choice delicacies, all of which were of superlative taste. Accordingly, Ma asked him, "If you've got some wealth, why haven't you betrothed your sister yet?" "It's not the right time," replied Tao. "What time do you mean?" he inquired. 43 months from now." Ma pressured him further, "What are you talking about?" But Tao just smiled and didn't elaborate. The festivities didn't finally break up until they'd both had their fill of food and drink. The night passed, and when Ma came to pay Tao a visit the next morning, the new flowers that he'd just planted were already a chi tall. Thinking this strange indeed, he earnestly begged Tao to explain his technique to him. "It's not something that I can put into words," explained Tao, "at any rate, you don't intend to make your living from it, so what use would it be to you?" Underscore 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 underscore. Mu, an area equal to approximately 1/6 acre. Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. Then after several days, when the front entrance and courtyard were finally somewhat quiet, Tao took some mats woven from marsh grasses and wrapped his chrysanthemums up in them, then tied them into bundles, carried them over to several carts, and left with them. A year went by, and when spring was half over, he returned, transporting rare plants from the south. With them, he set up a botanical shop where he proceeded to sell all of his stock in 10 days, so he returned to Ma's courtyard to grow more chrysanthemums. When Ma made inquiries among the flower buyers from the previous year, he discovered that once they planted their bulbs, the results eventually degenerated into inferior flowers, so they were going to try to buy some more from Tao. Tao consequently grew richer by the day. In a year he was building new rooms onto his home, and in 2 years he built a summer house. He initiated the construction work whenever the idea occurred to him, without discussing his plans with his host. Gradually the flower beds of the former days were replaced by verandas and additional buildings. In addition, Tao bought a section of land outside the courtyard's walls, built a high wall around it, and filled it with chrysanthemums. When autumn arrived, he carted off his flowers again, but spring came without him returning. Then Ma's wife fell ill and died. Ma started thinking about marrying Huang Ying, so he soon sent someone to determine her disposition towards the possibility. Huang Ying replied with a little smile, which seemed to indicate that she'd agree to the proposal, but not until Tao came back. A year passed, but Tao never returned home. Huang Ying instructed servants to plant the chrysanthemums, following Tao's technique. The profits on them were added to their business capital, so Huang Ying acquired 20 qing of fertile farmland outside the village, and had an even more magnificent mansion built there. Qing, an area equal to 100 mu, or 6.667 hectares. A traveler from the coastal areas of southeast China arrived all of a sudden, bearing a letter from Tao, urging Ma to marry his sister. When he looked closely at the date of the letter, it proved to be the very day that Ma's wife had died. At that moment, Ma recalled that their festivities among the gardens had taken place precisely 43 months earlier. It seemed really strange to him. He showed the letter to Huang Ying, then asked her where to send the betrothal gifts. Huang Ying replied that she wouldn't accept anything from him. Then, because she considered his residence too small and inferior, she said she wanted him to move into the mansion on the south side, as if he was marrying into her family. Ma couldn't bring himself to agree, but he proceeded to select a date for the ceremonial welcoming of the bride into his family. After Huang Ying married Ma, she had a doorway placed in the wall around Ma's property, so she could walk through it each day to oversee the servants at the Tao mansion. Ma felt it was a disgrace to him for his wife to be so wealthy, so he always reminded her to keep separate financial records for the two households, to guard against any confusion about what belonged to whom. Yet whenever his family needed anything, Huang Ying always provided it from the southern household. In less than 6 months, there were things from the Tao household all over Ma's house. The moment he realized this, Ma dispatched servants to take each of the items, one by one, back to where they came from, and admonished Huang Ying not to bring them back again. But before even 10 days had elapsed, things from her household were once again mixed in with his. This proceeded to take place so many times that Ma couldn't stand all the hassle. Huang Ying laughed, "Do you still think that all of this comes from work not worth doing?" Ma felt ashamed, and no longer pushed the matter, leaving the supervision of the households entirely to Huang Ying. She assembled workers and managed supplies as more construction sprung up, and Ma was powerless to forbid it. After several months, there were adjoined pavilions and halls, and the residences of the two families were joined as one, without any boundaries to divide them. Nevertheless, Huang Ying did as Ma asked by closing their gates to any further chrysanthemum business, though they continued to enjoy financial advantages exceeding even those of aristocratic families. Ma felt uneasy about it all and remarked, "I lived in virtuous purity for 30 years before getting involved with you. Now my entire world consists of just watching and breathing. I do what my wife tells me in order to get my daily meals. There's really not a breath of manliness left in me. People everywhere else wish for wealth, while I just wish I was poor again. It's not like I'm insatiably avaricious, Huang Ying replied, but if we don't do everything we can to make ourselves rich, then people in 1,000 years will still be saying that our ancestor, Tao Yuanming, was poor because he didn't have what it took to make money, and hasn't made his mark in the world even after 100 generations. That's why we do everything we can so they'll stop making fun of our families. Peng's county magistrate. Yet it's tough for a poor person who wants to become wealthy, but if a rich person wants to become poor, it's certainly no problem at all. You can throw away the money stashed under your beds if you want. I have no objections. It just feels wrong to give away someone else's money, replied Ma. Underscore 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 underscore. Tao Yuanming. Peng's County, a scholar/poet, 365 to 427, famous for his disdain of compromising personal values for the sake of success. Tao resigned his seals 80 days after having been named to the position of magistrate for Peng's County, refusing to ingratiate himself to others just in order to live a wealthy lifestyle. Mayors 232, preferring instead to devote his life to poetry, music, wine, and chrysanthemum growing. Perkins 88. You don't want to be wealthy, said Huang Ying, but I can't stand to be poor. I'll just have to split off from your household. You can keep yourself pure, and I'll just contaminate myself with my desire for wealth. No harm in that. Then she proceeded to have a thatched hut built for him and selected her most beautiful maidservants to wait upon Ma. Ma felt relieved. Yet after a few days had passed, he began to miss her terribly. He had her summoned, but she was unwilling to come. He had no alternative, so he went to see her. Ma took to staying overnight there on a regular basis. Huang Ying smiled and commented, eating at one household, then sleeping at the other, doesn't exactly seem like the behavior of a pure individual. This made Ma smile, too, since he had no comeback response for her, and thus they opened their houses to each other like before. On a certain occasion, Ma happened to be traveling in Jinling on business just as the chrysanthemums reached their mature flowering. One morning he passed a flower shop, where he saw pots arranged meticulously in a large display of wondrously attractive flowers, which startled him, and he began to suspect Tao's hand in their cultivation. Soon, when the owner of the shop appeared, it proved to be Tao himself. Ma was overjoyed, and after both had described the business they'd been conducting, Ma wanted Tao to return to Shuntian with him. Jinling has become my home base, Tao told him, and hence I'm about to get married. I've been accumulating a bit of money that I hope I can trouble you to take to my sister. At the end of the year, I'll make a short visit. Ma refused to listen, begging him even more insistently to return with him. Your family has plenty of money, he urged Tao, so you should sit back and enjoy it, without having to be involved in business anymore. While they sat there in the shop, Ma had his servants set such low prices on his stock that within a few days, Tao had sold absolutely everything. Ma urged him to pack up everything into a bag, hired a boat, and they headed northward. By the time they entered Ma's gates, Huang Ying had already set up space to house her brother. A bed and mattress had both been prepared for him, as if she'd known beforehand that he'd be coming. Upon walking in, Tao unpacked his clothes and instructed servants to renovate the pavilions in the garden while he spent his days drinking and playing chess together with Ma, no longer interacting with traveling merchants. When Ma offered to help him select a wife, he proved unwilling and refused. Huang Ying sent 2 maidservants to serve him in the bedroom, and 3 or 4 years later, one of them gave birth to a daughter. Tao often drank prodigious quantities of wine, but never became drunk or disoriented. He had a friend named Zeng, who had a similar capacity for drinking. He happened to be passing by Ma's house, so Ma sent Tao out to invite him in to drink with them. In absolute accord, Zeng and Tao gleefully drank uninhibitedly, and Ma was sorry that they hadn't met earlier. From morning until the 4th watch they drank, draining what added up to 100 pots of wine. Zeng became dead drunk, falling fast asleep where he was seated. Tao stood up to go to his own quarters to sleep, but walked out the door and into one of the chrysanthemum beds, where he collapsed in his drunkenness, and as his clothes slid off him, he changed into a chrysanthemum that was as tall as a man. It had more than 10 blossoms, each one the size of a fist. Ma, astonished, went to tell Huang Ying what had happened. She hurried outside, pulled the plant out and laid it on the ground, exclaiming, "This is what comes of drunkenness." She took his clothing and covered him up, then urged Ma to stay away, warning him not to watch. When morning came and he went out to look, he found Tao lying beside the flower bed. Ma finally realized that the brother and sister were both chrysanthemum spirits, so he treated them with greater respect than ever before. Since Tao had revealed his true self, he began drinking with even greater abandon, constantly sending invitations for Zhang to join him. Hence they became inseparable. Underscore. Fourth watch, the penultimate of the night's 5 2-hour divisions, from about 1 to 3 am. On the day of the Flower Fairy Festival, Zhang showed up with 2 servants carrying a large jar of herb-infused sorghum wine for Tao to join him in emptying. Even when the jar was almost empty, however, the 2 men were still not very drunk. Then Ma stealthily poured in some wine from another container, which the 2 men proceeded to finish off. Once Zhang was drunk enough to pass out, his servants lifted him by the shoulders and carried him out. Tao went to lie down on the ground and again turned into a chrysanthemum. Ma, now used to seeing this happen, wasn't at all shocked and did as he'd seen Huang Ying do, pulling the giant flower from the ground, then watched for him to make his usual transformation. As time kept passing, the flower's foliage became increasingly withered. Ma felt so scared that he finally went and informed Huang Ying. When she heard what he'd done, she cried, "You've killed my brother!" They rushed out to look, but the flower's roots and stalk were all dried up. In tormented desperation, they clutched the flower by the stem, placed it in a pot and covered it with dirt, then carried it into their bedroom, where they watered it daily. Ma deeply regretted his decision to pull up the flower, but really blamed Zhang for everything. After several days, they heard that Zhang had drunk himself to death. In its pot, the flower gradually began to put out new shoots, and by September it began to bloom, then shortly after produced pale-colored flowers with a scent like fragrant wine, so it was called Drunken Tao, and they watered it with plenty of wine. After their daughter had grown up, she married into a very influential family. Huang Ying spent her remaining years there without anything of an unusual nature taking place. Flower Fairy Festival, traditionally celebrated on the 12th day of the 2nd lunar month, to coincide with the awakening of dormant flowers and the onset of spring. The collector of these strange tales remarks, like the man of green hills and white clouds, Tao also drank himself to death, and though the world may feel sorry for him, he might not have seen it as such a bad way to go. If you plant this type of chrysanthemum in your courtyard, it'll be like seeing a good friend, or being with a beautiful woman, so you definitely need to find this species. Man of green hills and white clouds, Zhu identifies him as Fu Yi, and claims that, like Zhang and Tao, he drank himself to death. 3:1434 and 48. Mayers notes that the 7th century BCE historiographer was famous for denouncing the doctrines of Buddhism, particularly its tenets of celibacy, 47, and withdrawal from engagement with the world. 415 The Bookworm. The ancestors of Lang Yuzhu, from Pengcheng, who had been officials for generations and had once attained the title of prefectural chief at the height of their prominence, didn't invest their income in business, but instead acquired books which accumulated until they filled the house. By the time this legacy reached Lang Yuzhu, however, he was even more fanatical about it. His family was so painfully poor that there wasn't anything he wouldn't sell except for the books in his father's library, for he couldn't bear to part with even one of them. During his lifetime, Lang's father had once written out a copy of the Encouragement of Learning, which he then pasted up for its words of wisdom, and Lang usually recited it every day. He protected the text with a band of plain gauze, for fear that it might otherwise be rubbed off. He wasn't trying to secure an official's position for himself, but truly believed that the greatest wealth of all was to be found in books. Day and night he studied and read intensively, impervious to cold or heat. By the time he reached his 20s, he hadn't asked anyone to marry him, but hoped that one of the beauties like those in his books might come to him. When he was in the company of guests or relatives, he didn't know how to go about just chatting sociably with them, and after a few words of greeting he'd leave, reciting literary passages, abandoning his visitors. Underscore. Pengcheng, an ancient county name, now the modern city of Zhuzhou, in Jiangsu province. Encouragement of Learning, written by Song Dynasty Emperor Zhenzong, born Zhao Dichang, who ruled 998-1022. Whenever the provincial education commissioner came around to administer qualifying examinations, Lang always placed first, but then at the triennial civil service examination, he never performed very well. One day, he happened to be reading when suddenly a mighty gust of wind blew away his book. He quickly chased after it, and as he was walking, his foot sank into a soft spot in the ground there. When he bent to find out what it was, he discovered moldy straw in a hole. After digging it out, he uncovered an ancient storehouse of millet, now so decayed and rotten that it had long since turned to compost. Even though it was no longer edible, he firmly believed it to be related to the reference to 1,000 zhong in the Encouragement of Learning, so he began studying the text with even greater diligence. Another day, he was climbing a ladder to reach a high shelf, and in among the jumble of books there, he found a golden model of an imperial carriage that was a chi in length, which made him overjoyed, for he related it to a passage from the Encouragement of Learning that mentioned a golden room. He took it out and showed it to someone who revealed it to be gilt, not really gold. Privately, he felt resentful that the ancients had deceived him. Not long after this, a former classmate of his father, who served as a supervisory commissioner for Pengcheng and who was a devout Buddhist, visited the area. Someone advised Lang to make the commissioner a present of the golden carriage for his private Buddha shrine. The commissioner was so very pleased that in return he gave him 300 gold taels and a pair of horses. Jubilant, Lang believed that the golden room, the carriage, and the horses were all references drawn from his study of the Encouragement of Learning, so he became even more assiduous in his scrutiny of the text. Underscore. 1,000 zhong, 1 zhong equals 4 do, so 1,000 zhong would equal a measure of approximately 4,000 decaliters. Qi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Supervisory Commissioner, C. Hooker, 283. When someone suggested to him that he should get married, he cited the passage, "In books, you'll find a jade-like beauty, so why should I worry about finding an attractive wife?" Thus he continued his studies for 2 or 3 years, but without any additional benefits, so people started making snide comments about him. There was a rumor making the rounds at that time that the weaving girl had absconded from the heavens. Someone teased Lang, "The heavenly princess must have run off to be with you." Lang knew this was just a joke at his expense, so he didn't think anything about it. One night, Lang was reading the 8th book of the history of the Han Dynasty, and just as he was about halfway through, he came across a gauze cutout of a beautiful woman pressed between its pages. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Is this what is meant by the jade-like beauties to be found in books?" He felt disappointed and disheartened. Yet when he looked carefully at the beauty, he found that she had lifelike features. On the back of the cutout, "Weaving Girl" was written faintly, in very small characters. It was very strange. He put it on top of his stack of books every day, to enjoy looking at it over and over, till he even began to forget about eating and sleeping. One day, while he was staring at it, the beauty suddenly bent forward and stood up, then took a seat on the stack of books, smiling at him. Lang was quite startled,
and began kowtowing next to his table in obeisance to her. Underscore. Weaving girl, daughter of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West, she secretly descended from the heavens to marry a cowherd, but the two were separated by a line drawn in the air with the disapproving Queen Mother's hairpin. It became the Milky Way, which keeps the lovers separated except on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, when they are reunited. Yang Anan 221. By the time he'd finished and stood up again, she'd already grown to a chi in size. Even more astonished, Lang resumed his kowtowing. She stepped down from the table and stood above Lang, looking as vivid as the most beautiful woman alive. Continuing his reverent obeisance, he asked her, "What goddess are you?" With a laugh, the beauty replied, "My surname is Yan, and my courtesy name is Ryu, and for a long time you've known that we were going to meet. You do me honor by looking longingly at me every day, so if I'd left without appearing to you first, I'm afraid that no one would trust the word of the ancients again for 1,000 years." Lang, ecstatically happy, took her to his bedroom. However, though he was lying together with his beloved on the bed, he didn't know how to make love to her. Thus he just continued his studying, directing her to sit down beside him. Yan told him to stop his reading, but he wouldn't listen to her. "If you can't fulfill my desires," she declared, "it's because of all your studying. When the imperial examination officials post the lists of successful candidates, who among them has read as much as you? If you won't listen to me, then I'm just going to leave." For a little while, Lang gave up his reading. But before long, he stopped thinking about her complaint and began reciting passages again. A quarter of an hour later, when he went to look for her, he had no idea where she'd gone. He felt so agitated that it seemed he might just black out, so he pleaded and prayed to her, but he could find no signs of her anywhere. Suddenly he remembered her former hiding place, so he picked up the history of the Han Dynasty, then carefully leafed through it to the place where he'd first found her, and there she was. He called out to her but she didn't move, so he prostrated himself before her and repentantly begged her blessings. Underscore. Yan. Ryu, the history of the Han Dynasty passage had asserted that a face, or beauty, Yan, like jade, Ruu, would be found in books. The beauty here has simply given Lang that assurance as her name. Yan then stepped down from the book, warning him, "If you refuse to listen to me again, we'll be separated forever." Accordingly, she sent someone to bring in a chessboard and a dice game, and each day they made merry with them. But Lang wasn't really enjoying himself. He kept watch for whenever Yan stepped out, and then furtively he'd grab a book and start flipping through its pages. He was afraid that she'd discover what he was up to, so he secretly picked up the 8th book of the history of the Han Dynasty, then mixed in it with other books, hoping she wouldn't be able to tell what he'd been doing with it. One day, he was completely wrapped up in his reading when Yan arrived, though she didn't immediately react. When he noticed her there all of a sudden, he hurriedly shut the book, but by then she'd already vanished. Fretting frantically, he began searching through all of his books, but couldn't find her in any of them. Afterwards, he located her once again on the same page of the 8th book of the history of the Han Dynasty, but she was in a very foul mood. In response, he abjectly prostrated himself before her, swearing that he wouldn't go back to his studying again. Yan then stepped down from the book and began a game of chess with him, declaring, "If you haven't mastered this game in 3 days, I'm going to leave again." After playing for 3 days, Lang suddenly was able to win 2 games with Yan. Happy then, Yan started teaching him to play stringed instruments, allowing him 5 days to learn to play a song. Lang practiced with his hands and watched carefully, for he had no time to waste. After training a long while, his fingers began to respond with nimble control and unconsciously he began to move in time to the music. Yan thus proceeded to drink and play with him each day, and Lang felt so happy that he forgot all about his reading. She also freed him from staying shut up within his own gate,
sending him out to mingle with other people. Thus his behavior gained him a reputation for being carefree and merry. "Now you're ready to go out and take the examination," Yan told him. One night, Lang told Yan, "When mortal men and women live together, they produce children. Now that you've been living here for quite a while, why hasn't that happened?" With a laugh, Yan replied, "As long as you spend the whole day studying, I can say for sure that nothing's going to happen. Now you've come to the chapter on husbands and wives, but you still don't comprehend that in bed it takes two people for the husband to do his work." "What work?" asked Lang in surprise. Yan giggled, but didn't say anything. Afterwards, she snuggled up close to him. The intimate contact with her made him so giddy that he remarked, "I never imagined that something which can't be expressed in words could make husbands and wives so happy." As a result, he told everyone he encountered about this, and those people had to stifle their laughter in response. When Yan realized what he was doing, she chided him for it. Lang replied, "One can't describe it by just talking about entering tunnels or other gaps, but the happiness between a couple, something that everyone can experience, can't possibly be something to avoid talking about." 8 or 9 months passed, and Yan gave birth to a boy, so they hired an old woman to care for the child. One day, she told Lang, "I've lived with you for 2 years, produced a son for you, and now I can leave. If I stay too long, I'm afraid I'll bring you misfortune, and it'll be too late then for regrets." When Lang heard this, his tears began to fall and he prostrated himself, refusing to get up, crying, "Are you forgetting about our little baby?" Yan shared his sorrow, and after a good long while, she said, "If you definitely want to keep me from going, you must toss away every last book on your shelves." "But they were your birthplace," exclaimed Lang, "and they're my whole life, so how can you say that?" Yan didn't force the issue, but replied, "I also happen to know that it's predestined to occur, but I just had to let you know beforehand." Before this took place, some members of Lang's family who happened to catch a glimpse of Yan Ruya were, without exception, astonished by her appearance, and since they hadn't heard what family Lang had married into, they went as a group to find out from him. Lang couldn't bring himself to lie about it, so instead he just remained silent on the matter. This made people grow even more suspicious, and rumors circulated by post until finally Master Shi, the country magistrate, heard about it. Master Shi, who was originally from Fujian, had been certified as a jinshi while he was still a young man. What he heard about the young woman made him want to see the beauty for himself, and consequently he sent word for Lang and Yan to be brought in for questioning. When Yan found out about this, she went into hiding, leaving behind no traces of her whereabouts. This made the magistrate angry, so he had Lang brought before him, stripped of his clothing, then placed in shackles and beaten to force Yan out from her hiding place. Even when Lang was close to death, he refused to say a word to Shi. The magistrate then had their maidservants beaten and managed to get something close to the truth from them. Magistrate Shi consequently figured she must be some kind of demon, so he ordered servants to drive him directly to Yan's home. There he found the rooms filled with so many books that he couldn't possibly search them all, so he ordered them burned, the courtyard filled with swirling smoke that wouldn't dissipate, making the air hazy like at dusk. Underscore. Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Following his release, Lang journeyed to one of his father's colleagues, to request that his status as a scholar be reinstated. That same year he was successful in the fall examinations, and the following year he qualified as a jinshi. Yet he bore a grudge against Shi that seemed to wound him to the very marrow. He made a shrine to Yan Ruyu, where he prayed to her each day, "If your spirit is still here, please help me obtain some kind of assignment in Fujian." The result was that he was sent there to make inspections on behalf of the imperial censor. Lang stayed there for 3 months, making inquiries that turned up proof of Magistrate Shi's abuse of authority, and hence his property was confiscated. At that time, Lang's first cousin, a public administrator, forcibly stole a concubine away from a particular household, then rationalized that he'd purchased her to serve as a maidservant in his public office. After the case involving she was settled, Lang resigned his position, took the concubine from his cousin's office, and returned her to her home. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The accumulation of possessions in this world provokes jealousy, and obsessive love of them causes evil. If this makes Yanruyu a demon, then it must make books monstrous things." The whole business was weird, and there wasn't any good way to resolve everything, but to behave like the wicked Qin emperor and destroy Lang's books is unforgivably cruel. She's selfish passion deservedly earned him Lang's enmity. Alas! What a bizarre tale! _______________________ The wicked Qin emperor, the first emperor of all China, Qin Shi Huang, 259–210 BCE, was a successful sovereign in part thanks to his military's elite force of legendary discipline, the ferocity of its troops, who slaughtered their prisoners, inspired dread among their opponents. Paludan 17. 416. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Su Sheng was from Yan. He'd gone with his elder brother, a successful merchant, to Fujian, but their merchandise wasn't bringing them much income. Travelers told them that there was a great sage who'd been putting his power on display, and they were just about to go his temple to pray for support. Su Sheng didn't know what god this great sage was supposed to be, so he went with his elder brother to see. They came to a temple that was connected to a magnificent pavilion. As they entered the temple and looked up at an effigy, they saw that the god had a monkey's head and a human body, made in the image of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong. All the visitors there reverently paid their respects, as no one dared to appear insincere. Su Sheng, who was always honest and outspoken, laughed up his sleeve as they performed their customary obeisance to this monkey sage. The group of supplicants burnt paper offerings and incense, kowtowing and offering their prayers, while Sheng just quietly slipped out. ________________________________ Yan, modern Yanzhou, in Shandong Province. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, the name given to the trickster protagonist of the classic Journey to the West, Zhuji, by Subhuti, one of the disciples of the Buddha. Sun Wukong is best known by his own self-imposed title, the Handsome Monkey King, Mei Hu Wang. After they returned home, his elder brother scolded him for his rudeness. "Since Sun Wukong is just a legend made up by old man Chu," replied Sheng, "why treat him with so much respect like this? If this sage was really some kind of god, he'd respond to me with spears or thunderbolts, and then I'd suffer." When their innkeeper heard him calling out the great sage's name, his hands began to shake and his face paled, for fear that the great sage might have heard him. Sheng observed his reaction and began making his complaints even more boisterously. When the innkeeper and others heard this, they covered their ears and ran out. In consequence, Su Sheng fell ill that night with a violent headache. When someone advised him to pay a visit to the great sage's temple and apologize for his words, Sheng wouldn't listen. In a little while, his head began to feel better, but then his legs started to ache, till in the course of the night, a large, deep-rooted ulcer formed on it, followed finally by painful swelling of his feet, so he was completely unable to eat or sleep. His elder brother went to pray for him, but to no effect. Somebody suggested that the god was punishing him until he took back his words. But Sheng refused to believe that the great sage was responsible for his suffering. A month passed and the sore on his leg gradually seemed to be diminishing, but then another ulcer formed, tripling his torments. A doctor came and took a knife to cut out the necrotic flesh, while the resulting blood filled a bowl to overflowing. He was afraid that the god was punishing him for what he'd said, so he just tried enduring the pain without groaning. Another month passed, and he began to return to normal. However, his elder brother then fell gravely ill. _______________________________ Made up. Old man Chu, a Shandong native, Chu Chuji, 1148–1227, whose courtesy name was Tongmai, and whose Daoist name was Chong Hunzi, was instrumental in developing the Longmen, Dragon Gate, division of the Chuanzhen Daoist sect, see Zhu 3:1442-4. Su Sheng mistakes him here for the author of the Journey to the West because of the title's similarity to Chu's own travelogue account of his travels to the West, which included his meeting with Genghis Khan. "What do you think about that?" exclaimed Sheng. "You show respect for the god and then this happens. You're just as sick as I was, so it must not be because of Sun Wukong." When his brother heard these words, he became very angry with Sheng, declaring that the god would vent his anger on him rather than on his younger brother and demanding that Sheng go in his place and pray for him. Sheng replied, "We're still brothers. The day before yesterday, my body was a wreck, but I didn't pray for recovery. Now it's my brother who's ill, so why shouldn't I do my duty for him?" And while he did send for a doctor who gave his brother some medicine, Sheng didn't follow through and pray for him. After taking the medicine, Sheng's brother suddenly died. Grieving so painfully that his chest and stomach felt like they were in knots, Su Sheng purchased a coffin and laid his brother in it, then went to the temple of the great sage, shook his finger several times at the god's effigy, and cried, "When my elder brother fell ill, he said it was because you were punishing him in place of me, but I can't let that happen. If you're a god, use your power over death and bring him back to life. Do this, and I'll pay homage to you as a follower, no longer daring to utter a dissenting word to you, otherwise, I'll employ your own sanctified method of dealing with things by returning here to reveal the truth about how you cheated my brother and put him in his grave." That night, he dreamt that a man beckoned for him to come along as they entered the great sage's temple, where an angry Sun Wukong rebuked Sheng, "Since you were so ill-mannered, I took my Buddhist sword and skewered your leg, yet you still refused to repent your disrespect and kept up your contentious chatter. At first, I figured that you ought to have your tongue pulled out for your words, but then I thought that a scholar is sometimes outspoken, so I'd give you a more serious matter to consider, then I could pardon you. Your brother fell ill, but instead of relenting, you called in some quack to treat him so if he died younger than he should have, whose fault is that? And now that my sentence has been fully carried out, you're still making excuses for your presumptuous demands instead of learning your lesson." Then he sent one of his servants to deliver a plea on the elder brother's behalf to the Hell King. The servant replied, "The spirits of the dead are reported in the register of Heaven's court 3 days after their demise, so I'm afraid it'll be tough to do anything about it now." Sun Wukong picked up a wood block, ordered a brush to be brought, and with no idea of what he was writing on it, had the servant take it afterward and leave. A long while later, the servant returned with Sheng's brother. He'd successfully fulfilled his task and knelt before the great sage. "What took you so long?" he demanded. The servant explained, "The Hell King didn't dare do anything on his own authority, thus he took the great sage's decree and proceeded to consult the northern and southern stars, and that's why I'm returning so late." Su Sheng hurriedly knelt to offer his formal thanks for the god's benevolence. "Now you've proven worthy, so you can leave together," replied Sun Wukong. "If you can dedicate yourselves to doing good works, that should guarantee good fortune for you." The Su brothers felt their sorrow mix with joy as they left to return home together. Then Su Sheng woke up, thinking it all very strange. He quickly got up, opened his brother's coffin, and discovered that his brother was just reviving, so he helped him climb out, feeling quite moved by the great sage's exercise of power. Sheng thereafter was convinced of Sun Wukong's deity, believing even more fervently than was common locally. But where the brothers' finances were concerned, costs associated with the elder brother's illness had already consumed half of what they owned. What's more, the elder brother wasn't all that healthy, so he remained, relatively speaking, rather sad. One day, Su Sheng happened to be wandering out in the countryside when suddenly a man dressed in cheap clothing came up to him and cried, "Master, what's troubling you?" Sheng was preoccupied with his family's hardships, so he decided to tell the man everything, summarizing all that had happened to the brothers. "There's a scenic spot we can go take a look at," the poorly dressed man told him, and it might be enough to break through your depression. What spot? Asked Sheng. The man replied, it's not far. Thus Sheng went with him. They walked about half a li past the city walls, at which point the man announced, I have a little magic, so we can be there in just a moment. Accordingly, the man directed Su Sheng to grab him by the waist, and then with a nod of his head, clouds settled beneath their feet and they soared into the sky, though Sheng couldn't tell whether they'd traveled 10 li or 100. Sheng was so very frightened that he shut his eyes and didn't dare open them even a little. Instants later, the man declared, we've arrived. Suddenly Sheng saw a glass-like world around them, gleaming with a strange colored light, so in amazement he asked, what is this place? It's the Temple of Heaven, replied the man. They began wandering around, each step taking them higher and higher. When they saw an old man approaching in the distance, Sheng's companion happily cried, meeting up with this old fellow by chance will surely mean your good fortune. They raised their clasped hands together and bowed in greeting. The old man invited them to accompany him to his place, where he made some tea and offered it to his guests. After only 2 small cups, Sheng could tell that it was special, superior to all other tea. His fellow visitor explained to the old man, this is my disciple, a merchant who's traveled 1,000 li to pay his respects to the celestials at their temple, so I'd like to beg a little gift for him. _______________________ Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The old man then ordered a boy servant to bring out a dish of white stones that were shaped like sparrow eggs, sparkling and as crystal clear as ice, then told Sheng to take some. Sheng thought that he might carry a few home with him to commemorate the number of cups of tea that he'd enjoyed, so he picked out 6 of them. His companion thought that Sheng was just being politely restrained, so he picked up another 6 of the stones and handed them to Sheng to put in a bag. Urging him to keep the bag secured to his waist, the man put his hands together in respectful salute and told Sheng, that should be enough. They then took their leave of the old man and departed, once again feeling themselves transported through the air by something underneath them, till in moments they were back on the ground. Kowtowing to his companion, Sheng proceeded to ask him what his celestial conveyance was called. Smiling, the man replied, I happen to call it my cloud somersault. Sheng suddenly realized that his companion had been the great sage himself, so he begged for his protection. Since you've been granted a bit of wealth, he observed, represented by the profits you'll receive from those 12 stones you were given, there's no need for you to beg protection. Sheng then prostrated himself in obeisance, but by the time he got up again, the man was already gone. After he returned home, he gleefully told his elder brother about the stones. But when they untied the bag in order to look at its contents, they discovered that the stones had all melted. Once the merchant brothers finished selling off their merchandise and returned home, they realized that their profits for the trip were several times greater than what they'd anticipated. Cloud somersault. Clouds become the mode of transport favored by Sun Wukong, the handsome Monkey King, in Journey to the West. From then on, they frequently made trips back to Fujian and were always sure to offer their prayers at the temple of the great sage. Other people would offer prayers there, but there weren't always responses to them. Whenever Su Sheng prayed there, however, his prayers invariably were answered. The collector of these strange tales remarks, once upon a time, a scholar who was passing a temple went in and painted a pipa on one wall, then left. When he checked on it later, its spiritual power was considered so outstanding that people had joined together there to burn incense to it. A god certainly doesn't have to exist in order to be considered powerful in this world. If people believe it to be divine, it will be so for them. What's the reason for this? When people who share the same beliefs gather together, they'll choose some creature figure to represent those beliefs. It's right that an outspoken man like Sheng should be blessed by the god. Who else could believe for real that he's protected by someone who keeps an embroidery needle inside his ear, who he can transform one of his hairs into a writing brush, or who ascends via cloud somersault into the cerulean sky? In the end, Sheng's mind must have deluded him, for what he saw simply couldn't be true. Underscore. Pipa, a lute-like musical instrument. An embroidery needle. Cloud somersault, all of these talents are attributed to Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. 417 The Frog God. In the region of the Han River in Hubei, it was common to treat the frog god with the highest reverence. No one knows how many thousands of frogs there were in the frog god's temple, some of which were the size of a large chest. If the frog god was made angry by someone's actions, the offending individual's family was inevitably subjected to strange experiences. Frogs would hop onto tables and beds, and even when clambering up slippery walls, the frogs, which all looked different from each other, wouldn't fall down, with the result that the family suffered terrible misfortunes. People became so afraid that they made sacrifices in supplication until the god was sufficiently pleased and stopped the frog visitations. In Chu, there was a man named Shui Kunzheng who was young, kind-natured, and quite handsome. When he was 16 or 17 years old, an old serving woman came to his home, explaining that she'd been sent by the frog god to communicate its desire that Kunzheng marry its daughter. Shui's father, who was sincere and unaffected in personality, elegantly expressed his position that he couldn't approve of the marriage, citing Kunzheng's youth as his rationale. Even though his intention had been simply to reject the frog god's proposal, he subsequently didn't dare pursue wedding plans for Kunzheng with any other families. Han River, the longest tributary of the Yangtze River. Chu, an ancient capital that was situated in modern Hubei province. As years went by, Kunzheng gradually grew up, till he ended up being engaged to a family named Zhang. In response, the frog god announced to the head of the Zhang family, "Shui Kunzheng is my son-in-law, so how dare you interfere with what's mine?" Zhang was so terrified that he returned all of the Shui family's betrothal gifts. Kunzheng's father became worried, so he went to the frog god's temple and made offerings of food and wine, explaining that he didn't dare match his son to the god's daughter. When he finished his obeisance to the deity, he observed maggots emerging from all of his offerings, making a mess of them with their wriggling. He poured out and discarded everything, apologizing for what he'd said, and then returned home. He felt even more full of dread, but decided for the time being just to keep his ears open. One day, Kunzheng was walking along the road when he was met by a messenger with greetings from the frog god, inviting Kunzheng to come see him. Having no alternative, Kunzheng followed the man. They entered a red lacquered gate that led to a magnificent tower. There they found an old man, who must have been 70 or 80 years old, seated in a hallway. Kunzheng prostrated himself respectfully. The old man ordered servants to help his guest to his feet, then offered Kunzheng a chair next to him. Soon, a crowd of maidservants gathered to look at Kunzheng, filling the room all around him. The old man turned to them and declared, "Go inside and say that Master Shui has arrived." Several maidservants hurriedly left to deliver the message. Moments later an old woman came out, leading a young lady of 16 or 17 who was beautiful beyond compare. The old man pointed at her and announced, "This is my daughter, Shinyang, and I've expressed my sentiments that you two would make a lovely couple. Your father, however, saw fit to reject the match because we are from different species. Marriage is an important event, and your parents only control half of the decision, so the rest of it is up to you." When Kunzheng fixed his eyes on Shinyang, he fell in love with her, leaving him speechless, unable to respond. The old woman told him, "I can tell that you favor this match. If you'll please return home first, I'll accompany Shinyang to follow immediately after you." "I'll do as you say," he replied. He hurried home and told his father what had transpired. The elder Shui didn't have any particular strategy to draw upon, so he just instructed his son in what to say by way of apologetically declining, then sent him to return and refuse the proposed marriage, but Kunzheng simply would not do so. While Kunzheng's father was scolding him for disobeying, Shinyang had already arrived at the family's gate with a considerable group of servants, and proceeded to enter. She continued to the family hall. There she humbly paid her respects to her parents-in-law, who were both quite pleased upon seeing her. That night they were married, and they lived together in complete harmony. From this point forward, the frog god and frog goddess periodically dropped in to visit their household. If the deities happened to be wearing red clothing, happy events would follow, and if they were wearing white clothing, money was forthcoming, which meant that the Shui family became more prosperous each day. After the family became related to the frog god through marriage, frogs began appearing all over their household, at the gates, in the halls, on the walls and in the bathroom, and when they came in, no one there dared to revile them or kick them out. Even though he was just a headstrong young man, Kunzheng refrained from harming the frogs when he was in a good mood, but when he was in a bad mood, he'd stomp them to death, showing no concern whatsoever for them. Although Shinyang seemed modest and docile, at this provocation she proved to be irascible, growing very angry at what Kunzheng had done, but Kunzheng paid no attention to her and refused to curb his actions. When Shinyang chided him, he angrily replied, "How can you let your father and mother bring calamity down on people? I'm not afraid of frogs." Shinyang hated the word frog, and spitefully exclaimed, "Since I entered these gates, your family's farmland has increased production and your business profits have similarly grown. Now that both the old and the young in your family are warmly dressed and well fed, you're like a young owl that's finally developed enough strength to fly on its own and suddenly wants to peck out its mother's eyes." Kunzheng became even more irate and fired back, "I suspect that everything we've gained has been tainted, so I couldn't possibly consider bequeathing it to my descendants. It'd be better if you'd please just leave." Then he chased Shinyang away. By the time Kunshen's parents heard about what had happened, Shinyang was already gone. They scolded Kunzheng, telling him to run after Shinyang and bring her back. Kunzheng, however, haughtily refused to do so. As night approached, Kunzheng and his mother both fell ill, feeling so dizzy and constricted that they couldn't eat anything. His father became frightened, so he went to the frog god's temple to apologize for Kunshen's actions, claiming that his son was really very ardent in his love for Shinyang. 3 days passed, then Kunzheng and his mother began to recover from their illness. Shinyang also came back, and once again the couple lived together harmoniously as they had in the beginning. Shinyang spent her days just sitting around, without doing any of the women's work, so if any mending had to be done on Kunshen's clothes or shoes, his mother had to do it all. Annoyed one day, his mother cried, "Even though my son's married, I still have to take care of him." In other people's homes, the wife takes care of her mother-in-law, but in my household, the mother-in-law takes care of the wife. Happening to overhear this, Shinyang in a fit of pique entered the main hall and declared, "In the morning I serve your breakfast, and at night I tuck you into bed, so in what sense can you claim I'm not taking care of you? In short, no matter what I do on your behalf, I can't meet your expectations." Kunshen's mother had nothing to say to this, weeping to herself, ashamed and abashed. Kunzheng entered and upon seeing streaks of tears on his mother's face asked her what was wrong, then angrily reproved his wife. Shinyang disputed his words and refused to concede any wrongdoing. "Rather than marrying a wife who can't please my parents," he exclaimed, "it would have been better not to have one at all. Even if my offences do make the old frog god angry, the most I can suffer is some catastrophe and death." Once again, he drove Shinyang away. She also turned angry, storming out the family gates and down the road. The next day, the Shui home suffered a disaster as a fire spread to several rooms, igniting tables and beds, reducing all of them to ashes. A furious Kunzheng went to the frog god's temple where he uttered numerous curses and cried, "You raised a daughter who can't tend to her parents-in-law, who, in summary, hasn't been properly instructed by her father, and yet you turn a blind eye to her shortcomings. A god is supposed to be unbiased, yet you've taught me to live in fear of my wife. Moreover, in a family dispute, I should determine what is done regarding my wife. It should have nothing to do with my parents. If you're going to execute some kind of violence on someone, direct it at me, otherwise, I'm going to set fire to your temple, just to pay you back." Once he'd finished speaking, he carried in kindling and stacked it in the temple, like he wanted to light it on fire. When some of the locals began gathering and pleaded with him not to do it, he became even more incensed about it and finally just went home. His parents turned pale in fear when they heard about this. That night, the frog god appeared in the dreams of people in a nearby village, directing them to build a home for his son-in-law, Shui Kunzheng. The following morning, workers from that village joined together to perform the construction for Kunzheng, though he tried repeatedly to stop them from doing so. Each day, a few hundred men gathered at the site, thus it wasn't long before a brand new house appeared, entirely furnished with furniture, curtains, and utensils all ready to be used. Once the construction had been completed, Shinyang came back and entered the family's hall, where she apologized with gentle words for her shortcomings. She turned with a smile to face Kunzheng, and the whole family exchanged conflict for happiness. Thus it was that Shinyang's personality became even milder, and for a couple of years there were no unkind words exchanged. Above all other things, Shinyang loathed snakes, so Kunzheng playfully put some small snakes in a box, then teased her until she opened it up. Shinyang's happy expression changed instantly as she began berating Kunzheng. His smile then also turned to a frown as they engaged in mutual recriminations. "This time I don't have to wait for you to drive me away," declared Shinyang, "please take this as my severance of our relationship." With that, she marched right out the family's gates. Kunzhen's father was quite upset by this, so he beat Kunzheng till he agreed to make humble apology to the frog god. Fortunately, no misfortune resulted from his actions, for the frog god remained silent about what had been done. As the year went by, the regret-stricken Kunzheng couldn't stop thinking about Shinyang, so he went to pay a visit to the frog god's temple, for he missed her terribly, and at that point he hadn't heard the slightest response from her. Soon thereafter, he learned that the god had betrothed Shinyang to someone from the Yuan family, which caused him to despair, since this obliged him also to look for another spouse, but after meeting with several families, none of their daughters could measure up to Shinyang, prompting Kunzheng to think about her all the more. When he went out to learn what he could about the Yuan family, he discovered that their walls had been whitened, their courtyard all washed clean, and they were awaiting the arrival of Shinyang's sedan chair. Feeling ashamed and angry with himself since he couldn't change matters, Kunzheng stopped eating and fell ill. His parents became worried and apprehensive, but didn't know what to do about it. Suddenly one day, while Kunzheng was deep asleep, someone came to him and exclaimed, "Such a man of fortitude and courage, you kept wanting to sever your ties with me, but now you're acting like this." When he opened his eyes, he saw that the voice belonged to Shinyang. Overjoyed, he leapt up and cried, "What are you doing here? With you treating our marriage so disdainfully?" She answered him, "I had to follow my father's orders to remarry, so I left you. Indeed, I received betrothal gifts and money from the Yuan family quite some time ago, but after thinking about it over and over again, I decided I couldn't go through with it. Tonight had been selected as an auspicious time for the marriage, and my father refused to have anything to do with returning the gifts, so I had to bring them and give them back. It happened as I was walking out my family's gate, my father accompanied me, saying, 'Foolish girl! If you don't listen to me, you'll end up maltreated once again by the Shui family, so even if you die as a result, don't come back here.'" Kunzheng was so moved by Shinyang's loyalty that his tears began to fall. His servants were all happy to see her and ran to tell Kunzhen's father and mother. Upon hearing the news, his mother didn't wait for the couple to come see her, but rushed into her son's living quarters to see Shinyang, sobbing as she grabbed her daughter-in-law's hands. From this point forward, Kunzhen's loyalty to Shinyang remained constant, and he played no more cruel practical jokes on her, with the result that his love for her grew stronger than ever. Shinyang told him, "I formerly thought that you were just capricious and vacillating, and that we could never live together through old age, hence I didn't want to bring any children into the human world. now that you've shown your love for me, I'd like to have a family with you." Not long after they'd been living together as a couple again, the frog god and his wife, dressed in red robes, condescended to visit their home. By the next day, Shinyang was pregnant and proceeded to give birth to twin boys. Following this, the frog god and goddess frequently visited their home. If local residents happened to offend the frog god in some way, they always came first to beg forgiveness from Kun's Hung, then they'd send their wives, dressed in their best attire, to pay their respects to Shinyang, and if she smiled at them, everything was settled. The Shui family proceeded to produce many offspring, so people took to calling them the Shui frog family. None of the locals dared to say this to their faces, only strangers living elsewhere called them this. 418 Another frog god tale. The frog god often relied upon a particular mage to convey his words to people. The mage could observe whether the frog god was angry or pleased. When he told the god's followers that the god was happy, they knew that good fortune was coming their way. If he said the god was angry, then the followers' wives and children would sit and sigh, some of them becoming so distressed that they couldn't eat. Was this just the prevailing custom? Or was it not entirely crazy to think that the frog god truly dominated them so completely? There was a certain rich merchant named Zhou, who had a reputation for being miserly. When the local people collected money so they could perform repairs on a temple, the poor and the wealthy joined their economic resources except for Zhou, who alone was unwilling to give even the slightest contribution. After quite some time, they were no closer to being able to afford the work, and the man in charge of the project had no options to exercise. When it happened that a group of villagers gathered together to offer sacrifices to the frog god, the mage who was the god's spokesman suddenly declared, "General Zhou King has put me in charge of raising money to underscore 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 underscore." General Zhou King, a fictional character from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a renegade who reforms himself in order to serve under the command of General Guan Yu. In Chapter 77, following proof of Guan Yu's death, Zhou takes his own life. "Repair this temple, and he wants you to give me the village accounts book." The villagers did as the frog god asked. The mage then told them, "Everyone who has already contributed will not be forced to give more, but those who have not contributed yet must donate according to their capability." The people crowded there all listened respectfully and agreed to this, so each of them wrote something in the account book. The mage then examined it and declared, "Which of you is Zhou the merchant?" Zhou had been trying to hide behind others in the crowd, but he was afraid the frog god would know where he was, so when he heard these words he turned pale and stepped forward. Pointing to the account book, the mage commented, "You've put down 100 taels." Zhou reacted with sheepish embarrassment. "Yet you've paid 200 for a woman to drink with you," the mage angrily chided, "so let's see what you'll offer for something truly worthwhile." It turned out that Zhou had been secretly seeing a married woman, and when her husband caught them together, it had cost Zhou 200 taels to settle the matter. Zhou felt even more ashamed for his miserly response, so he had no alternative but to comply with the frog god and contribute more. After he returned home, he told his wife what had happened. "This mage is just trying to swindle you," she replied. The mage repeatedly made his demand, but in the end, Zhou refused to give any more. One day, while taking a nap, he suddenly heard what sounded like an ox snorting outside his door. He looked up and saw a giant frog that was just barely squeezing its body through his doorway, its gait ponderous and slow, blocking the way as it tried to enter. Once it was successfully inside, it turned its body around and proceeded to lie down, its chin on the doorway's lintel, rousing the household and frightening everyone. "This thing has surely come to demand more money," observed Zhou. He burnt incense and invoked blessings, offering immediately to give another 30 taels, then to donate more after that, but the frog didn't budge. Zhou then begged it to accept 50 taels, prompting it suddenly to withdraw a bit, and it shrank by about a chi. He proposed giving an additional 20 taels, prompting the frog to continue getting smaller until it was about half its original size. When he asked the creature to accept the entire amount all at once, it shrank to the size of a fist, then unhurriedly left his doorway, crawled through a crack in the wall and disappeared. Zhou quickly took 50 taels and personally supervised the temple's reconstruction, surprising people with his strangely sudden philanthropy, though the merchant said nothing about the motivation for his actions. Several days passed and the mage then declared, "This Zhou still owes 50 taels, so why not press him for them?" Zhou felt scared when he heard about this, so he quickly came up with another 10 taels to settle the matter quickly. One day, Zhou and his wife were eating together when the frog arrived, just as large as it had been before, its eyes bulging furiously. Soon it crawled onto Zhou's bed, causing the bed to wobble like it was going to collapse. It laid its enormous head down on the pillow and fell asleep, its stomach inflating and rising like a reclining ox's, covering the entire bed. Zhou was so intimidated by this that he gave what added up to about 100 taels. When he went to check in on the frog, however, it was still lying there, without having moved even a little. Half a day later, little frogs gradually started showing up, with more and more coming the next day till they filled the family's storehouses and were climbing all over their beds, so no place was free of them. Some of them, as big as bowls, hopped onto the stove to slurp up flies, but succeeded in spoiling the contents of the cooking pot by jumping into it, making the food cooking there inedible. After 3 days, the courtyard was crammed with their squirming bodies, so there was no way to avoid them. Underscore. Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. The entire Zhou household felt unnerved and frightened by the situation, but they didn't know what they could do about it. There was no alternative but to beg the mage for guidance. "It's clear that this is happening because you've given too little," replied the mage. Accordingly, when Zhou offered the huge frog another 20 taels, it began to raise its head. When he offered a bit more, it moved its feet. When the amount finally reached 100 taels, it stood up on all fours, hopped down from the bed and went out the door with a few lumbering bounds, but then returned and proceeded to lie down in the doorway. Zhou was so shaken that he went back to ask the mage why the frog wouldn't leave. The mage theorized that it had returned because Zhou hadn't yet contributed enough. Zhou had no choice but to hand over his remaining money to the mage, at which point the frog then started moving, and once it was several hops away, its body began immediately to shrink rapidly as it mingled with the mass of smaller frogs, until it could no longer be distinguished from them, and one after another, they all gradually began to hop away. Once the temple had been rebuilt, more money was needed in order for effigies to be erected. The mage suddenly pointed to the chief benefactors and exclaimed, "Some of you need to take out some more money." There had been 15 contributors altogether, and only 2 of them weren't included in the mage's targeting. The others all entreated the frog god, "We did as we were asked and we've already given what you compelled us to give. I didn't take from you according to whether you were poor or rich, whether you had money to spare or didn't," replied the frog god through the mage, "but determined the amount that guilt could force you to give. Thus you couldn't use this money for your own benefit because you were afraid of suffering sudden misfortune. I figured that if you donated money for the temple's reconstruction and worked diligently to see it rebuilt, I'd eliminate those worries for you. Except for those honest and upright individuals who are guilt-free, I won't let anyone off the hook. I won't even cover for the mage and his family, in fact I'll order them to pay up first, to show the way for the others." They then hurried to the mage's home, where he started searching through chests and boxes. The mage's wife asked him what he was doing, but he made no reply, emptying out everything that had been stashed away in money bags, before announcing to the crowd, "I've been secretly hoarding 8 taels in silver, but now I'm taking them all out." He then weighed them on some scales with the crowd to determine that the amount was indeed only 6 taels in silver, then directed the crowd to note how much more he owed as his share towards the temple reconstruction. The crowd was stunned by this revelation but didn't dare argue about it, so they collected his money. The mage had no memory of this matter later, but when others told him about it, he felt so greatly ashamed, that he even sold off some of his clothing to make up the other 2 taels that he owed. There were only 2 people who defaulted on the donations that they were told to make. Once the temple was completed, one of them fell sick for more than a month, while the other was afflicted by terrible boils, and the expenses that they both had to pay for doctors and medicine exceeded the money that they'd owed to the temple project, so people said that this was the god punishing them. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the frog god took charge of raising money for the temple, but wasn't he also proved just in doing so, since he successfully secured funds owed by people who wouldn't give them up under any other kind of coercion? He exposed the money that the mage and others had been hoarding, and since by forfeiting it they were able to fend off impending misfortune, illustrating the frog god's power and strength, it was actually an act of benevolence. 419 Renqiu. Ren Jianzi, from Yutei, made his living as a dealer in woolen carpets and furs. Pulling together his financial resources, he departed on a business trip to Shaanxi province. Along the road, he met a man who introduced himself as Shen Zuding, from Sichuan. They got along quite well as they conversed, and behaved towards each other like brothers, deciding that they should travel together. When they arrived in Shaanxi, Ren fell seriously ill, but Shen was happy to watch over him. After 10 days, however, Ren's condition became much worse. He told Shen, "My family owns no property, and I have 8 people to clothe and feed, so all of them depend upon me to keep them from starving. Now it's my misfortune to die in a place far from my home. You've been a brother to me, and I'm 2,000 li from home, so who else have I got? I have more than 200 taels in my money bag, so please take half of them to have a modest coffin prepared for me and to help you with your travel expenses, send the other half to my wife, so she can pay to transport my coffin and I can return home. If you're willing to carry my remains personally to my village, then you can keep all of the money for yourself." Then as Shen held him up, Ren Jianzi signed his money over to his friend, and later that night, he died. Shen took 5 or 6 taels, went to the marketplace for a cheap, flimsy coffin, then took it back and put Ren inside. The keeper of the inn where they'd been staying urged Shen to remove the coffin from his premises, so Shen claimed he'd go locate a temple, but then he simply ran off without paying his tab or returning for the coffin there. Underscore. Yutei, a county in Shandong province. Sichuan, a county in Jiangsu province. Li, distance equal to 1/3 mile. It was a year later before Ren's family was informed of his death. His son, Renqiu, who was 17 at the time, was being tutored, but abruptly abandoned his studies because he wanted to find and retrieve his father's coffin. His mother worried that he was too young for such a task, but Qiu began weeping piteously, so they mortgaged some of the family's belongings to raise some money for the journey and for an elderly servant to accompany him, and the 2 of them returned with the coffin 6 months later. By the time they'd buried Ren Jianzi, the family found itself absolutely destitute. Fortunately, Qiu was intelligent, and once he'd completed his period of mourning, he succeeded in the local civil service examination and received an appointment in Yutei. Yet he was also rather frivolous and enjoyed the thrill of gambling, and though his mother warned him quite sternly, he didn't change his ways. One day, a provincial education commissioner arrived with his records to administer the annual examination, but Renqiu performed so poorly that he was demoted. His mother wept in anger and wouldn't eat. Qiu felt so ashamed and frightened that he reassured her he would do better. For the following year, he shut the doors to his room, living on a scholar's grant from the government, and studied until he was able to re-establish his first-class ranking. His mother advised him to set up a school, but people assumed that he hadn't changed his ways, so no one sent him any students. Qiu had a certain Uncle Zhang who was conducting business in the capital and advised Qiu to join him there, offering to cover all his expenses so he wouldn't have to spend any of his own money. Qiu was happy to comply, and travelled to the capital. They left to pursue Zhang's business ventures, and the boat in which they'd been travelling moored just outside Linking. At the time, a great number of boats conveying salt were anchoring there, their masts standing like a virtual forest. After they'd gone to bed, Qiu could hear both the lapping waves and the sound of men talking, creating enough noise that he couldn't sleep. Then, after things finally had calmed down a bit, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of dice being tossed in the neighboring boat, music to his ears which dominated his thoughts till, in spite of himself, the old desire to gamble returned. He furtively listened to the other travelers on his boat, and as soon as they were all sleeping soundly, he took his money bag, which held 1,000 copper coins, intending to climb over to another boat and gamble. He got up stealthily, untied his bag, and clutched the money inside, but then hesitated, uncertain, thinking back to his mother's instructions, and finally returned the money to his bag and tied it up. After he went back to bed, his thoughts were so agitated that he couldn't get to sleep. Thus he got up once again, opening his bag as he did before. In all, he did this 3 times. Finally, his desire to gamble got the best of him and he was unable to restrain himself, so he took his money and left. When he climbed over into a neighboring boat, he saw 2 men who were indeed gambling with significant stakes to wager. He put his money down on the deck and asked to join in the game. The 2 men were only too pleased to let him toss the dice with them. Xiu, however, began winning big. When one of the other men's stake ran out, he took out a large denomination of money so the boat's owner could give him small change for further gambling, and the gamblers raised the betting limit to 10 strings of coins. They were merrily gaming once again when another man climbed aboard the boat, standing back and watching them for a long time before proceeding to open his money bag and take out 100 taels, which he gave the boat's owner in order to get change, and then the 4 began gambling together. Underscore. Linking, a county in Shandong province. Xiu's uncle Zhang woke up at about midnight and discovered that Xiu wasn't on board, so when he heard the sound of dice being tossed, he realized where Xiu had gone and crossed over to the neighboring boat because he wanted to put a halt to Xiu's gaming. Once he arrived there, he found that Xiu had accumulated a virtual mountain of money where he was sitting, so he didn't say anything to him, instead picking up a few thousand coins and carrying them back to the other boat. He called for the other passengers on board to wake up and help him transport Xiu's winnings, which came to about 10,000 coppers altogether. Before long, Xiu had won all the copper coins from the other 3 gamblers, emptying their boat of them. The other 3 then wanted to start gambling with silver, but Xiu wanted to stop while he was ahead, arguing that he wouldn't take a chance on gambling with anything but coins. His uncle Zhang was at his side and did his best to urge him to go back to the other boat. The 3 gamblers were very irritated about having lost. For a price, the boat owner offered to help them get back to tossing the dice by changing money with other boats, keeping 100 coins from each 1,000 for himself. The gamblers gave him their money, making it possible for them to set the wagers even higher. Before long, the trio once again had lost all their money to Xiu. Dawn was already filling the sky when they were told that the waterway to Linking was open, so Xiu and Zhang picked up the money Xiu had won and returned to their boat. The 3 gamblers also left then. When the boat owner examined the 200 silver taels he'd been given by the trio, he discovered that they'd turned entirely to ashes from the kind of paper tinsel that's burned as offerings for the dead. Terrified, he looked for Xiu's boat and told him what had happened, hoping that Xiu would compensate him for his loss. The boat owner asked him his name and hometown, and upon learning that he was the son of Ren Jianzi, the man shrank back, perspiring with shame, and hastily retreated. It came to pass that when they inquired about the man among other boat owners, they subsequently learned that his name was Shen Zuding. Xiu had heard this name upon first arriving in Shangzi, thus it seemed that ghosts had come to punish Shen by taking back from him the money he'd once taken from Xiu's father, which is why Xiu and Zhang didn't bother chasing him down for his former transgression. Xiu took the money to open a business in the north with his uncle, and by the end of the year, he'd made back his investment several times over. Then he took his share of the profits and secured himself a place as a student in the Imperial Academy. He continued to build upon the capital from his business venture till in 10 years' time, he'd become the wealthiest person in the region. 420 Wangxia. The 5th day of the 5th lunar month is the date on which dragon boat races are held in the states of Wu and Yu. Trees are cut, trimmed and carved into the shapes of dragons, then armored scales are painted on while gold and green decorations are added, the tops of them feature grooved roof ridges and scarlet railings, their sails and banners are all embroidered brocade. The boat's sterns end in dragon tails that stand a jong in height, to which wooden planks, tied with cloth, hang down the sides so boys can sit on them, flip themselves upside down, and perform all kinds of ingenious acrobatics. They constantly risk falling into the river waters below. That's why the boys are first purchased for a sizable fee from their parents, then taught the tricks they'll perform, so if the boys happen to fall into the water and drown, the parents can't complain. In Wumen, the boats are similar except for the fact that beautiful women are also transported in them. There was a boy named Zhang Aduan in Wumen's Zhenjiang district, who at the age of 7, nimble and clever, was without peer for his athletic agility, and whose reputation just kept spreading, so he was still performing by the time he turned 16. Underscore. Wu and Yu, this region would include portions of modern Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Jiang, a length equal to 3.33 meters. Wumen, the modern city of Suzhou, in Jiangsu province. One day when he was passing beneath Jinshan, he fell into the water and drowned. Since his mother had only this one son, she wept inconsolably. Aduan was unaware that he had died, but there were 2 men who led him away till they came to a whole new world there underwater. As he turned to look around him, he observed torrents of water rushing down on all sides, as though from towering mountain peaks. Presently they entered a palace, and Aduan spotted a helmeted man sitting there. The 2 men told him, "This is the sovereign of the dragon lair." That being the case, he prostrated himself before the man. The sovereign quickly had his visitor stand up, declaring, "Aduan's acrobatic skills have qualified him for the Willow Branch Ensemble." Then the men led him to a vast hall that was enclosed on all sides. As they quickly proceeded to its eastern corridor, a group of young men, 13 or 14 years old, came out to greet him courteously. An old woman arrived then, and the group of young men all called her Granny Xiat. She took a seat and directed Aduan to give a demonstration of his skills. When he was finished, she taught him a dance called Thunder over Qian Tang, and another to a piece of music called The Soft Breezes of Dongting. But the music of drums and zheng was so clamorous that their sounds were the only things that could be heard from the surrounding courtyard. Afterwards, all of the courtyards grew still once again. Jinshan, literally Gold Mountain, located at the modern city of Zhenjiang, in Jiangsu province, northwest of the Yangtze River. Zheng, an elongated, bell-like instrument often employed to encourage marching soldiers. Qian Tang, a river that originates along the borders of Anhui and Jiangxi provinces, and which empties into the East China Sea. Dongting, a large lake located in northeast Hunan province. It is particularly relevant here as the original site of dragon boat racing. Granny Xia was afraid that Aduan might not have been able to pick up all the dance steps that were involved, so she started carefully going over the moves for each note, but Aduan had already learned everything with just a single time through the dances. "With this boy we'll be the equals of Wangxia!" Granny Xia exclaimed gleefully. The following day, the sovereign of the dragon lair came to inspect each of the performance ensembles, so they all assembled accordingly. The sovereign first inspected the yaksha ensemble. They were dressed in demonic masks and fish costumes. They were accompanied by an enormous zheng that must have been about 4 chi in circumference. It would have taken 4 men to reach around their drum, which made sounds like giant thunderclaps, and they began shouting noisily along with it, the combined sound drowning out everything else. They got up and started dancing, stirring up massive, tempestuous waves that surged up into the sky, causing bits of burning stars to fall to earth which went out once they hit the ground. The dragon lair sovereign had them stop all of a sudden, then ordered the Oriole hatchlings ensemble to approach. All of their members were 16 and quite pretty, and soon after they began playing delicate notes on the sheng. A cool breeze began blowing gently and hushed the roar of the waves. the waters gradually calming till it was like the entire world was a brightly shining field of crystal. When the ensemble had finished playing, all of its members withdrew and stood beneath the palace stairs on the west side. The swallow ensemble performed next. It was composed of girls who were still children, though a young woman, about 14 or 15 years old, came forward, swirling her sleeves while gesturing with her head, performing a dance that represented the strewing of flowers. As her sleeves fluttered about her and soared over her head, multicolored flowers emerged from every portion of her clothing and floated on the breeze as they drifted gently to the ground, filling the courtyard. Once the dance was concluded, she followed her ensemble to the west side of the palace stairs. __________________________________________________________ Yaksha, nature spirits or demons. The yakshas in Buddhism are large-bellied dwarves, guardians of treasures and secrets. Bonifoi 124, largely benevolent, though inclined to mischief. Qi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Sheng, a reed pipe-style wind instrument. Aduan watched her from the corner of his eye, already keenly in love with her. When he asked one of the ensemble girls about her, he learned that her name was Wangxia. Before long, the Willow Branch ensemble was summoned again. The Dragon Lair sovereign wished to hold a special audition for Aduan. The young man performed the dances he'd just learned, portraying every emotional accent in them, his fluid motions perfectly synchronized with the music. The Dragon Lair sovereign praised Aduan for his intellect in memorizing the dance moves, then rewarded him with a multicolored uniform and a golden comb made from fish whiskers and inlaid with pearls that were luminous even in the dark. After accepting the gifts with humble thanks, Aduan hurried over to the west side of the palace stairs, where each of the ensembles had assembled their squads. From a distance, he stared at Wangxia through the crowd, while she in turn stared back at him. Moments later, he backed away from the ensembles and moved to the north side of the stairs, while Wangxia gradually stepped away from the ensembles toward the south side. They were only a few steps apart from each other, but they didn't dare disobey the strict rules of the ensembles, so they had to settle for letting their souls converse through their eyes. After this, the Vanessa Butterly ensemble was called to perform. Young boys and girls of the same height and age danced in pairs, dressed in gold and silver, so they all looked alike. Once all of the ensembles had been inspected, they filed out, one after the other. The Willow Branch ensemble was following the Swallow ensemble, so Aduan hurried to the front of his group while Wangxia deliberately slowed her pace till she was at the rear of her group. When she turned her head around to look at Aduan and her coral hairpin fell out, he quickly snatched it up and stuck it inside his sleeve. Upon his return, Aduan's thoughts were so fixated on Wangxia that he made himself sick, unable to sleep or eat. Granny Xia kept bringing him delicacies 3 or 4 times a day, eagerly trying to comfort him, but he didn't get any better at all. She grew worried since she didn't have an answer to the problem, fretting, "The king of the Wu River's birthday is coming up soon, so what are we going to do?" At dusk, a boy arrived and sat down on Aduan's bed to talk to him, explaining that he served in the Vanessa Butterfly ensemble. He quite leisurely inquired, "Does your illness have anything to do with Wangxia?" "How did you know?" asked the startled Aduan. The boy smiled and replied, "Wangxia's condition is just like yours." Aduan sat up quickly, saddened to hear this, begging to know what he could do. "Can you walk?" asked the boy. "If I force myself," Aduan told him, "I can do it." The boy helped him out, opening a door on the south side. They turned west, then went through a pair of doors. Through them, they observed several dozen mu of lotus flowers, but they were growing on dry land. Their leaves were as large as table mats, while their flowers were the size of parasols, and the ground around their stems was covered with fallen petals a chi deep. The boy led Aduan into the flowers and told him, "You should have a seat." Then he left. In a little while, a beautiful young woman came through there, pushing aside the flowers, and it turned out to be Wangxia. The two of them were so surprised and pleased to see each other that they quickly confessed their mutual love before exchanging descriptions of their backgrounds. underscore 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 underscore. Wu River, this southern tributary of the Yangtze River flows throughout Guizhou Province. Mu, a measure equal to 1/6 acre. Afterwards they used stones to weigh down the edges of the lotus leaves, so they could bend them up to create a sheltered spot there. Next they spread lotus petals over the area for comfort, and joyously proceeded to make love. Afterwards, they arranged to meet each day at sunset, then went their separate ways. By the time Aduan returned to the Willow Branch Ensemble, he was completely recovered from his illness. Henceforth, the two met each day for their assignation in the lotus fields. Several days passed, then the performing ensembles accompanied the Dragon Lair sovereign to the birthday celebration for the king of the Wu River. Once the birthday celebration was concluded, all of the performers returned home with the exception of Wangxia, who was detained along with a member of the Oriole Hatchlings ensemble, to serve as dance instructors in the palace. A few months went by without any news from Wangxia, and Aduan was tormented by desire for her. His only relief came from Granny Xia's daily traveling back and forth to the Wu River Palace. Aduan claimed that Wangxia was a stepsister with whom he shared the same mother, so he begged to join her, hoping that he might see Wangxia. He waited near the palace gates for several days, but due to the palace's strict prohibitions regarding behavior, Wangxia was never allowed to go outside, so he finally had to go back, terribly disappointed. Months elapsed, and he began to feel so miserable that he just wanted to end it all. One day, a distressed Granny Xia suddenly came in, mournfully informing him, "Oh my dear! Wangxia has thrown herself into the river." Horrified, Aduan couldn't stop his tears from falling. He tore up his hat and ripped his clothing apart, stashed the gold and pearl comb in his sleeve, then left, intending to join his beloved in death. However, he discovered the river's waters forming a kind of wall against him, and though he bashed mightily at it with his head, he couldn't get through to enter the river. He mulled over the possibility of going back, but was afraid that he'd be asked about the damage to his hat and clothing and would face some heavy punishment. He found himself in such dire straits that worried sweat soaked him down to his very heels. Suddenly, as he was looking at the wall of water, he noticed a large tree standing near it, so he clambered up it like a monkey until he reached its very top. With a vigorous effort he leapt over the watery wall, and as luck would have it, he didn't get wet at all, but found himself floating above the river. Unexpectedly, he found himself gazing all of a sudden at the mortal world, so he buoyantly swam towards it. In moments, he arrived at the shore, and as he sat there briefly on the bank of the river, his thoughts turned to his aging mother, so he proceeded to make contact with a boat and left for home. When he arrived at his village and looked around at all the houses there, it seemed to him as though they were from another world. Upon reaching his own home, he suddenly heard a woman say through the window, "Your son has come." The voice speaking these words sounded very much like Wangxia's. Presently, when his mother came out to see him, she was joined indeed by Wangxia. The joy felt by Aduan and Wangxia at their reunion far exceeded their sorrow over having been separated, but Aduan's mother felt extremes of sorrow, disbelief, astonishment, and joy all at once. Back when Wangxia had been at the Wu River, she began to feel a stirring in her stomach, and because the rules of behavior at the Dragon Lair Sovereign's palace were so strict, she was constantly afraid that if she gave birth to a baby sometime later, she would be whipped as punishment. Then, since she was also unable to see Aduan, she decided it would be best just to die, so she flung herself into the river. Her body, however, rose up and began floating, bobbing along in the waves, until a passing boat rescued her, and its passengers asked her where she lived. Before finding herself a part of the Dragon Lair Sovereign's court, Wangxia had formerly been a prostitute who had drowned and whose corpse had never been found. She thought to herself that she couldn't possibly go back to her former life, so she replied, "In Zhenjiang, with my husband Jiang's family." The people on board jointly hired her a small boat, and then accompanied her home. Aduan's mother at first thought that the girl must be thinking of some other family, but Wangxia assured her that there was no mistake, subsequently relating everything that had happened to Aduan. His mother pondered the girl's bearing and mellifluous voice, and found herself already quite fond of her, but then she considered her youth, and feared that she couldn't possibly last long as a widow. But Wangzia was so devoted in her filial care of her mother-in-law that when she saw the impoverished condition of the Zhang home, she took off some of her jewelry and sold it for nearly 100 strings of cash. Upon scrutinizing her motive for doing so, Aduan's mother concluded that she was acting entirely out of goodwill. Yet she no longer had a son, and she feared that very soon Wangzia's pregnancy would begin to show, causing relatives and fellow villagers to think that the girl had been unfaithful to Aduan, and conclude that she was someone else's woman. Wangzia declared, "As long as you know that he's truly your grandson, mother, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks." The old woman found this reassuring. Thus when Aduan appeared, Wangzia was so overjoyed that she couldn't contain herself. His mother began to doubt that he had ever really died. She secretly opened his grave, but found a skeleton there, perfectly preserved. Accordingly, she asked him about it. This prompted an epiphany in Aduan, as he realized what it meant, but he was afraid that Wangzia would reject him because he was no longer human, so he urged his mother not to say anything to her about it. She agreed to do as he requested. Thus she told her neighbors that the body recovered from the water hadn't really been her son's, though she still worried privately that her son might not be able to produce a human child. Before long, however, Wangzia gave birth to a son, and to the touch he actually felt just the same as every other boy, so Aduan's mother began to relax. As time passed, Wangzia gradually began to sense that Aduan was no longer mortal, and finally exclaimed, "Why didn't you say something earlier? It's common, upon becoming a ghost or upon entering the Dragon Lair Sovereign's palace, for one's spirit to remain strong and complete for 49 days, just like the spirit of a living person. If we'd been able to obtain some dragon horn glue in the palace, we could have applied it to your bones and joints, so your skin and muscles would have grown back. What a pity that we didn't buy some earlier." Aduan decided to sell his pearl-inlaid comb, and there was a merchant who offered him 1 million for it, so the Zhang family henceforth was extremely wealthy. On the occasion of his mother's birthday, Aduan and Wangzia sang and danced, then toasted her with wine, and rumors of the couple's talents found their way to the prince's residence. The prince wanted to seize Wangzia for himself. Aduan was frightened, so he went to see the prince and personally informed him, "My wife and I are both ghosts." When the prince had him examined and it was discovered that his body cast no shadow, they believed him and no action was taken to seize Wangzia. However, the prince assigned some of his palace maids to learn the arts practiced by Wangzia in one of his palace's side courtyards. Wangzia would only agree to see him if she had first fouled her face with turtle urine. _______________________ A million, presumably, 1,000 strings of cash, each consisting of 1,000 copper coins. She taught there for 3 months, and since none of her students had been able to approach her level of skill by the end of that period, she simply left. 421 by Kai Yulian. In Hubei, there was a scholar named Mu Changong, the son of merchant Mu Xiaohuan. Changong was very intelligent and loved to read. When he turned 16, his father felt that having his son engage in literary studies to prepare for the civil service examinations was impractical, so he had Changong travel with him to the south, to learn to become a merchant and follow in his father's footsteps. Whenever the young man found himself traveling by boat with nothing to do, he would entertain himself by reciting poetry. Once they arrived at Wuchang, his father arranged for them to lodge at an inn where they could safeguard the profits they'd earned. Changong took advantages of the times when his father went out to grab his books and began reciting poetry, his voice ringing the syllables crisply. Whenever he looked out the window, he always saw the flicker of a shadow, like there was someone eavesdropping on him, but he also didn't think this anything strange. One night, his father went out to have a few drinks, but after quite some time still hadn't returned, so Changong began reciting with even greater diligence. There was someone pacing back and forth outside his window, as the brightly shining moon revealed quite clearly. This did seem odd, so he quickly ran out to see who was spying on him and discovered a pretty young woman, about 15 or 16, leaning against the wall. When she saw Chen Gong coming, she hurriedly ran off. Underscore 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 underscore. Wuchang, located in Hebei province. Then, 2 or 3 days later, when he and his father had returned from having conveyed some cargo to the north, they moored their boat at dusk by the lakeside. After his father happened to go out, an old woman boarded their boat and exclaimed to Chen Gong, "You've murdered my daughter." Startled, Mu Chen Gong asked her what she was talking about, and she replied, "My surname is Bai. My daughter, Kai Yulian, is quite skilled at writing." She heard the words you recited at Wuchang clearly, so now she can't stop thinking about you and she refuses to sleep or eat. She wants to marry you, and you mustn't refuse her. Her description honestly persuaded Chen Gong to fall in love with Kai Yulian, but he thought that agreeing to marriage might anger his father, so he forthrightly explained his hesitation to her. The old lady, however, didn't really believe him and tried to convince him to swear that he'd marry Kai Yulian. Chen Gong, however, felt that he couldn't do this. So, the old lady replied angrily, "In the real world someone can initiate a marriage proposal for a woman but still be refused. Now that I've tried to secure Kai Yulian a husband without summoning a matchmaker, if you can't see your way to making her your wife, how will I bear the shame? Please don't go back to the north." Then she left. A little while later, when his father returned, Chen Gong quietly told him about what had transpired, secretly hoping that Mu Xiaohuan would accept the proposal. But his father laughed off the idea, rationalizing that they'd already arranged to travel far away, derisively dismissing the notion that some girl had become sexually attracted to his son. At the place where their boat was moored, the water was deeper than the length of an oar. That night, all of a sudden, the bow of the boat got caught on some rocks, immobilizing it, so it couldn't move. It was always the case every year that some traders tied up their boats at the sandbank in the middle of the river until high waters arrived the following season, guaranteeing that their goods would be worth 100 times as much thanks to the delay, which is why Changong's father wasn't concerned that there was anything strange going on. Then his father began to calculate that it would be costly for them to travel back home with their goods and afterwards return from the south the following year, hence he told Chen Gong to stay there while he returned home. Chen Gong was secretly overjoyed, but he was also sorry that he hadn't asked the old woman where she and her daughter lived. That day, after sundown, the old woman arrived with a maidservant, helping her support a young lady, and once they'd loosened her clothing as they laid her on a bed, the old woman turned to Chen Gong and declared, "When you make someone this ill, don't expect to have nothing to do with it, because it won't do any good." Then she simply disappeared. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong was frightened. He moved a candle closer to the bed so he could examine Kai Yulian, finding her still beautiful in her weakened state, her eyes as bright and clear as ever. When he gently asked her how she was doing, she gaily managed a little smile. Mu Chen Gong urged her to reassure him that she was going to be all right. "I'm shy before the gentleman who makes me feel so lovesick," she replied, "so you can recite a poem for me." This made Chen Gong feel so crazed with joy that he wanted to sweep her into his arms, but he was cautious, given her fragile condition. Thus he began to caress her breasts as they joined their lips. Without thinking, in the midst of their pleasure, Kai Yulian teased, "If you recite Wang Jian's your silk garment amongst the leaves 3 times, I'll recover from my illness." Underscore 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 underscore. I'm shy before the gentleman. Kai Yulian is alluding to the famous love story by Tang Dynasty author Yuan Zhen, 779–831, the story of Ying Ying Chuan. Wang Jian, Wang, c. 767–830, was a Tang Dynasty, 618–907, poet. Chen Gong then did precisely that. Just as he'd finished reciting the poem for the second time, Kai Yulian picked up her robe and got up out of bed, declaring, "I'm all better." As he continued to recite the poem again, the lovely Kai Yulian trembled with happiness. Feeling even more love-struck, Chen Gong blew out the candle and they retired to bed together. Kai Yulian rose before the dawn, informing Chen Gong, "My mother's on her way here now." In a short while, an older woman did indeed arrive, and when she saw her daughter sitting there glowing with happiness, she couldn't help but feel greatly relieved. When she motioned for her daughter to leave with her, Kai Yulian lowered her head and didn't say a word, so her mother approached her before leaving, to remark, "You're pleased to stay and play with your gentleman, just remember that it's your decision." Following her mother's departure, Chen Gong started to ask more about Kai Yulian and where she'd been living. "You and I are just friends, coming together briefly," she replied, "and we're certainly not married, so there's no need to learn anything about my family." Yet the two loved each other and fervently vowed that their mutual devotion would remain unwavering. One night, when Kai Yulian got out of bed while it was still very early in the morning, turned up the wick on the lamp, opened a book, and began to weep in sadness, Chen Gong quickly stirred and asked her what was wrong. "Your papa's on his way here," Kai Yulian explained. "Thus I decided to consult a book on our future, and when I opened it up, it turned to Li Yi's Southern Song, a poem with a very inauspicious theme. Underscore 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 underscore. Li Yi's Southern Song, Li Yi, c. 748 to 827, was identified as one of the 10 distinguished writers of the era 766 to 79, Chan 176. The female narrator of his quatrain, Southern Song, laments that if she'd realized that her merchant husband would return so infrequently from his travels, she'd have married a man whose presence could be counted on. Chen Gong tried to comfort her by saying, "The line, 'married to a merchant on the shore,' has already proven to be very lucky for us, so how can it not be auspicious?" This then cheered Kai Yulian up a bit, so she stood up to take her leave, telling him, "I have to say goodbye for just a little while, otherwise when it's daytime 1,000 people soon will point and stare at us in envy." Chen Gong grasped her arm, choking with sobs, and asked, "If we were approved to marry, how would I let you know?" "I often send servants out to see what you're doing," she replied, "so I'll definitely know whether your father has agreed to our marriage." Chen Gong prepared to disembark from their boat to see her off, but she insisted that he stay on board and then departed. Before long, Chen Gong's father arrived for real. Chen Gong gradually disclosed his intentions to him. Mu Xiaohuan suspected that his son was referring to some prostitute, so he angrily scolded him. He carefully examined the valuable items aboard the boat to ensure that nothing had been lost, then finished reprimanding him. One night when his father didn't happen to be on board the boat, Kai Yulian suddenly appeared, and having come together, they were reluctant to part, but they didn't know what to do about it. "We have to accept our fate," said Kai Yulian, "but to consider the present, since you'll be staying a couple more months, let's plan what to do after that." Just before parting, they decided they would use verse recitations to signal their subsequent rendezvous. Henceforward, whenever Mu Xiaohuan went out, Chen Gong would begin reciting in his tenor voice, and Kai Yulian would consequently show up. April passed, and as commodity prices started falling, none of the merchants had a contingency plan, so they collected money and offered it, along with their prayers, at the temple of the lake god. Then, following the Dragon Boat Festival, a mighty rain came and all of the boats on the lake started to move off. Upon returning home, Chen Gong was so distracted by thoughts of Kai Yulian that he succumbed to illness. This was such a cause of concern that his family had a shaman brought in to treat him. Chen Gong privately told his mother, "This sickness isn't something medicine or prayers can help, only Kai Yulian's presence can do that." At first, his father was angered by Chen Gong's condition, but when enough time had elapsed, and his son's malady took a turn for the worse, Mu Xiaohuan became so worried that he hired a carriage to transport his son back to their boat, and once aboard, they returned to Hebei, where they anchored at their previous site. Chen Gong's father made inquiries among the locals, but no one knew anything about Kai Yulian's mother. In a little while, the old woman appeared at the lakeside, grasping what appeared to be a rudder, admitting that she was Kai Yulian's mother. When Chang'ong's father climbed aboard their boat, he discovered Kai Yulian there, and though he secretly took great comfort from this, he still asked her about her background, learning only that her family were living on the water. He then told her earnestly about Chang'ong's illness, hoping that since she'd boarded the boat, she'd be able to relieve his son's protracted suffering. However, the old lady insisted that without a formal marriage agreement, she couldn't allow Kai Yulian to be there. At that, Kai Yulian half turned her face towards them, eavesdropping soberly. Once she heard what the two were saying to each other, tears began to stream from the corners of her eyes. Thus when the old woman saw Kai Yulian's face, and considered the father's sincere pleas, she agreed to allow Kai Yulian to see Chang'ong. When night fell and Mu Xiaohuan left the boat, Kai Yulian appeared at Chang'ong's bedside, weeping as she told him, "What happened to me the other year now happens to you. Otherwise you wouldn't know what such an experience feels like. But we can't let you remain feeble like this. I'm eager to cure you as soon as possible. I'd also like to recite a bit of a poem for you." Chang'ong was happy for her to do so. _______________________ Dragon Boat Festival, held on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month to ward off evil during the Dragon Month, when disease is most rampant and threatening, Palmer 198. Kai Yulian then recited the Wangjian poem that he'd previously recited for her. "This poem comes from the heart," he said, "for how else can it cure both of us? When I hear your voice, my body and spirit already feel restored. Try to recite." The willow branches stretched toward the west. Kai Yulian then did exactly as he asked. "What a comfort," he commended her. "You previously referred to a poem known as Plucking Lotus Seeds, and recited, 'The fragrant lotuses covered a dozen ponds.' If you feel it's not a completely absurd request, I'd like to trouble you for a more complete rendition of that piece for my amusement." Kai Yulian then complied with this request, too. Just as she concluded, Chang'ong leapt up and cried, "How could I ever have felt unwell?" At that, they joyfully embraced and made love, as though Chang'ong's lingering illness had never occurred. Afterwards, he asked her, "What happened when my father spoke with your mother? Did they come to some kind of agreement?" Kai Yulian was already aware of the change in Mu Xiaohuan's attitude, but she simply replied, "Not yet." She left soon afterwards, followed by the arrival of Chang'ong's father, who was so overjoyed to see his son up and about that he freely offered his comfort and encouragement. Accordingly, he declared, "That girl's quite beautiful. But she's been making a living with her mother since she entered her teens, and though it doesn't matter that what they do is small or humble, she can't still be pure." Chang'ong refused to listen to him. Later on, after his father went out and Kai Yulian came back, Chang'ong told her what Mu Xiaohuan had said. "From everything I've observed," she replied, "I've learned this: in the world, the hastier you are, the further from your goal you'll end up. The more eagerly you try to persuade somebody, the more adamantly he refuses you. We should let him change his mind by himself and propose the matter to us. _________________________________________________________________________ The Willow Branches. The West, verse written by Lu Fangping, a Tang Dynasty, 618–907 CE, poet. Chang'ong asked her what she suggested they should do, so she explained, "Ordinarily, merchants are devoted to obtaining profits. I happen to have some skill at anticipating commodity prices. When I see some cargo in a boat, I know if it won't be selling well. You can tell your father for me, if he stockpiles these goods, their eventual sale will triple his profits, other goods might fetch 10 times as much. When my words turn out later to be true, then I shall become a respected daughter-in-law in your family. By the time we come back here, you'll be 18, I'll be 17, and we'll have many happy days ahead, so what is there to worry about?" Chang'ong told his father about the value that Kai Yulian said the goods would have. Mu Xiaohuan really didn't believe the plan would work, so he only took half of their profits to invest as Kai Yulian had advised.
After returning home, he went to check their commodities inventory, and found that their own investments had lost quite a bit of value. Fortunately, he'd followed Kai Yulian's advice at least a little and earned significant profit from that, which quite offset their losses. Thereafter, he deferred to Kai Yulian like she was a goddess. Chan Gong became even more adulatory, claiming that Kai Yulian would make their family wealthy. His father consequently collected up their trading capital and they headed south. Once they'd arrived at the lake, several days passed and they didn't see Kai Yulian's mother. Several more passed, till they finally spotted her boat moored to a willow tree, so Mu Xiaohuan offered her the marriage gift from his family, but she refused it. Nevertheless, the old lady sent her daughter over to Changong's boat. Mu Xiaohuan consequently hired another boat so they could proceed with the wedding plans. Kai Yulian then had Mu Xiaohuan travel even further south to purchase the goods she'd listed in an account book. Kai Yulian's mother meanwhile invited her son-in-law to come live with her on her boat. Mu Xiaohuan returned 3 months later. The goods that had been taken to Hunan had already tripled in value. Just as they were about to return home, Kai Yulian asked if they could take some lake water with them. After they returned home, at every meal she added some lake water to their food, eating it like soy sauce. Henceforth, whenever they traveled south on business, they were careful to bring her several jars of this water. 3 or 4 years passed, and Kai Yulian gave birth to a son. One day, she began sobbing that she needed to go home. Mu Xiaohuan and Chan Gong together took her back to southern Hebei. When they arrived at the lake, they didn't know where the old lady was. Kai Yulian tied up the boat and called for her mother, becoming alarmed and looking pale. She urged Chan Gong to ask around the lakeside for any news of her. As he was doing so, he discovered a fisherman who'd caught a large fish that turned out to be a freshwater dolphin. When Chan Gong looked closely at it, it proved to be really huge, the size of a person, complete with human breasts and genitals. This seemed very strange to him, so he went back and told Kai Yulian. Horrified, she told him that she'd always been committed to the freeing of captive animals, so she urged him to buy the creature's release. When Chan Gong returned to the fisherman pay for this liberation, he found that the man had raised the price very high. When I was at your home, Kai Yulian said, I helped to make you an enormous fortune, a sum of money that you're too stingy to use. I'll just throw myself in the lake and drown. Chan Gong was startled, but didn't dare mention Kai Yulian's response to his father, so instead he just stole the taels he needed to purchase the creature's release. Returning after doing so, he didn't see Kai Yulian anywhere and searched unsuccessfully for her, until almost 2 hours later, she finally appeared. Where've you been? He asked her. I happen to have been with my mother, Kai Yulian replied. And where was that? Inquired Chan Gong. Kai Yulian blushed as she explained, I mustn't be untruthful with you now, the creature you paid to release was none other than my mother. We were living in the underwater court of the Dragon Lord, who put us in charge of entertaining visitors to Hebei. Someone coming to the palace wanted to select entertainers and heard by rumor that we were highly recommended, so an edict was issued to my mother that I was wanted. My mother then reported honestly that I was elsewhere. The Dragon Lord refused to accept this and hence exiled my mother to the lake's south shore, where she became so hungry that she wanted to die, which is how she came to suffer the misfortune of being caught on the fishing line. Even though she's escaped that calamity now, her punishment isn't over yet. Since you love me, I begged you to act on her behalf, praying to a particular deist immortal that she'd be exempt from retribution. If you regard us as alien creatures, I'll leave our son to you alone. I'll go to the Dragon Palace, where everything must be 100 times better than in your home. Chan Gong, quite shaken, wondered whether he'd even be allowed to glimpse a deist immortal. Tomorrow afternoon around 1 o'clock, she told him, the deist immortal will arrive. When you see a crippled deist, pay your respects to him, and follow him when he enters the water. The Dragon Lord is partial to men of letters, so he'll surely be open to your request to see me. Then she took out what looked like a fish belly and held it out to him, remarking,
when the deist asks what you want, take this out, and ask him to write the character for exempt on it. Chan Gong responded that he would wait there as she'd advised. Consequently, when a deist priest happened to arrive, limping, Mu Chan Gong did obeisance to him. The deist quickly walked away, with Chan Gong following after him. Then taking a stick and striking the water with it, the deist leapt onto the stick. Chan Gong followed him, also leaping onto it, only it wasn't a stick any longer, it was a boat. Accordingly, he repeated his obeisance to the deist. The priest asked him, "What is it you wish?" Chan Gong took out the apparent fish belly and asked for the character to be written on it. The deist spread out the belly like flesh, examined it, and declared, "This came from the fin of a freshwater dolphin, so where did you encounter it?" Chan Gong didn't dare try to hide the truth, so he spelled out everything in detail, from beginning to end. The deist laughed and said, "This is so uniquely elegant, how can the old dragon possibly resist it?" He took out a brush and painted the character meaning exempt on it, like he was writing a magical talisman, then returned with it to the boat and commanded it to take him below. Chan Gong watched him step onto the stick and begin floating away, then an instant later, he vanished. When Chan Gong returned home by boat, Cai Yulian was overjoyed, but she advised him not to mention to his parents what had happened. About 2 or 3 years after Chan Gong returned home, his father, Mu Xiaohuan, travelled to the south on business, but after several months' absence, he still hadn't come home. The lake water stored at home for Cai Yulian to take with every meal had almost run out. Cai Yulian then fell ill, panting rapidly day and night, and counselled Chan Gong, "If I should die, don't bury me, but at daybreak, at noon, and in the evening, recite Du Fu's poem, Dreaming of Li Bo, and even though I'm dead, my body won't decay. Wait until you have the waters fetched from the lake, then pour the water into a tub, close the door, loosen my clothing, and immerse me in the lake waters. I should revive." After several days of gasping for breath this way, she suddenly died. __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:_______________________________________________________________________Du Fu's Dreaming of Li Bo, a sequence of 2 poems written by Du Fu, 712–90 CE, musing on his separation from his dear friend, China's most famous poet, Li Bo, 699–752 CE. Li's mother reportedly dreamt prior to his birth that the planet Venus shot down from heaven and entered her bosom, Mayers 129, explaining why he was so uniquely gifted as a poet. The poem can be found in Yip, 284–7, and Hinton, 35. Half a month later, as soon as his father had arrived, Chan Gong quickly did as Cai Yulian had instructed him, and after being immersed a single time, she began to revive. From that point on, Cai Yulian's thoughts always turned to the lake. Thus, after his father died, Mu Chan Gong followed Cai Yulian's suggestion and moved south with her. 422 The king. The provincial governor of Hunan sent an aide to escort a shipment of 600,000 taels in silver to the capital. While the escorts were on the road at nightfall, it began raining, and though there were no establishments to put them up for the night, they happened to see an ancient temple in the distance and settled in there. At daybreak the next morning, they discovered that the taels were gone without a trace. The shocked escorts had no one they could blame for the loss. They returned and the aide reported the incident to the provincial governor, who considered his account preposterous and was on the verge of having him arrested. When the servants from the escort group were interrogated, there were no discrepancies between their reports and the aide's. The provincial governor thus ordered his aide to return to the temple site and to search carefully for any clues to the cause of the disappearance. As they arrived before the temple, they spotted a blind man there with bizarre facial features who held a plaque that read, "I can tell what's on your mind." Hence the aide asked him to divine what he was thinking about. "The missing money is your problem," replied the blind man. "That's so," the aide acknowledged. He proceeded to tell the man about the loss he'd previously suffered. The blind man requested a sedan chair and informed the aide, "If you go with me, you'll find out what happened." The aide did as the man said, directing the servants with him to follow after them. The blind man called out, "East." So they travelled east. "North," directed the blind man. Thus they proceeded north. In all, they journeyed for 5 days, heading deep into the mountains, until suddenly they observed some city walls, with crowds of people walking around inside them. Passing inside the walls, they continued moving for a short time before the blind man called, "Stop here." He stepped down from the sedan chair and pointed to the south, declaring, "You'll see there's a tall gate facing the west, and if you request to be let in, you can ask your questions there." The blind man then humbly bowed to the aide with folded hands and left. The aide did as he'd been instructed, walking till he found a tall gate, which he was eventually allowed to enter. A person came out to meet him, wearing the clothing of a Han gentleman, but he didn't introduce himself. The aide explained to him why he'd come there. The gentleman told him, "If you'll stay here a few days, I'll take you then to see our sovereign." Leading the way, the man gave orders for a room to be prepared for the visitor, ensuring that he was also given food and refreshment. With leisure time on his hands, the aide went out for a stroll behind the building where he was staying, and there he came upon an arbor which he entered to explore. Ancient pine trees blocked out the sun, and the grass there was as soft as velvet. Passing through several winding verandas and walkways, he came upon a particularly tall pavilion, so he walked up its steps and entered, and there he discovered human skins hanging from a wall, their facial features on display, stinking of putrefaction and decay. Without thinking, scared witless, he retreated quickly back to the main building. Considering that he might be about to die in this strange place, seeing no hope of escape and realizing that he'd probably be dead no matter what, he decided he'd just accept whatever was going to happen. Han, the ethnicity of the majority of China's residents. The next morning, the gentleman in Han clothing summoned the aide to go with him, explaining, "Today you can see the king." The aide very enthusiastically welcomed the opportunity. The gentleman mounted a sturdy-looking horse and galloped off while the aide followed on foot. Presently, they came to the outer gate of a high official's office, as impressive as a governor-general's residence, where black-garbed men stood at solemn attention in files flanking the building. The gentleman in Han clothing dismounted from his horse and led the aide inside. They came then to a heavy door. The aide saw a king inside, wearing a pearl-lined cap and intricately embroidered ceremonial dress, sitting with his face turned to the south. The aide then hurried forward and prostrated himself before the king. The monarch asked him, "Are you the official from Hunan who was sent to escort the money?" The aide replied that he was indeed. "The silver is all here," replied the ruler. "It's not much, but you can inform your provincial governor that I've received his offering, so there's nothing to worry about." Sobbing his concern, the aide exclaimed, "The deadline set for me to find the money has already passed, and when I return, I'm sure to be punished, so even if I report this to the provincial governor, what evidence do I have to support my claim?" "This is no problem," asserted the king. He handed a large case to the aide, telling him, "Take this back with you, and you'll be just fine." Then he sent some of his guards to accompany the official. The aide held his breath in fear, but didn't dare refuse, so he accepted the case and turned homeward. The landscape that he passed through on the way wasn't at all the same as it had been when he'd originally traveled there. Once they were out of the mountains, the guards who'd been accompanying him returned to their monarch. After several days, the aide arrived at Changsha and respectfully reported everything to the provincial governor. The governor thought this was even more outrageous than the aide's previous tale, so he angrily rejected his explanations and ordered that he be tied up. Quickly loosening the cloth around it, the aide took out the case, but before the provincial governor could read everything inside it, his face turned as pale as the dust. He commanded that the aide be untied, then announced, "The silver is a small matter, so you're free to go." Consequently, the governor hurriedly sent a proclamation to resign his position, and used all of his personal means to make up the missing amount of silver. Several days later, the provincial governor fell ill, and died shortly thereafter. Earlier, the governor had slept with his favorite concubine, and when they woke up, they discovered that the woman's hair had all fallen out. Everyone in the governor's residence considered this quite bizarre, but couldn't figure why it had happened. When the provincial governor had opened the case from the king, what he witnessed there was her hair. On the outside of the case was a letter that read, "One day you rose to be district magistrate, and now your status approaches that of a government minister. You've greedily extorted countless bribes. The 600,000 taels you sent before has already been received into the accounts of the imperial treasury. You must send the money that you have extorted as replacement for the original amount. The official who escorted the money is blameless, so he must not be held responsible for it. I took your beloved's hair in order to give you a bit of warning. Accordingly, if you don't pay heed to my decree, at some point I'll take your head. Your beloved's hair is being returned to you so you'll believe it." After the provincial governor died, the people were told the contents of the letter. Later on, when the provincial governor's staff members sent servants to search for the place where the governor's aide had been taken, all they found were cliffs cut off from the surrounding valleys, with no pathways connecting them. Changsha, the capital of Hunan province. The collector of these strange tales remarks, just as Hong Xian stole the gold box, warning Tian not to attack Luzhu, the king warned this provincial governor of Hunan a wonderful story to hear. The people live in a perfect world, unconcerned about things like robbery, then swordsmen gather to take advantage of them, with no recourse to city or courts for justice. Alas! Where are the gods in such circumstances? If the location of this king is found out, I fear that the number of people making petitions of complaint to him will be countless. Hong Xian, heroine of a classic Tang dynasty narrative by the same title, Hong Xian is a servant in the home of the military commissioner of Luzhu, Xuesong, uniquely talented in martial and magical arts. She steals a gold box from the bedside of Tian Chenxi, who'd gathered troops to challenge Xues, to send Tian the message that he easily could be reached and killed. Thus, instead of launching a military attack, he sent costly gifts to Xue, averting bloodshed on both sides. Dong 42. 423. A certain fellow. There was a certain fellow who was having an affair with his servant's wife, so he killed the servant and took the wife for himself. She bore him 2 sons and a daughter. 19 years went by, then an enormous band of thieves broke into his town and looted it, leaving it quite empty. One young thief entered the fellow's home, holding a knife. When the fellow looked closely at the thief, he noticed the man bore a remarkable resemblance to the servant he'd killed. Sighing in regret, he exclaimed, "I'm done for now." He gave the thief everything he had in hopes of buying his freedom. But the thief ignored his offer and didn't say a word, gathered all of the people in the house and killed them, 27 of them in all, then left. The fellow fortunately avoided being decapitated, so once the bandit had gone, he began to revive and hence was able to report what had happened. 3 days later, the fellow died nevertheless. Alas! Revenge is dreadfully relentless. 424. 3 hauntings in Cuzhu. Zhang Wozhong, who served in the army in Cuzhu, reports, in the dead of night at Cuzhu, no one dares to venture out alone. There's a ghost of ferocious appearance occupying one of the corners overhead in the bell tower, and when it hears someone walking by, it comes down. The person is terrified and runs away, so the ghost then leaves. However, anyone who sees the ghost always falls ill afterwards, and most of these people die. Inside Cuzhu, there's a pond, and at night, a bolt of white silk emerges from it and unrolls horizontally. When someone picks it up, the bolt rolls itself back up, with the person trapped inside, and re-enters the water. Then there's also a ghost duck in the middle of the night, when there's nothing else around. If someone near the edge of the pond hears the sound of a duck, that person also will fall ill. ________________________
Kuzhu, modern Zhejiang Province's Chu County. 425 The Home Wrecker. He Jianqing was from Pingyan. Back when he was a district magistrate in Qinzhong, there was a sesame oil merchant who'd been accused of some minor violation of the law and whose language had been so blunt that he became furious and ordered the man beaten to death. Later, as he advanced to become an official in the Justice Ministry, his family consequently grew to be quite wealthy. He had a tall pavilion constructed on his property, and on the day that the roof beam was to be put in place, relatives and guests were on hand to raise their wine cups and congratulate him. Suddenly, he saw the dead sesame oil merchant enter, and reacted privately with terror at what this portended. Presently, the announcement came that his concubine had just given birth to a son. "The construction work isn't finished yet," said he sorrowfully, "and now the home wreckers arrived." Everyone there commented that he was just being silly, but they had no idea about what he'd just seen. Once his son grew up, he proved to be utterly dissolute and squandered everything his family owned. He Jianqing's son was forced to work as a servant, and whenever he managed to save a few copper coins, he always used the money to buy some sesame oil to season what he ate. ______________________________________________________________ Pingyan, city in Shandong Province. Qinzhong, Central Shaanxi Province, also known as Guangzhou. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Often we see wealthy families with mansions connected to pavilions, but after the owner dies, it all in time turns to ruins. Surely this is because a home wrecker was born into the family. For anyone who's in a position of authority over other people, it's never too soon to begin acting with caution." 426 The Big Scorpion. Ming-era General Peng Hong once led an expedition into Sichuan in pursuit of bandits. When they found themselves deep in the mountains, they came across a large temple that appeared to have been abandoned by Buddhist monks for 100 years already. When they asked the local people about it, they were told, "There's a demon in the temple, and anyone who enters there dies." General Peng was concerned that there might be bandits hiding inside, thus he led his soldiers to cut down the brush outside the temple, and then they entered it. Leading into the main hall, there was a black vulture sitting in the doorway, but it flew away as they approached. There was nothing at all strange in the main hall. Then as they continued, they came to the Buddha pavilion, made a sweeping search of the building, but didn't find anything unusual, though everyone who entered was struck with an unbearable headache. When General Peng entered, he, too, experienced the headache. In a little while, an enormous scorpion, the length of a pipa, crawled into the pavilion on the ceiling, and then dropped down. The soldiers all ran away in terror. General Peng consequently made sure that the temple was burned to the ground. ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The length of a pipa, the pipa is a lute-like stringed instrument, usually just over 3 feet in length. 427 Chen Yunkai. Zhen Yusheng, from Yiling in Hebei, was a filial and honest son. He was gifted intellectually, handsome and mannered, well known despite being a young man just entering adulthood. When he was a boy, someone took a look at him and predicted, when it comes time for him to marry, he'll have to make a lady deist his wife. His parents both found this hilarious. But whenever they tried to discuss the question of marriage, Yusheng would go to great pains to avoid the topic. Zhen's mother, Zhang, had relatives living in Huanggang, so Yusheng decided to pay a visit to the kinfolk on his mother's side. He happened to hear some of Zhang's cronies commenting, "Huangzhou's 4 clouds are beauties beyond comparison." At the Luzhou convent in Huangzhou, there were female deists who were quite beautiful, so people said. The convent was only 10 or so li away from the Zhang family's village, so Zhen furtively decided to go there. When he knocked at their entrance, 4 lady deists modestly and joyfully welcomed him, their etiquette and entertainment entirely, immaculately elegant. Among them, the youngest was so incredibly pretty that no one in the whole world could match her, and Zhen just stared at her, smitten with love. _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________
Yiling, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now the city of Yuchang in Hebei province. Huanggang, a county in Hebei. Huangzhou, a prefecture in Huanggang County. 4 clouds, as the reader will learn, each of the 4 lady deists at the convent has the character Yun, signifying clouds, as part of her first name. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The woman, however, sat with her chin in her hand, looking off somewhere else. The lady deists located a teacup and proceeded to brew up some tea for their visitor. Zhen seized the chance to ask the young woman her name, and she replied, "I'm Chen Yunkai." "How curious," exclaimed Zhen, teasing by fibbing to her. "My surname happens to be Pan." Yunkai's cheeks blushed as she hung her head without saying anything else, then she stood up and left. In a little while, the tea was ready, and what they served him was excellent indeed. Then each of the other lady deists introduced herself. One, named Bai Yunshan, was about 30 years old, Sheng Yunmian was already 20, and Liang Yundong was about 24 or 25, each of them addressing him like he was a brother. But Yunkai didn't come back. Zhen was particularly disappointed by this, so he asked the others why she hadn't returned. "She's just nervous around laymen," Bai replied. When Zhen got up to take his leave, Bai vigorously tried, unsuccessfully, to detain him, so he walked out. "If you want to see Yunkai," Bai called after him, "you can come back again tomorrow." When Zhen got back to Huangzhou, his thoughts were filled with ardent love for Yunkai. The next day, then, he returned for another visit. With all of the lady deists there except for Yunkai, it didn't seem convenient for him to inquire immediately regarding her whereabouts. The others joined to invite him to stay and eat with them, and when Zhen tried to take his leave, they refused to hear of it. Bai tore some pancakes into bits and then gave him some chopsticks to use, assuring him that the cakes were really quite good. After he'd finished eating, he asked them, "Where's Yunkai?" "She's coming," they replied. A long time passed as day turned to night, and Zhen wanted to return to Huangzhou. Bai grabbed his wrist to detain him further, explaining, "Since you've been waiting, I'll find Yunkai and bring her to you." Zhen then agreed to stay. Presently, a servant hung up a lantern and served them some wine, then Sheng left with her. After they'd had several rounds, Zhen declined to drink any more, since he was already drunk. "By the time you drink just 3 more cups, Yunkai will be here," Bai told him. Zhen accordingly drank the stipulated amount of wine. Liang consequently urged him with the same words, but Zhen had taken all he could drink, so he covered his wine cup with his hand and told them he couldn't drink any more. Bai turned to Liang and said, "We've been waiting with him to show our respect, but now we can't propitiate him any longer with wine. Go tell Sister Chen that Master Pan has been waiting futilely for such a long time." Liang left the room but returned moments later to report to everyone, "Yunkai isn't coming." Zhen wanted to leave, but since it was already so late, he pretended to be more drunk than he was, in hopes of being given a place to sleep for the night. 2 of the women then stripped naked and took turns making love with him. They didn't let him rest all night long. Daybreak arrived and he still hadn't been allowed to sleep, so he left. He didn't dare return for several days, but he certainly hadn't forgotten about Yunkai and frequently came near enough to spy on activities occurring there. One day, after sundown, Bai came out the gate and left with a young man. Zhen was happy to see this, because he wasn't very intimidated by Liang, so he quickly went to knock at the entrance. Sheng came out to answer him at the gate. When he asked about Liang, he learned that she was also off taking care of other matters. Since that was the case, he proceeded to ask about Yunkai. Sheng then led him into the courtyard, where she called out, "Yunkai! You've got a visitor." However, when Yunkai saw Zhen coming, she slammed the door to her room shut. Sheng laughed as she commented, "Looks like her door's closed." Zhen then stood outside her window, like he was about to say something to her, so Sheng left. Yunkai cut him off by speaking first, Everyone takes me for a seductress who's hooked you. If you keep coming here frequently, you're going to lose your life. According to convent rules, I can't defend my virtue by killing myself, and I also dare not do anything to betray my chastity, so if you want me, Master Pan, that'll have to be your business. Zhen then urged her to get together with him. My teacher brought me up, explained Yunkai, and he won't let me go for free. Consequently, if you want us to have a romantic relationship, you'll have to offer 20 taels in compensation so he'll release me from my obligations to him. I'll wait for you for 3 years. If all you want is a rendezvous with me, it's just not going to be possible. Zhen guaranteed that he would get the money. Though he wanted to tell Yunkai more of his intentions, Sheng happened to appear just then, so Yunkai followed her, abandoning Zhen to take his leave and go back to Huangzhou. Feeling quite disappointed, he planned to think of another opportunity to meet with Yunkai and admire her loveliness, but then a servant arrived to inform him that his father had fallen ill, so he left that night to return home. It wasn't long before his father died. Zhen's mother was very strict in her expectations regarding marriage, and thus Zhen worried about letting her know his intentions, so he simply began saving his money, hoping in time to accumulate enough. When there was any discussion of his getting married, he tried to make it clear that he wasn't ready. His mother, however, rejected his excuses. Zhen obligingly told her, "When I was in Huanggang before, my grandmother expressed the wish for me to marry a woman from the Chen family, and I wholeheartedly agree with her. Now that father has died, that news might hinder my chances if I waited a long time rather than returning to Huangzhou to make inquiries, but if I immediately travel there, even if we can't come to an agreement about marriage arrangements, I'd still be doing as you've directed me." His mother accordingly gave him her permission to do so. Then he collected together the money he'd been able to save and left. When he arrived in Huangzhou, he went to the convent, but found the courtyard and buildings utterly deserted, a most strange contrast to what he'd witnessed earlier. He eventually went inside, where there was no one but an old Buddhist nun cooking some food, so he walked over to ask her what had happened. Earlier this year, she explained to him, their Daoist master died, so the 4 clouds went their separate ways. "Where'd they go?" asked Zhen. "Bai Yunshan and Liang Yundong left with some hooligan," the nun explained. "I heard that Chen Yunkai is living in the prefecture north of here. Sheng Yunmian just disappeared, I don't know where." When Zhen heard this, he sighed heavily. He arranged for transport to the prefecture north of them, stopping to make inquiries at Daoist temples along the way, but found few signs of Yunkai. Sad and frustrated, he returned home, and lied to his mother. "Uncle told me, the head of the Chen family is away in Yuzhou, so you should wait for him at home, and when he arrives, we'll send someone to tell you." 6 months later, when his mother went to visit her relatives in Huangzhou, she asked her own mother about the marriage arrangements, but the old lady had no idea what Zhen's mother was talking about. Zhang was furious that her son had lied to her. However, she figured that Zhen had probably spoken about the matter only to his uncle, and that was why she hadn't heard anything about it yet. Fortunately, the uncle Zhen had supposedly spoken to was off on some distant travels, so she couldn't question him about whether her son had lied or not. ________________________ Yuzhou, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now the city of Jiyang in Henan province. On her way to take devotional incense and climb Lotus Peak, Zhang lodged at an inn located at the base of the mountain. After she'd gone to bed, the innkeeper knocked at her door, accompanied by a lady Daoist who'd be sharing the room with Zhang, and who introduced herself as Chen Yunkai. When she heard that Zhang's family was from Yiling, she moved her seat closer to the bed where Zhang was sitting and with a sad demeanor proceeded to describe her misfortunes. Finally she said, "I have a male relative who's a scholar named Pan, from your hometown, so I wonder if I could trouble you to have your son or nephew convey a message to him for me, saying that I'm temporarily staying at Heki Temple, a place owned by my master's brother, Wang Daokeng, and that I'm suffering day and night, with every day feeling like a year. If he comes soon enough, he may still save me, but I'm afraid that if things go on as they have been, there's no telling what will happen next. Zhang inquired into this Pan's first name, and though the lady Daoist didn't know it, she told Zhang, he's already attended an institution of higher learning, so all Zhihokai scholars of his generation have undoubtedly heard of him. Before Zhang left the next morning, the lady Daoist urgently reiterated the request to her. After she returned home, Zhang went to Zhen and related what she'd been told. On bended knees before her, he told her, "Here's the truth, mother, this so-called scholar Pan is really me." Zhang realized that he'd given the lady Daoists a false name for himself, and angrily scolded him, "You unworthy boy! If you engage in lewd behavior in a temple, trying to get yourself a lady Daoist as your wife, how can you possibly show your face to your relatives and friends?" Zhen hung his head and didn't dare utter a word. Zhihokai, a scholar who has successfully passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Not long after Zhen went to the prefectural capital to take an examination, he privately arranged for passage by boat to visit Wangdaokeng. When he arrived at his destination, he learned that Yunkai had gone traveling 6 months earlier, but hadn't yet come back. Upon returning home, he became depressed and fell ill. It happened that Zhang's mother died, so Zhang quickly went to perform her funeral rites, but after she'd seen to the burial, she lost her way and came to the house of the Jing family, where she made some inquiries and discovered that this was a younger sister's family of the same clan. Thus Zhang was invited inside her home. Zhang saw a young woman in the courtyard, maybe 18 or 19 years old, who was lithe and graceful, but who demurely avoided eye contact with her. Zhang couldn't help but think that she'd make a wonderful wife, one to whom her son couldn't object, and thus, with growing excitement, she inquired into the girl's background. "She's a daughter of the Wang family," her younger sister explained, "and a niece of the Jing family. Her father and mother are both deceased, so she's living with us." "What's her husband's name?" asked Zhang. Her sister replied, "She doesn't have one." Zhang took the girl's hands as they chatted, and since she discovered her to be both lovely and gentle, which pleased Zhang greatly, she decided to spend the night there, and to privately speak further with her sister about the girl. "She's a great beauty," her sister remarked. "And her family happened to be people of significant position, otherwise, she couldn't have delayed her marriage until now. You should probably discuss it further with her." Zhang arranged to share a bed with the girl, where they talked and laughed together with great pleasure. The girl definitely wished to take Zhang as her mother. This delighted Zhang, who asked the girl to travel with her to Jingzhou. This made the girl even happier. The next day, they shared a boat together and returned. Upon arriving, they found Zhen so sick that he couldn't get out of bed. His mother tried to comfort him, then sent a maidservant to confide the news to him, that "Your mother's brought a beauty with her to see you." Zhen couldn't believe it, so he peered out his window and the girl he saw was even more stunningly beautiful than Yunkai. This made him think to himself, the 3 years that Yunkai mentioned that she would wait have already passed. She went out traveling and has never returned, so she's surely already spoken for by now. This beauty would provide me a great deal of comfort. Thereupon he became less pale and recovered from his illness. His mother then enlisted a pair of individuals to pay a formal visit on the Jing family regarding marriage negotiations. When Zhen stepped out, Zhang asked the girl, "Do you know why I brought you here?" With a little smile, she replied, "I certainly do. But you don't know why I returned with you. I was engaged to a young man named Pan, from Yiling, of whom there's been no news, so he must surely have been matched with another woman by this time. If things turn out now as you hope, you'll get a wife for your son. Not only that, however, for you'll also be getting a daughter, one who'll embrace you as her mother every day." "Since you've already been engaged," Zhang told her, "I urge you to accept my offer." But before, on Mt Wuzu, there was a girl at the convent asking about the Pan family, and now here you are, asking about the Pan family. though I'm sure there's no clan by that name in Yiling. In surprise, the girl remarked, "Have you been to the convent just below the mountain's peak, mother?" "That was me inquiring about the Pan family." Zhang suddenly realized what this meant, and with a laugh, said, "In that case, Scholar Pan will indeed be here." Underscore 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 underscore. Jingzhou, a prefecture in Piyu's Day, now Zhongling County, Hebei Province. Mt Wuzhu, in Hebei Province. Here, the girl wondered. Zhang then told a maidservant to go and ask Zhen Yusheng to join them. Zhen was amazed upon seeing the girl, and exclaimed, "Aren't you Yunkai?" "How did you know that?" she asked. Zhen proceeded to tell her how he felt about her, and she came to realize that the reference to Master Pan had simply been Zhen's way of making a joke. When Yunkai realized who Zhen was, she shyly began chatting with him, and then rushed back and told Zhang about their encounter. Zhang asked her about her connection to the Wang family. "I was given the surname Wang," explained Yunkai. "When my Daoist master saw me, he felt great affection, so he took me as his daughter and I adopted his surname." Zhang was overjoyed by this, too, so they chose an auspicious day and the couple was consequently married. Earlier, Yunkai and Sheng Yunmian had both been entirely dependent upon Wang Daokeng. Wang lived in a narrow mountain pass, and Yunmian eventually left for Hangzhou. Yunkai was unable to take hard work due to her slender figure, and she was too shy to handle the Daoist's business dealings, leading Wang to dislike her. When the Jing family was in Huanggang, she met them and tearfully explained her situation, which led them to take her with them and have her change her Daoist attire for women's clothing. Then they tried to marry her into a family of high position, but that family proved to be dissatisfied with her former Daoist association. Moreover, when the Jings offered to marry her into the prominent family, Yunkai was reluctant to agree to it, leading the Jings to wonder what her intentions were and gradually causing them to become displeased with her. That very day, when she followed Zhang home and received a place to stay, the Jing family felt quite grateful, as though they'd been released from a very heavy burden. Underscore 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 underscore. Hangzhou, part of the modern city of Wuhan, capital of Hebei Province. After Yunkai and Zhen were married, both of them described everything that had happened to each other, alternating between joy and tears. Yunkai proved to be very caring in her filial piety, so Zhang loved her dearly, but though she played music and was a good chess player, she didn't know how to supervise the servants to take care of Zhen's business affairs, which led Zhang to worry needlessly. When she'd been there a month, Zhang decided that Yunkai and Zhen should go to visit the Jing family and stay with them for several days. As they were traveling on the river by boat, they suddenly encountered another boat in which a lady Daoist was sitting, and as it approached, it turned out to be Sheng Yunmian. Since the two women were very close, Yunmian was very happy to see Yunkai. Yunkai was equally jubilant, so they shared a single boat where they recounted all that had happened to each other. "Where were you going just now?" Yunkai asked. Sheng explained, "For a long time, I've been worrying about you. I was traveling from far away to Heki Convent when I heard that you were going to visit your uncle Jing. That's why I was about to visit Huanggang to see if I could find you there. I actually had no idea that you two were already joined together. Now that I see you looking like a goddess, I feel like I'm just drifting aimlessly and don't know what to do." Then she heaved a great sigh. Yunkai proposed a plan of action, to exchange Sheng Yunmian's Daoist garb for other clothing, then to pretend that Yunmian was her older sister and to take her along as a companion for Zhang, till eventually they could find her a suitable spouse. Sheng agreed to go along with the plan. Once they returned home, Yunkai first told Zhang about Yunmian, who then entered the house. She acted like she felt right at home, they talked and laughed together, displaying Sheng's worldly experience and sophistication. Since becoming a widow, Zhang had felt painfully alone, so she was very happy to have Yunmian join them. Indeed, her only concern was that Sheng might leave. Yunmian arose early to perform Zhang's household labor for her, and never acted like she should be treated as a guest. This made Zhang even more pleased with her, so she secretly planned to accept her as another daughter-in-law and similarly gloss over her Daoist background, but hesitated to bring it up. One day, Zhang neglected a certain matter and worried that it hadn't been done, but when she hurried to ask someone about it, she found that Sheng Yunmian had already taken care of it a long time earlier. Accordingly she told Yunkai, "A beauty like her can't be wasted on household chores. I'd feel better about it if your sister also joined the family." She didn't know that Yunkai had been thinking about precisely this intention for quite some time, but was afraid that the idea would make Zhen's mother angry. When Yunkai heard Zhang's words, she smiled in agreement and replied, "Mother, you're so full of love for her, how about if I raise the subject with her?" Zhang didn't say anything, but simply smiled in approval. Yunkai then went and informed Zhen, "Your mother's given her approval." They proceeded to clear out an extra room, and Yunkai told Yunmian, "Back in the convent, where we used to sleep beside each other, you told me, if only we can find a beloved, we two will work together for him. Do you still remember that?" Sheng's eyes unconsciously flashed as she replied, "When I said that about the beloved, what I meant was this, that we'd each be running a household every day, that we'd wish for someone to appreciate our hard efforts, our successes and failures. In my days here, with a little work, Zhen's mother has come to care for me so much that I feel very warm inside, quite different than before. If I'm not asked to leave like some unwelcome guest, then I can serve as your mother-in-law's companion for a long time, which seems sufficient so I won't have to aim for what we talked about back in the old days." Yunkai then revealed these thoughts to Zhang. She directed the young women to burn incense together, to be sure that they wouldn't later regret their words, and then to have Zhen go forward with the ceremony to make Sheng his wife, too. When the two of them were about to go to bed, Sheng told him, "I'm 23 years old and still a virgin." Zhen didn't believe her. But after they'd made love and he found a red stain on the mattress, he realized it had been true. Sheng explained, "I'm happy about being your wife, but not because I couldn't willingly live alone. Honestly, what goes on in the bedroom makes me blush for shame, and doing what they do in brothels seems unbearable to me. But I want to take advantage of one thing, putting my name in your personal records as a way of caring for your mother, to make myself her servant. You'll have to enjoy this bedroom activity with Yunkai." 3 days later, grabbing her bedding, she came to attend on Zhang, who tried to send her away, but Yunmian wouldn't leave. Yunkai got up early to pay her respects to Zhang, occupying Yunmian's bed there, which forced Yunmian to go back to Zhen's room. Henceforth, every 2 or 3 days, Yunkai and Yunmian changed places, becoming accustomed to this as their normal routine. Zhang enjoyed playing chess, but back when she'd been running the house all by herself, she'd been too busy to play. After managing household logistics effectively, during the day when there was no other business to attend to, it pleased Yunkai to play chess with her mother-in-law. They'd end up hanging up a lantern and making some tea, then the two could be heard playing musical instruments, till at midnight they'd finally go their separate ways. Zhang told everybody that when my son's father was alive, I wasn't nearly as happy as I am now. Yunmian attended to the receiving and paying of bills, and every record or account was presented to Zhang. "Curious," Zhang remarked to Yunkai one day, "you've often said that you were orphaned as a child, so who taught you to play chess?" Yunkai laughed and then revealed the truth. Zhang laughed as well. "Originally, I didn't want my son to marry a Daoist," she replied, "but now he's actually married 2 of them." Suddenly she remembered what had been said about Zhen when he was little, that he would make a Daoist his wife one day, leading her to recognize that one can never escape one's fate. Zhen took another examination, but failed it. "Our family doesn't have a lot besides 300 mu of low-yielding farmland," his mother told him, "yet we're lucky that Yunmian's supervising that, guaranteeing every day that we have enough to be warmly dressed and well fed. Your 2 wives have made us very happy, so you shouldn't wish for wealth or rank." Zhen agreed with her. Later, Yunmian gave birth to a daughter and a son, while Yunkai had a daughter and 3 sons. Zhen's mother lived to be 80 years old before she passed away. All of her grandsons were admitted to government schools. By the time she died, her eldest grandson, Yunmian's son, was already a successful candidate in the imperial civil service examination at the provincial level. Underscore. Mu, a measure equal to 1/6 acre, thus Zhen owns 50 acres of marginally fertile farmland. 428 The scribe of epistolary communications. In Yuji, there was a certain minor official who had quite a number of wives and concubines. But the most obnoxious thing he did involved the nicknames by which they were called, for he disliked them so much that he assigned derogatory replacements for them. Nian he called Sui, Sheng he called Ying, and Ma he called Dalu. Then he mocked Bai by calling her Sheng, while An he called Fang. Regarding letters coming and going from his office, he didn't react in a particularly objectionable manner if he saw their original nicknames appear in the letters, but he grew angry if any of his family members used them orally when speaking with the outside world. One day, while a certain scribe of epistolary communications was reporting to the official, he mistakenly used the women's old nicknames, which made the official so enraged that he took his inkstone and struck the man, killing him instantly. Yuji, located in Shandong Province. He assigned derogatory replacements. Sui might be construed as calling attention, presumably negatively, to the woman's age. Can signify years of age. Ying means hard, stiff, or tough, and Dalu means big donkey. Bai means to be defeated, so his name for her is self-aggrandizing, as though she's now victorious. Sheng, for having become part of his family. An, which means content or peaceful, is replaced with the demeaning Fang, which here means put out to pasture or shunted aside. 3 days later, as the official was lying down in a drunken stupor, he saw the scribe enter the room, grasping a visiting card in his hand, so the official demanded, "What are you doing here?" "Ma Ziyan has come to pay his respects," the man replied. Suddenly the official awakened, realizing that this was the ghost of the man he'd killed, so he quickly got up, pulled out a sword, and started waving it around. The man chuckled at this, flung the card down on the official's bedside table, then abruptly vanished. When the official went to examine the card, he discovered that it read, "Ma Ziyan pays his respects as someone close to the gentleman official's family." The official was such a ludicrous man that he was ridiculed by the scribe, giving the ghost the last laugh. On Oxhead Mountain, there was a monk who called himself Tai-Han, while others called him Tishi. He had put together a collection of 40 poems, and anyone who looked at them couldn't help but burst into laughter. He carved himself 2 title seals to put on the manuscript, one read "The Scoundrel's Travels," and the other "The Simple-Minded Rascal." But when the office of the Prince of Xiashui printed the collection, it titled the poems, "Oxhead Mountain's 40 Farts." The office subtitled the collection, "Farted by the Scoundrel's Travels" or "The Simple-Minded Rascal." One doesn't even have to read the poems, the titles are already enough to make one laugh. Ma Ziyan pays his respects. The message on the ghost's visiting card constructs a properly styled greeting message by using the 5 nicknames that the official originally tried to change. This may seem like small revenge, but the ghost scribe's presence, combined with his implicit criticism of the official's treatment of his family, should compel the official to change his ways. Oxhead Mountain, located in Jiangning County, Jiangsu Province, near Nanjing. Tai-Han. Tishi, Tai-Han means iron-willed person or strong fellow. Tishi would mean something rather less heroic like iron dung. Xiashui, modern Jiaxing County, in Zhejiang Province. 429 The House Centipede. At the threshold of a door in scholar Zhu Yuzhan's home, there lived a house centipede that was a few qi in length. Whenever it encountered wind or rain upon venturing outside, it would spin back around and go lie on the floor like a strip of white silk. While this house centipede was shaped like an ordinary centipede, it couldn't be seen in the daytime, and at night it always came out whenever it smelled raw meat being cut up. Some people say that centipedes can't see, but they're very greedy all the same. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhu Yuzan, Zhu, 3:1484 N1, suggests that this may be the same person as Zhu Wen, a resident of Zhejiang Province's Ximen County, who passed the imperial civil service examination at the highest level during the reign of Emperor Kangxi, 1662–1723. House centipede, an insectivore, any of a number of centipede species from the family Scutigeridae, normally up to 35 mm in length, with 15 pairs of legs. Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. 430 The examination official. There was a certain schoolmaster who was extremely hard of hearing, and who had once had a good relationship with a fox. The fox would whisper into the man's ears, and then he could hear. Whenever he paid a visit to a high official, he would take the fox along and the official wouldn't even realize that the schoolmaster was hard of hearing. After 5 or 6 years of this, the fox said farewell and took its leave of the schoolmaster, advising him, "You've been like a puppet, and if it wasn't for me helping you, your auditory sense would be useless. Rather than being blamed for something due to your being deaf, you'd better leave your position first." Since the schoolmaster longed to keep his position, he couldn't bring himself to change his plans as the fox was recommending, but he also couldn't help but misconstrue and respond strangely when conversing with the higher officials. Thus when the provincial examination official wanted to drive the schoolmaster out of the civil service examination, the schoolmaster decided to plead with other candidates to intercede for him. One day, the examination official was supervising in the examination hall, and once the roll had been called, the official left the room to sit with other schoolmasters. Each of them went up to him while he was checking off the list of examination candidates and tried to intercede with the official on behalf of the deaf schoolmaster. After a while, the examination official with a laugh asked the deaf schoolmaster, "Why are you the only one who doesn't need to submit a pledge for your students?" The schoolmaster was at a loss about what he'd said. Someone sitting near him elbowed him and put a hand into his boot as a gesture of what the examination official was hinting. The schoolmaster sometimes sold sex pamphlets for his relatives and hid them in his boots so he could have them handy anytime to sell. Because he saw the examination official smiling at him, he thought they were what he was asking for. He respectfully bowed to him and replied, "Those are the best you can find for 8 coppers. I wouldn't dare just give them to you." The examination official swore at him and stormed out, subsequently removing the schoolmaster from his position. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "This unorthodox schoolmaster certainly mastered the art of the bribe, yet remained independent and unsullied in doing so." The examination official who asked for a bribe should accept the sex pamphlet as a perfectly appropriate response to his request. It's just an injustice that the schoolmaster was expelled from his position. Master Zhu Ziking's essay, The Servant's Ear, declares that, in Donglei, there was an individual named Qi who scored at the top of the civil service examination and served as education commissioner in Yishui. Since he was by nature given to bouts of abrupt craziness, it was common for his colleagues, when they were all gathered around him, to become entirely silent. Qi would slowly take a seat, and in moments, without his realizing it, all of his senses would become simultaneously engaged, as he'd laugh and weep at the same time with an air of superiority. But if he happened to hear the sound of someone laughing, he'd suddenly stop. Underscore 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 underscore. Zhu Ziking, also known as Zhu Xiang or Zhu Zionkan, began receiving important appointments, Zhu 3:1486 and 17, during the reign of Emperor Kangxi, 1662–1723. Donglei, located in northern Shandong Province. Yishui, a county in Shandong Province. By spending almost nothing on himself each day, he accumulated more than 100 taels, which he buried in the study of his home, without his wife and son knowing anything about it. One day, as he was sitting there alone, his hands and feet suddenly began moving, and moments later, he declared, though I've made myself sick with self-deprivation, and suffered horribly by going hungry, it wasn't really easy to save up so much money, and now it's stashed in my study. But what would happen if someone knew about it? Thus he returned to the study to check on it. A servant was standing there outside it, but the official didn't think anything about it. The next day, after Education Commissioner Chi finally emerged from the study, his servant entered, dug up the money, grabbed it and left. 2 or 3 days passed, and the official's thoughts grew so troubled that he dug out the hole and looked inside it, discovering that it was already empty. Suddenly he started pounding his chest and stomping his feet, sighing bitterly like he wanted to die. The men working in the teaching profession can be said to take many different shapes. 431 The Black Ghosts. Li Zhongzhen, of Jiaozhou, somehow purchased the service of 2 black ghosts who were as dark as paint. The hide on their feet was so thick and coarse that they could walk on a road made entirely of knife points without receiving any harm. Li sent the ghosts some prostitutes to be their companions, and one of them gave birth to a son with white skin, so a colleague's servant said in jest that the baby couldn't be the ghosts. The black ghosts became suspicious and consequently killed the son, but when they discovered his bones to be entirely black, they regretted their action. Master Li often ordered the ghosts to dance for him, and the sight was really something impressive. Jiaozhou, modern Shandong Province's Jiao County. 432's Heishan. The water spirits in Dongting Lake often borrow the boats there. When they find an apparently empty boat, its mooring rope suddenly unties itself, and the boat starts floating away. Once they hear music being played in the air around them, however, the boatmen crouch and hide in some corner, listening with their eyes shut tight, not daring to look up, no matter where they're going. After the drifting finally stops, they discover their boat tied up exactly where it had been before they started moving. A scholar named Lu, who was heading home after having failed a civil service examination, had gotten drunk, so he decided to lie down in a boat. A Sheng suddenly started playing music. The boatmen started shaking the scholar, but he wouldn't wake up, so they quickly went and hid themselves in the hold of the boat. Presently, a man came aboard and seized Lu. The scholar was still very drunk, so he allowed the hands to hold him down as he went back to sleep. In a little while, there was a noisy clamor like that of drums and instruments. As Lu began to stir a bit, he sensed a great variety of pleasant aromas, and upon glancing around, he found the boat filled with beautiful girls. He knew that this was strange, so he kept his eyes shut. Soon, someone called for Heishan. Accordingly, a maidservant approached and stood near Liu's cheek, wearing green stockings and purple slippers, as slender and petite as a finger. He was immediately attracted to her and began furtively nibbling at her stockings. Dongting Lake, located in Hunan Province, best known as the original site of dragon boat racing. Sheng, a Chinese, oboe-like reed pipe. After a little while, the girl went to move, but felt something tugging at her that made her stumble. Someone in authority asked what had dragged her down, then noticed the cause. The person turned angry, ordering the scholar to be taken away and executed. Consequently, warrior guards appeared, grabbed and bound Lu, then raised him up. The scholar then looked into the face of a man with a majestic countenance and a sovereign's headdress. As he was being walked away, Lu commented to the regal man, "I've heard that the lord of Dongting is named Lu and I'm also a member of the Lu clan, you also, I believe, once failed an imperial examination, and now I've failed one, too, and while your lordship met the daughter of the Dragon King here and became an immortal, I was simply playing around with a young serving woman, yet I'm now a condemned man, what an inequity of fortunes." When the sovereign heard this, he ordered that the scholar be brought back, and asked him, "Are you as I yet failed the exam?" Lu acknowledged that he was indeed such a person. The regal individual then instructed him to take writing materials and compose a poem on the theme "The wind in her hair, the mist in her hair." Lu had been considered a skilled poet in Xiangyang, so he slowly began working out the composition in his head, then picked up a brush and sat there with it for a good long time. Standing above him, the sovereign challenged, "Why would anyone think you a talented writer?" As he wrote, Lu explained, "It took 10 years to complete the poem on the 3 capitals, and therefore I realize that for a literary work to be highly valued, it must not be produced hastily." The royal gentleman smiled upon hearing this. Underscore 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 underscore. Zaiho Ki, a scholar who has successfully passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Xiangyang, now the name of a county in Hebei province. As the day drew on towards noon, Lu finally copied out the poetic manuscript. When the sovereign read it, he was utterly delighted, exclaiming, "He's truly a literary genius." Then he offered Lu some wine. In moments, many different rare delicacies were also suddenly available. When Lu turned to say something, a clerk carrying an account book burst in to report, "The register of those to be drowned has been prepared." "How many people are listed there?" asked the monarch. 128 persons, replied the clerk. The sovereign then inquired, "Who's been given the charge of carrying this out?" "General Mao and General Nan," the clerk answered him. When Lu stood up to say farewell while the others prepared to leave, the sovereign offered him 100 catties of gold, then grasping a crystal measuring rod in hand, he advised the scholar, "There are a number of incidents waiting to happen in the lake's shallows, but if you're holding this, you can avoid them." Suddenly Lu saw men and horses spread out across the surface of the lake, then the regal figure stepped down from the boat into a carriage. They subsequently vanished, and after quite some time, everything became quiet again. The boatmen began to emerge from their hiding places and turned the boat northward, but because they were going against the wind, they couldn't make any headway. Suddenly they saw an iron cat in the water, swimming towards them. The terrified boatman cried, "General Mao is coming!" All of the travelers aboard the boat went and hid themselves. Underscore 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 underscore. 100 catties of gold, quite a fortune, since 1 catty is equivalent to 1/2 kilogram. Not long afterward, a mighty wooden timber broke the surface of the lake to stand erect and straight above it, then began swaying in their direction. The even more frightened boatman exclaimed, "General Nan has appeared!" Almost immediately, huge waves began forming that blotted out the sun and sky, and as those aboard watched, all the other boats on the lake were soon capsized. Lu sat in the middle of the boat, clutching the crystal rod, while the lofty waves that roared towards his boat suddenly dissipated and hence the boat was left completely unharmed. After he returned home, Lu kept telling people about the strange things that had happened to him. "There was a serving girl on that boat," he'd say, "and even if I didn't get a very good look at her facial features, she had a pair of lovely feet beneath her skirt that no one in the mortal world could match." When he arrived in Wuchang, he heard about an old woman named Kui who wanted to sell her daughter, though she'd turned down the large sums of money that were offered. However, she announced that if anyone had managed to acquire a crystal measuring rod, it could be exchanged for her permission to marry the girl. Lu thought this an unusual coincidence, so he took the object and went to get a look at her. The old woman was delighted to meet him. When she called for her daughter to come out, Lu could see that she was 15 or 16 years old, lovely, graceful, and refined, altogether beyond compare, and after briefly paying her respects to the scholar, she went back behind the curtain from which she'd originally emerged. One look at her and Liu's spirit was shaking, so he told old lady Kui, "I happen to have acquired one of the things you're after, but is it really what you're looking for?" Then they each compared their crystal rods, discovering that they were identical in all respects. Underscore 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 underscore. Wuchang, part of modern Wuhan, in Hebei province. This made the old woman very happy, and after she asked him where he lived, she requested that he go and arrange for a carriage to fetch his bride, while she held onto the crystal rod as a guarantee of his intentions. Lu didn't want to leave the rod behind,
so old lady Kui laughed and exclaimed, "The gentleman has too little faith in me. Am I, a little old lady, going to run away with this crystal rod?" Since he had no alternative, Lu left it with her. He proceeded to hire a carriage and quickly returned, but the old woman and his intended wife had disappeared. Lu was quite shocked. He went all over, asking the local people about them, till finally he didn't know what else to do. With the sun already setting in the west, feeling dejected in body and spirit, he turned homeward, utterly depressed. Halfway there, he happened to pass another carriage, and suddenly someone inside it pulled aside a curtain and said, "What's Master Lu doing out so late?" He looked closely and found it was old lady Kui, so he happily asked, "Where did you go?" "It was inevitable that you'd worry about whether I was trying to swindle you," she said with a chuckle. "After you left, I happened to find a carriage available, and thinking that it might be hard for you to make arrangements for conveyance since you weren't from around here, I accompanied my daughter to your boat." Lu invited her to return there with him, but she declined. The scholar wasn't at all convinced that he could really trust her, so he hurried back and boarded the boat, where he found the daughter and her maidservant already waiting for him. When old lady Kui's daughter saw Lu come aboard, she smiled to welcome him. Lu noticed that she was wearing green stockings and purple slippers, just as the serving girl had been dressed earlier. He found this so perplexing that he began pacing back and forth while he stared at her. The girl laughed and said, "Why are you staring like you've never seen me before?" Lu bent down and looked closer at her stockings, where he found teeth marks just like those that he'd left on the serving girl's stockings, and in amazement asked, "Are you Zhishan?" She tried to cover up a little smile with her hand. Lu made a deep bow, hands clasped over his chest, as he said, "That means you're an immortal, and if that's true, please bluntly say so, to dispel my anxiousness." "Then I'll tell you truly," replied Zhishan, "the man you met earlier in the boat was the Lord of Dongting Lake. He admires your great talent, so he'd like to give me to you as a present, since I was much loved by his consort." He went home to obtain her consent. "I've returned, then, at her command." Lu was overjoyed, so he washed himself carefully, burned some incense, turned in the direction of the lake and reverently paid his respects, then took Zhishan home with him. Afterwards, when they took a trip to Wuchang, Zhishan begged to return to the lake for a visit since they were so close. Upon their arrival at Dongting, Zhishan pulled a hairpin from her hair and tossed it into the water, and when a small boat suddenly emerged on the surface of the lake, she leapt in, like a bird coming home to roost. In the twinkle of an eye, she disappeared. Lu sat in the prow of a boat to wait for her, staring attentively at the site where she'd vanished. Off in the distance, a large luxury boat appeared, and after it drew near, a window aboard it opened. All of a sudden, a brightly colored bird flew out of it over to his boat, then immediately turned into Zhishan. A man at the window of the larger boat passed gold, pearls and a great many other precious objects to Lu, all gifts of the Lord of Dongting's consort. Ever afterwards, Zhishan would return to the lake every year or two for another visit. Consequently, Liu's family became wealthy from all the jewels and valuable presents they received, and each of the items given to them were like nothing that had ever been seen before in the mortal world. According to Tang era legend, when Lu Yi met the daughter of the Lord of Dongting, he was made the Lord's son-in-law. Afterwards, the Lord abdicated his position in favor of Lu. But when he thought about Liu's scholarly appearance, he couldn't imagine him being able to keep the lake's water monsters cowed, so he gave him a demonic mask that he could wear during the daytime and take off at night. After a long time, however, he gradually became so accustomed to the mask that he forgot to take it off, and thus it became his face. Whenever Lu looked in the mirror, however, he felt ashamed. Hence when travelers floated across the lake, pointing with their hands at certain things along the way, he'd suspect that they were pointing at him. When travelers shaded their foreheads with their hands, he'd suspect that they were peering at him, then he'd overturn their boats, as a storm would rise and many boats would capsize. For this reason, whenever people boarded these vessels, they were warned about the dangers.
They could only cross safely if they first offered sacrifices to the Lord of Dongting. If they showed respect for the immortal's image upon arriving at the lake, the waves never hindered their crossing. Su Sun once arrived at the lake and was hindered by the waves. He grew angry and turned Lu Yi over to the prefectural prison. The government officials there routinely interrogated their prisoners, but there was always one more there than there should be, and they puzzled over why he had been apprehended. One night, Lu sent a dream to the prefectural magistrate, asking him for assistance. The magistrate asserted that the worldly and the otherworldly had different systems for dealing with matters, then declined his request. Lu told him, "I know when Su Sun will be coming to this place, and if you ask a favor from him, it will be granted to you." Underscore 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 underscore. Tang era. This dynasty was the imperial power from 618 to 907 CE. Su Sun, a county magistrate and a Daoist priest during the Jin dynasty, 265 to 420 CE, Su was believed to have attained immortality at the age of 136 and hence to be someone capable of exercising power over Lu Yi. Following this, the immortal did indeed appear, so the magistrate spoke with him, and hence Su Sun agreed to release Lu Yi. Thereafter, the arrests at the lake decreased a bit. 433 Zuking. UK was from Hunan, though I've forgotten his prefecture and town. He came from a poor family, and as he was returning home after having failed the Imperial Civil Service examination, he ran out of money to cover his traveling expenses. Since Yu was too shy to beg, though he was also starving, he went to stay temporarily at the King of Wu Temple, where he prayed before the king's ancestral tablet. He went back outside and decided to lie down on the temple's porch, but suddenly a man appeared and led him away to see the king, in whose presence the man kneeled and declared, "Our detachment of soldiers is short by one, so this fellow can help to make up for the missing man." "I approve," said the king. Thus Yu was given a soldier's black uniform. As soon as he put it on, he immediately changed into a crow, so he started flapping his wings and flew outside. He saw where a flock of crows was gathered, and just as he was about to join them, some of them left, revealing their perch to be a ship's mast. There were passengers aboard the boat and the crows fought over the bits of meat that they tossed aside. The flock flew up into the air to catch the morsels as they were flung. Yu did likewise, and in moments his hunger was satisfied. He flew up and perched in the treetops, quite content. Underscore 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 underscore. King of Wu Temple, a temple built by Sun Quan, 182 to 252 CE, to honor General Gan Ning, d. circa 220 CE, at Fuqi, in Hebei Province, with the Yangtze and Han rivers running nearby, Zhu 3:1495 N3. When 2 or 3 days had passed, the king of Wu began to feel sorry for Yu since he didn't have a mate, so he matched him up with a lady crow who was called Zuking. The two subsequently lived together, happy in their love. Whenever Yu flew to fetch food, he did so complacently, without paying much attention to anything. Zuking tried to warn him to be more alert, but he simply didn't listen to her. One day, when some Manchu soldiers were floating past, they shot Yu in the chest. Luckily, Zuking was able to pick him up with her bill and fly away, so the soldiers couldn't capture him. But their violence so infuriated the flock of crows that they began beating their wings to fan the river's waves, till they surged up and completely overturned the soldiers' boat. Zuking continually raided bait supplies in order to feed Yu. Yet he was mortally wounded, and at the end of the day, he died. All of a sudden, it was as though he'd just awakened from a dream, for he found himself lying in the King of Wu Temple. Earlier, the local people who'd noticed Yu had assumed that he was dead, but they didn't know who he was, and when they touched him, his skin wasn't cold, so from time to time, someone came to check on him. When he regained consciousness, they asked him where he was from, then collected some money to cover the costs of his going home. 3 years later, he happened to be in the vicinity again, so he stopped to pay his respects at the King of Wu Temple. Yu set out some food, then called for the crows to come down from their roosts and eat, wishing them well as he said, "If Zuking's among you, I hope she'll stop with you here." When they finished eating, the crows all flew away. Underscore 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 underscore. They shot Yu. In the early phases of their conflict with Ming troops, Manchu soldiers rapidly began to acquire rifles, Cummins 308. After finally managing to pass the civil service examination, Yu decided before returning home to stop first at the King of Wu Temple, where he carried out a sacrificial ritual involving the roasting of lamb and pig meat. When he was finished, he set out a large pile of meat for his crow friends and again wished them well. That night, he was lodging in a village near the lake, holding a candle as he sat there, when suddenly a bird fluttered down onto the table in front of him. As he watched, it turned into a beautiful woman, about 20 years old, who cheerfully asked him, "How have you been, while we've been apart?" Startled, Yu asked her who she was, and she replied, "Don't you remember Zuking?" Yu was overjoyed, so he asked her what she'd been doing. "I'm now the goddess of Hanjiang," she explained, "so I don't return home very often. Some time ago, a crow brought word of your feelings for me, which is why I've come so we can be together." Yu was even more happy and full of affection as they embraced like spouses who'd been kept apart for a long time, and nothing could surpass their love for each other. Yu wanted to take Zuking with him and head south, while it was her desire that they travel west, so the two of them couldn't agree on which way to go. They went to bed, and when Yu awakened the next morning, he found that Zuking was already up. He opened his eyes and saw that they were in a high-ceilinged hall, where an enormous torch burnt brightly as he finally comprehended that they were no longer in their boat. In amazement, he jumped up and cried, "What is this place?" "This is Hanyang," Zuking replied with a laugh. "My home is your home, so there was no need to go south." Underscore 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 underscore. Hanjiang, that is, the Han River, a tributary of the Yangtze River. Hanyang, part of the modern city of Wuhan, located in Hebei between the Han and Yangtze rivers. As dawn gradually filled the sky, serving women quickly began assembling there, bringing wine and meat for them to enjoy. The couple moved over to the bed, set up a short table, and proceeded to pour themselves some wine. "Where are my servants?" Yu asked. "They're on the boat," she replied. Yu thought about the boatmen, and was concerned that they couldn't wait there for very long. "It's nothing to worry about," Zuking told him, "I can help you make it worth their while." Then the two of them spent the rest of the day and night chatting and drinking, with Yu so happy that he forgot all about going home. When the boatmen awoke from their dreaming and discovered suddenly that they were in Hanyang, they were quite astonished. Yu's servants went around trying to find out where their master had gone, but could learn nothing of his whereabouts. The boatmen wanted to get on their way, but they couldn't untie their mooring rope, so they ended up waiting along with Yu's servants. 2 months elapsed before Yu suddenly remembered his intention to go home, and thus he told Zuking, "I've been cut off from all my relatives here. You and I have been living like a married couple, yet you don't know a single one of my family members, so what are we going to do about it?" "No matter what, I can't go," she replied, "since you already have a wife at home. If I were to go with you, what place would there be for me? It'd be better for me to remain here, where you can always come as your other home." Yu regretted the fact that he lived so far away, because it meant that he wouldn't be able to join Zuking often. She took out the black uniform he had worn earlier, and remarked, "Here's the clothing that you wore when you first came here. If your thoughts turn to me, put this on and you'll be able to visit me. Once you come, I'll help you take it off." Then she had a fabulous spread of delicacies set out for a farewell dinner. Yu proceeded to drink so much that he fell asleep, and when he awakened later, he found himself back on the boat. As he looked around, he discovered that it was still moored on Dongting Lake. The boatmen and servants, who were all there and were utterly amazed to see Yu, asked him where he'd been. Yu seemed to be just as surprised and shocked as they were. There was something wrapped in cloth, lying beside his pillow, so he inspected it and found that Zuking had sent him some new clothing and shoes, while the black uniform was also folded up inside the bundle. Then he realized that there was an embroidered bag tied to his waist, and when he looked inside it, he found it filled with gold and coins. Consequently they headed south until they reached the shore, and after liberally rewarding the boatman, Yu and his servants departed for home. Once he'd been home for several months, Yu began to miss Hanjiang terribly, so when he took out the black uniform in private and put it on, wings immediately sprouted from his sides and flapped together in synchrony as he soared into the sky, allowing him to reach the Han River in just a couple of hours. Upon his arrival, he looked down from where he hovered and saw that in the midst of a small island there was a cluster of buildings, so he flew down to land there. Some maidservants saw him approaching in the distance and cried, "Your husband has arrived." In moments, Zuking came out and ordered the crowd of servants to help Yu take off his uniform, and soon the scholar felt the wings smoothly come off. Taking Yu's hand, she led him inside, declaring, "You've come at the perfect time, for in just a little while I'm going to give birth." Yu teased her, "Will you give birth to a baby? Or will you lay an egg?" "Now that I've become an immortal," replied Zuking, "my skin and bones have already become completely different, not at all like they used to be." A few days later, she gave birth to an infant enveloped in a thick placenta, as though it was a giant egg, and when it cracked open, a baby boy appeared. Yu was jubilant, and named him Hanshin. _________________________________ Dongting Lake, a tributary of the Yangtze River, located in the northeast of Hunan Province. 3 days later, the goddesses of the Han River all arrived, bearing foods and treasures along with their congratulations. They were all incredibly beautiful and none of them over 30. They entered the room together and drew near Zuking's bed, then took their thumbs and pressed the baby's nose, a practice called increasing longevity. After they left, Yu asked, "Who were all of those women?" "They're like me," Zuking replied. "The last 2 are wearing the lotus-colored jades, the hangao belt ornaments." After he'd been there with her for several months, Zuking had Yu take a boat home, though it didn't use either sails or oars, but simply floated along. By the time they reached land, a man was already waiting with a horse for him by the side of the road, and so he left for home. Thereafter, Yu came and went continually between their 2 residences. As a few years went by, Hanshin became increasingly handsome and Yu treasured him dearly. Yu's wife, Heshi, was unable to bear children, so she was constantly looking forward to meeting Hanshin. Consequently, Yu told Zuking about Heshi's feelings. As a result, she prepared for Hanshin to accompany Yu to his father's hometown and they made an agreement that Hanshin would come back after 3 months. Once Hanshin arrived, however, Heshi loved him like he was her own son, and though more than 10 months went by, she couldn't bear the thought of sending him back. _________________________________ Hanshin, in this case dually signifying born a man and born near the Han River. Hangao belt ornaments, according to legend, Zhen Jiafo was presented with belt pearls here, the lotus-colored jades by 2 fairy maidens while passing through Hangao, in modern Hubei Province, Ward 16. One day, the boy was struck down by a violent illness and died, which caused Heshi so much pain that she felt like she wanted to die. Yu then returned to the Han River to pay a visit to Zuking. As he walked into her home, he found Hanshin barefoot and lying in bed, which filled him with joy, and he asked Zuking how it was possible. "You kept him so much longer than you agreed," she complained. "I kept thinking about my son, so I wanted him here with me." Yu consequently told her how much Heshi loved the boy. "Wait until I give birth again," she replied, "and then I'll send Hanshin back to you." A year elapsed, then Zuking gave birth to twins, a boy named Hans Hung, and a girl named Yupi. Yu subsequently brought Hanshin back to Hunan with him. Every year, however, they returned to visit Zuking 3 or 4 times, but it wasn't very convenient to travel like that, so Yu ended up moving his family to Hanyang. When Hanchen turned 13, he was admitted to the prefectural academy. Zuking didn't think much of the beauty of mortal girls, so she had Hanchen go with her in order to find him a wife among her own kind, and once he was married, she sent him back to Yu's home. His wife was named Xinyang, another river goddess. After Heshi died, Hans Hung and Yupi both came to grieve with their father. Once the funeral obsequies had been completed, Hans Hung remained there in his father's house. Yu, meanwhile, left with Yupi, and never again returned. Hans Hung. Yupi, the boy's name means born at the Han River, while the girl's name signifies the kind of jade pendant worn at one's waist. 434 The Duan family. Duan Ruan was a man of wealth and daming. Yet at the age of 40, he still lacked a son. His wife, Lian, was an extremely jealous woman, so even though Duan wanted to buy a concubine, he didn't dare do so. He was secretly carrying on with a particular maidservant, but when Lian found out about it, she beat the maidservant hundreds of times and then sold her to the Luan family in Hejian. Since Duan continued to grow older every day, all of his nephews kept coming to borrow money from him, their tone of voice and facial expressions betraying their anger with him when he denied their requests. Duan felt he couldn't give them what they were asking for, and because he wanted to make a particular nephew his inheritor, the mob of other young relatives worked to thwart his plan. Even Lian, a tough woman, couldn't do anything to them, so she started reconsidering and regretting her former jealousy. Though he's a 60-year-old man, what makes you think he can't still father a son? Lian furiously shouted at them. She went out and bought Duan 2 concubines, then allowed her husband to sleep with them without any questions asked. Daming, a county in southern Hebei province. Hejian, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now a county in Hebei province. After they'd been living there for about a year, the 2 concubines both became pregnant. The whole family was very pleased. As the household atmosphere became more relaxed, the younger relatives regularly began to try force their way into the home, only to end up cursed mightily as they were turned away. Before long, one of the concubines gave birth to a girl, while the other gave birth to a son who soon died. Duan and Lian were deeply disappointed. Then, just after a year had elapsed, Duan became paralyzed and couldn't get up, so his younger relatives proved even more brazen in their actions, taking cattle, horses, and other assorted property. Then after doing all that, they just picked up and left. Lian cursed at them, but they always retorted by finding fault with Lian. There just didn't seem to be anything she could do, so she cried about it all the time. Duan's condition continued to deteriorate until he finally died. All of the younger relatives gathered before his coffin and began debating how to divide his estate. Lian roundly cursed the lot of them, but was unable to prohibit them from acting. When she tried to hang on to a bit of fertile farmland in order to be able to support herself and the infant girl, the younger relatives wouldn't agree to it. "If you won't let me keep even a kun of earth," she cried at them, "then you're simply condemning an old woman and a baby to weep and then to starve to death." Since it was impossible to sever relations with them, she just kept sobbing and striking herself in impotent anger. Suddenly a visitor entered to mourn for Duan and hurried over to the coffin, where he bowed his head in sincere sorrow. Once he finished his obsequies, he sat mourning on the mattress where the dead infant had laid. When the assembled relatives asked him who he was, the visitor replied, "I hurried here to see my father." Everyone in the crowd of relatives was quite shocked. The visitor then calmly proceeded to explain his identity to them. Kun, the Chinese inch, approximately 1/3 decimeter. Back when the Duan family's maidservant was first married into the Luan family, after she'd been there 5 or 6 months, she gave birth to a son named Huai, and Luan raised Huai like his own son. When he eventually turned 18, he entered a school. Following Luan's death, Huai's elder brothers divided up their father's estate, and didn't even mention him in their discussion. Huai went and asked his mother about it, and realizing what was going on, she told him, though you have connections to two families, each of which has its own set of heirs, there's no need for you to inherit another man's 100 mu of farmland. Then she directed him to ride and see Duan, but by then, Duan had already died. The assembled nephews could tell that his words were true, but still they demanded absolute proof of them. Lian, who'd been made ill by her frustration over their greedy actions, was absolutely thrilled to hear the young man's words, excitedly declaring to the nephews, "Now I know that I have another son. Everything that you've taken, livestock and assorted property, should technically be returned, otherwise there's likely to be a lawsuit waiting for you." All of the nephews stared at each other in dismay, then gradually gave way and left. Huai then brought his wife there, so they could both mourn Duan. The other family members were indignant and plotted together to expel Huai. He realized this and exclaimed, "The Luans don't take me for a Luan, and the Duans also don't take me to be a Duan, so how am I to find a secure home?" He was so angry that he wanted to consult an official, but the relatives persuaded him to drop the idea and just to take it easy. Lian, however, wouldn't give up since the livestock had been taken. Huai advised her not to pursue the matter. "I'm not going to do anything with the livestock," explained Lian, "I'm just gathering them together out of frustration, for your father died from growing angry with his younger relatives coveting them, and the reason I had to swallow my tears and put up with them was because I didn't have an heir. Now that I have you as a son, what is there to fear? You knew nothing about these matters before you arrived, so just stay here with me and I'll personally take the matter to court. Underscore 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 underscore. Mu, a measure equal to 1/6 acre." Huai tried his best to stop her, but she wouldn't listen and instead went to the county magistrate to press charges. The magistrate ordered the arrest of the Duans, and upon examining the matter, he grew sympathetic with Lian's anger when she animatedly described all that she had endured. The magistrate was visibly moved, so he ordered the punishment of all the young Duan relatives and tracked down the things that they'd already taken from Duan's home. After Lian and Huai returned home, she summoned other sons from her husband's brothers, and those who hadn't been involved with the punished relatives were given the possessions that had been restored to the household. When Lian was dying at the age of 70, she called on her daughter and her granddaughters-in-law so she could advise them, "As you grow up, keep this in mind, if, by the time you reach 30, you haven't given birth, pawn some handy piece of jewelry and go buy your husband a concubine. If you end up with no sons, what you'll have to face will be truly intolerable." The collector of these strange tales remarks, although Lian was initially jealous, eventually she changed her attitude and she ended up with a son for support. You can see how fervently she made her case in the court. And how heroic she was, too. Zhang Jie, from Jinan, had a wife named Mao who hadn't given birth to any children and was also quite jealous. Her sister-in-law often tried to advise Mao not to be that way, but she paid no attention, asserting, "I'd rather be without an heir for our family than have to deal with some infuriating concubine." As he drew near his 40th birthday, Zhang began thinking considerably more about his lack of progeny. He wanted to make his elder brother's son his inheritor, an idea which his brother and his sister-in-law completely supported, except that they didn't actually carry through with it officially. Whenever the nephew came to his uncle's home, Zhang and Mao would entice him with some crispy sweets, and then ask him, "Would you like to come and live in our home?" Finally the boy agreed to consider it. Jiang's elder brother secretly advised his son, "If they ask you that same question again, reply that you don't want to live with them. If they ask you why not, tell them, 'If I wait until after you die, then I'll inherit your real estate.'" One day, Zhang was out traveling with a merchant when the boy returned for another visit. Mao asked him why he'd declined to come and stay with them, so the boy told her what his father had coached him to say. Mao angrily responded, "Your mother must be calculating every day how to get a hold of our real estate. Well, those calculations are going nowhere. She chased the boy away, then called for a marriage broker and together they went out to buy her husband a concubine. At the time, there was a fellow selling his maidservant for a rather high price, but Mao didn't have enough money at hand, so it seemed that she couldn't possibly afford the maidservant. Jiang's elder brother was afraid that any delay would cause his plans to go awry, so he furtively handed some money over to the old marriage broker, encouraging her to accept a loan so Mao could achieve her objective. Mao was very pleased to hear from old woman, so they bought the maidservant and brought her home. Mao told her husband about his brother's son and the words Jiang's brother had taught him to say, so Jiang severed relations with him. A year later, the concubine gave birth to a son. Jiang and Mao were overjoyed. The old marriage broker didn't know the person who offered her the loan, observed Mao, and now after a year, that person still hasn't asked for the money back. This kindness mustn't be forgotten. Now that our son has been born, we must repay the cost of his mother. Jiang then took a bag of money and went to visit the old woman. She laughed as she told him, "Your generous thanks are enough, good sir. I'm penniless, so no one would ever venture to loan any money to me." Then she told him everything about the money's source. Jiang finally comprehended what had happened, so he went home and told Mao, where the two of them were moved to tears by his brother's act of generosity. When they invited Jiang's elder brother and his wife to come and visit them, Jiang and Mao both crawled on their knees in submission as they took out money to repay the brother, but he refused to accept it, and they rejoiced together before the other couple returned home. Afterwards, Jiang's family had 3 sons. 435 The Fox Girl. Yi Gun was from Zhejiang. One night, a girl appeared to him, and they went to bed together. Yi knew, of course, that she was a fox, but he was love-struck by her beauty, so he kept their affair a secret, without telling anyone, and not even his parents knew about it. After this had been going on for some time, his body started to fall apart. Yi's parents pressed him with questions till he finally told them the truth. They were so very worried that they sent someone to accompany him while he slept, but they couldn't stop the fox. If Yi's father personally slept under the same quilt with him, however, the fox girl didn't come, but if someone else took his place, she'd show up. When Yi asked the fox why this was, she replied, "The common people can't do anything with their magic charms to control me. But I still practice moral propriety, so how can I possibly make love in front of your father?" When Yi's father heard this, he determined to become his son's constant companion, and the fox consequently stayed away. After it happened that bandits began arrogantly marauding through the area, all the villagers fled and Yi's family was separated. Yi hurried to Mt Kunlun, but everywhere he looked around was bleak and desolate. As daylight turned to dusk, he began feeling frightened. Zhejiang, a city in Jiangxi Province. Mt Kunlun, located on the border of Xinjiang Province. Suddenly he saw a young woman appear, and as he drew closer to look at her, he realized that it was the fox girl. Since he was lost and separated from his family, Yi was greatly comforted to see her. "The sun's already set in the west," she said, "so you decided to stop here. Now that we're together in this beautiful place, we should put up some kind of temporary shelter as protection from the bandits." Then she walked several paces to the north and squatted down in the tall grass, though Yi had no idea what she was up to. After a while she returned, then pulled Yi along with her as she started walking southward. When they'd gone a few dozen steps, she yanked him back around. Suddenly he could see the enormous trunks of 1,000 trees surrounding a tall pavilion with brass walls and iron pillars, the roof of which was covered in gold leaf. As he approached to get a closer look, the walls came up to shoulder height, and all around there were no doors, but at the top of the walls, there were rows of indented holes close to each other. The fox girl stuck her feet in them and climbed over, so Yi followed suit. After they'd entered the pavilion, Yi began to realize that the metallic building couldn't have been the work of mortals, so he asked the fox what the place had been built from. With a laugh, she replied, it's your home as of tomorrow. I'm giving it to you as a present. There are some 10 million individual bits of gold and iron in it, and you can live here for the rest of your life without ever running out of things to eat or wear." Afterwards, she bid him farewell. Yi entreated her to stay, but finally had to give up. She told him, "Your people rejected me, and because of that previous spurning, we have to remain permanently separated. I can't restore that union now." Then it was as though he suddenly awakened, and he realized that the fox girl had left at some point without him being aware of it. The next day, Yi climbed back over the wall and went outside. When he returned to look over the place where he'd been sleeping, there was no pavilion there, only 4 needles inserted into a thimble, covered by some resin at their tops. As for the enormous trunks, they were just some old thorn bush brambles clumped together. 436. The Zhang family woman. It was once commonplace for the Manchu troops to come to a place and inflict the kind of harm that one would otherwise associate with bandits, yet they were worse than thieves, because the thieves would arouse great hatred among the people, while no one dared to oppose the soldiers. They behaved little differently than bandits, particularly in the sense that they were not easily killed. In 1674, when troops of Zhen Zhongming, Shang Kexi and Wu Sangui were rebelling again, they began marching into Shandong from the south, resting their horses in Yan, where they emptied farmhouses of their chickens and dogs, and sexually assaulted all the women. Zhen Zhongming, Shang Kexi and Wu Sangui, given titles as princes in 1655 for their role in overthrowing the Ming dynasty and establishing the Qing. These figures, the deceased Geng replaced by Piyu's time with his grandson, Geng Jingzhong, later revolted against the authority of Emperor Kangxi. An archetypal traitor from Piyu's perspective, Wu, 1612–78, helped to ensure the fall of the Ming dynasty by treacherously allowing Manchu soldiers to enter China from the north, despite the reward of a title and being granted the governorship of Yunnan and Guizhou provinces. He rose up in 1674 against the Qing, and by 1678 was proclaiming himself emperor of a new dynasty until he died of an illness. At the time, torrential rains had covered the fields with large pools of water like lakes, so the people had no place to hide from the soldiers but by crowding together on small rafts in the sorghum fields. Yan, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now the city of Yanzhou, in Shandong. The soldiers found out about this and rode naked on their horses, splashing through the fields, so they were already undressed when they found any women. Only a woman from the Zhang family didn't try to hide, brazenly choosing instead to stay in her own home. There was a place in the family's kitchen where she and her husband dug a pit during the night till it was several chi deep, and then they accumulated a pile of long grass. This they spread lightly to cover the pit, and next placed a mat on top of it, as though for someone to sleep there. Then she started a fire in the cooking stove. When soldiers arrived, the woman went out and opened the door. 2 Mongolian soldiers were there, wanting to force themselves on her. The woman told them, "This kind of thing can't be done in front of other people." One of the soldiers smiled and told the other in their dialect to leave. The woman entered the kitchen, pointed to the mat, and directed the first soldier to lie down there to wait for her. As he did, the light covering of grass collapsed, and the soldier was trapped. The woman then picked up another mat and more grass, placed them over the pit, then stood beside it to lure the next soldier. Before long, the other man entered. When he heard a moan coming from the pit, he didn't figure out its source. Smiling, the woman beckoned him with her hand, "Come on over here." The soldier stepped onto the mat, then fell into the pit. The woman quickly tossed in some firewood and flung a burning coal into the heap. The fire blazed up mightily, igniting the room. The woman finally began to yell for help. After the fire was extinguished, the burnt corpses exuded a strong roasted smell. When people asked the woman what had happened, she replied, "We were afraid that the soldiers might take our 2 pigs, so we burned them in the pit." ________________________ Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. Following this, she went a few li outside their village, to a wide point in the road where there were no trees along one side, taking some needlework with her, then sat down under the burning sun. Though the village was far away from this open setting, the soldiers arrived only moments later on horseback. They grinned and spoke in dialect, and though their words were hard to understand, she figured that most of them were sexual comments. But since the place was right out in the open rather than away from the road, affording them no privacy, they left, and for several days there were no incidents. One day, a shameless soldier arrived and rode towards her, wanting to rape her right there in broad daylight. The woman grinned and made no attempt to resist him. She secretly took a large needle and pricked the soldier's horse with it, making the animal neigh nervously, so the soldier tied the horse's reins to his leg to calm it, intending afterwards to have his way with the woman. The Zhang family woman suddenly pulled out a large awl and stabbed it violently into the horse's neck, causing it to suffer a shock of pain. The soldier was unable to unfasten the reins from his leg before the horse began galloping off, dragging him behind it for a few dozen li, until his fellow soldiers were finally able to stop the animal. They could no longer tell the soldier's identity from his face or body, though the reins remained tied to his leg just as they had been. _______________________ Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The collector of these strange tales remarks, in the Han dynasty, Chen Ping used clever schemes 6 times to overcome a strong enemy, as did the Zhang family woman. This worthy woman should be celebrated for her intelligence and her ability to keep herself chaste. __________________________________________________________ Chen Ping, Chen, d. 178, advisor to the founder of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang, is noted for his 6 innovative strategies, disguising Liu to help him escape the battlefield, advocating timely advancement of key figures, forging an alliance to oppose a common enemy, showering gifts on a wife in order to have her influence her husband, tricking an enemy into exposing himself to capture, and creating dissension between a rival and his advisor. 437 Uziu. A person who lived at the seashore told me, one day, a tall mountain suddenly emerged from the sea, terrifying all the local people. A Zaihokai who was lodging in a fishing boat had just purchased some wine and was pouring some for himself. Late that night, a young man came aboard, dressed in Confucian cap and gown, and introduced himself as Uziu. They proceeded to enjoy a refined conversation. This pleased the Zaihokai, who decided it was appropriate for them to enjoy some wine together. They drank until midnight, then concluded their carousing as Yu prepared to leave. "Where is your home?" asked the Zaihokai. "It's so dark out, it'd be unsafe for you to go back now." Yu replied, "I'm not from around here, but since it's the season for Qingming, I've joined the king as he travels to visit his family's graves. Family is more important than anything to him, so we're stopping here briefly to rest, and then tomorrow we'll be on our way. We need to return home soon, since he's been separated from his subjects for quite some time. ______________________________________________________________________ Zaihokai, a successful candidate in the imperial civil service examination at the county level. Qingming, the Qingming, pure brightness, festival, also known as Tomb Sweeping Day, is celebrated in early April, a day for families to make offerings at the graves of their relatives, and to usher in the spring. The Zaihokai said he didn't know what King Yu was talking about. Yu then walked with him to the bow of the boat, from whence Yu proceeded to dive in, slicing through the water, and disappeared, at which point the Zaihokai realized that he must have been a fish demon. The next day, he was looking at the mountain peak as it drifted along, but then moments later it sank and vanished. That's when the Zaihokai realized that the mountain had been a giant fish, and it must have been what Yu was referring to as the king. There's a common tradition there that before Qingming, a giant fish ferries children to come and do obeisance at its tomb. Can you believe it? During the early years of Kangxi's reign, in Leizhu,
the tide washed up an enormous fish that for several days trumpeted forth a loud bellowing like an ox might make. After it died, people crowded the street, carrying baskets to cut off chunks of its flesh. Altogether it covered an area of more than a mu, and it possessed both fins and tail, but it didn't have any eyes. Its eye sockets were as dark as a well, and filled with water. When they sliced the flesh, anyone who accidentally slipped and fell on any of it inevitably ended up drowning. Some people say, in the sea, the great fish was demoted so it had to leave its eyes behind there, eyes that were like great luminescent pearls. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Reign 1663–1723. Liaozhai, a prefecture in Pu's time, now known as Ye County in Shandong Province. Mu, an area equal to 1/6 acre. 438 a male concubine. A gentleman official, who went to Yangzhou to purchase a concubine, met with several families there but didn't find any women who suited his fancy. It happened that an old woman from out of town was trying to sell her daughter who was about 14 or 15, charming and pretty, and well trained in many skills. Extremely pleased, the gentleman paid a high price and purchased her. Once night came, he slipped under the covers with her and her skin felt buttery smooth to his touch. When he happily started stroking her private parts, however, he discovered that she was a boy. Shocked and dismayed, he pressed the boy to tell him what was going on. It turned out that the boy had been purchased specifically so he could be carefully dressed and made up to deceive someone wanting to buy a concubine. At dawn, the gentleman sent servants to go look for the old woman, but she'd already escaped without a trace. The gentleman felt depressed and irresolute about the whole affair. It happened that a certain colleague of his, who'd passed the civil service examination when he had, arrived from Zhejiang and inquired into the matter, so the gentleman informed him about what had happened. His colleague then asked to see the boy and at first glance was so pleased with what he saw that he paid the gentleman what he'd originally given to the old Woman, then took the boy away with him. Yangzhou, located in Jiangsu Province. The collector of these strange tales remarks, once someone meets a soulmate, it's no easy thing to tear them apart. What this old biddy didn't know was that making the boy pretend to be a girl was pointless for the Zhejiang colleague. 439 Wang Keshao. Wang Keshao, from Huangmei County in Hubei Province, could recall 3 of his former lives. In one he was a Zaihokai, and was busy studying in a Buddhist temple. The mare belonging to one of the priests there gave birth to a mule foal which the Zaihokai coveted so much that he took it from the priest by force. After the Zaihokai died, the Hell King looked into his official register of souls and was infuriated to discover report of the Zaihokai's violent greed, so the Hell King punished him by making him a mule and sending him to the priest's temple as compensation. Once the Zaihokai was reborn as a mule, the priest took tender care of it, but the mule just wanted to die. All the time, he thought about throwing himself down into some ravine or valley, but he was afraid that since he'd been cared for with such kindness, the Hell King would find some even worse punishment for him, so he accepted the situation. Several years passed until he'd finally paid sufficiently for his crime, and the mule died. He was reborn into a farmer's family. Even as he emerged from his mother's womb, he could speak, but his parents considered this so strange that they killed him, and he was subsequently reborn into the family of a Zaihokai named Wang. The Zaihokai was nearing the age of 50, so the birth of a son made him extremely happy. Zaihokai, a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Wang Keshao clearly realized that he'd been reborn again, but he also remembered from his previous incarnation that his death had resulted from him speaking too early, so now he didn't dare speak. Thus by the time he was 3 or 4 years old, everyone figured the boy must be a mute. One day, his father happened to be writing an essay when a friend came to visit him,
so he laid aside his writing brush and went out to see his visitor. Wang walked into his father's room and saw what he'd been doing, which made him unconsciously itch to show off his own skill, so he finished the essay. When his father returned and took a look at it, he demanded, "Who's been in here?" "No one," replied his servants. Wang's father definitely suspected that something odd was going on. The next day, he wrote down a composition topic and left it on his desk, then turned and walked out. In a little while, he returned swiftly, muffling his steps, and entered the room. He saw his son bent over his desk, having already sketched out several lines, but when Wang Keqiao suddenly saw his father enter, he couldn't help crying out, and on his knees he begged his father not to put him to death. His father was so overjoyed that he took his hand and helped him up, saying, "Our family has only you for a son, and it's extremely fortunate for us to discover now that you can write like this. Why would you hide your talent this way?" Henceforward, his father helped him to improve his writing skills even further. While he was still a young man, Wang became a jinchi, and later was promoted to the position of provincial governor, stationed in Datung. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial civil service examination. Datung, a city in Shaanxi province. 440 The buffalo calf. A farmer living in Chu was returning home from the city when he happened to stop for a bit along the roadside. A physiognomist who arrived afterwards also stopped and they had a pleasantly earnest conversation. Suddenly the physiognomist glanced up at the farmer and declared, "Your complexion looks quite inauspicious. In 3 days, you're going to have to pay out some money when an official punishes you." "Officials have already collected my taxes," replied the farmer, "and I've never gotten into a fight in my whole life, so on what grounds could I possibly be punished? I have no idea." "But with your complexion looking like this," exclaimed the physiognomist, "you can't afford to be careless." The farmer really couldn't take his concern seriously, so he respectfully said goodbye and continued on his way home. The next day, while he was tending his cattle out in the fields, an official's post horse passed by, and when the farmer's water buffalo calf saw it in the distance, it mistook the animal for a tiger, and straightaway attacked it, killing the horse. Servants subsequently brought the farmer before the official who owned the horse, who then punished him lightly by having the farmer compensate him for the horse's cost. Chu, broadly, the region that includes Hebei and Hunan provinces. Whenever a water buffalo sees a tiger, it's certain to attack it, so the farmer had purchased one to take out with him as he slept in the open field. Water buffaloes always protect the farmers. When this farmer saw the horse passing in the distance, he should have rushed like a thunderbolt to turn the calf away so it wouldn't attack the horse. 441 Wang Dai. Li Xin was a gambler. He was having a nap one afternoon when suddenly he saw his former gambling friends, Wang Dai and Feng Zhulet, who invited Li to play a few games with them. Li happened to forget that they were both dead, and joyfully agreed to play. Consequently, Wang Dai walked into the village to invite Zhou Ziming, and Feng led Li on ahead to a monastery east of the village. Presently, Zhou showed up with Wang. Feng took out some playing cards so they could gamble. "Since I've come in a hurry," said Li, "I don't have any money to bet, and I'm very sorry to turn down your sincere invitation, but what can I do?" Zhou remarked on the same point. "Down in the valley," said Wang, "there's an official named Huang Bie who could lend us money, and if we went there together to borrow some, I'm sure he'd agree to make a loan." Thereupon, the 4 men left in a group. They swiftly came to a large village. There was a mansion in the village surrounded by a wall, and Wang pointed through its gates, announcing, "This is Master Wang's house." An old servant came out to see who was there, and Wang explained why they'd come. The servant then went inside to announce them. He returned, acting on his master's orders, and invited Wang and Li to come meet with Master Huang. As they entered, they saw that the master was about 18 or 19 years old, and he proceeded to converse with them in amicable cheer. He took a big sum of money in hand and delivered it over to Li, saying, "I know you are honest and frank, so there's no harm in lending this. But Zhou is obviously someone I can't trust." Wang effusively vouched for Zhou. Huang wanted Li to stand as the guarantor for the loan, but Li didn't wish to do so. Wang pressured him with encouragement from the side, and Li finally relented. He accepted 1,000 taels in all and then they went back outside. When Li handed the money over to Zhou, he related Master Wang's comments in order to compel Zhou to repay everything. As they left the valley, they observed a village woman, who had married into the Zhao family and who always liked to argue, being particularly adept at cursing. Feng remarked, "There's no one here, so we can pull some tricks and give her a bit of punishment from the demons." He grabbed her and they re-entered the valley. The woman started yelling, so Feng held her down on the ground and covered her mouth with mud. Zhou encouraged his actions, exclaiming, "With this kind of woman, you should just drive a wooden stake into her." Feng then reached into her garments and took out a piece of feldspar, which he proceeded to insert into the woman's genitals. She consequently passed out, as though dead. The group of men subsequently ran off, returning to the monastery where they began gambling together. From noon till midnight, Li kept winning game after game until Feng and Zhou lost all their money. Accordingly, Li added his profits to cover the interest on the loan and handed everything over to Wang, so he could repay Master Huang for him. Wang then proceeded to give a portion of it to Zhou and Feng so their gaming could continue. Feldspar. This passage is suggestively phallic, following up the wooden stake, as the characters signifying this kind of crystallized magma are, literally long stone, chinchi. They hadn't been playing long when they heard the sound of someone scrambling frantically as a man ran in and cried, "The venerable city god's arresting gamblers, and now he's come here." Li and his comrades all turned pale. Li abandoned his money, climbed over the wall and ran away. The others tried to collect the money, and hence were arrested. They were all taken outside, where they spotted an immortal seated on a horse, and behind his horse stood more than 20 other gamblers, bound by restraints. The sky wasn't even light yet when they reached the walls of a city and the gates opened for them to enter. They came to a government office, where the city god took his seat to judge them, calling for the offenders to be brought forward, holding a book of accounts as their names were called. Once they'd been called, he ordered that their middle fingers be chopped off with a sharp axe, then that black and red ink be smeared around their eyes before they were forced to walk 3 circuits around the city. The only alternative was to offer some bribes to the escort in order to escape the punishment of the ink, so the group of gamblers was ready to do so. Only Zhou was unwilling, and when he declined, he took the excuse that he had no money, thus the escort suggested that they could send him back home to collect the sum, but Zhou still resisted. The escort pointed to him and declared, "You're a truly stingy fellow, and even suffering can't change your mind." Then they saluted him respectfully and left. While Zhou stumbled out past the city walls, he dampened his sleeve with saliva, trying to wipe his eyes clear as he walked. As he headed towards the river, the ink resisted his efforts to wipe it away. He scooped up water with both hands to wash his eyes, but it had hardened so he couldn't dissolve it. Thus, regretting his actions, he went back. Originally, the woman from the Zhao family had gone to her mother's house, and although it was evening, she hadn't yet returned home. Her husband hence walked out to look for her, coming to the mouth of the valley, where he saw his wife lying in the street. As he stared at her appearance, he could tell that his wife had run into some ghosts, so he took the mud out of her mouth, picked her up and carried her home on his back. Gradually she regained consciousness so she could speak and realized that something had been inserted into her. Then she finally told him what had been done. She turned away to pull it out, then described everything to her husband. He became furious, and quickly rushed off to see the county magistrate to press suit against Li and Zhou. The magistrate sent out an arrest warrant at that moment. Li was just waking up, while Zhou remained asleep, giving the appearance that he was dead. The magistrate thus concluded that the complaint was a false accusation and quickly had the wife beaten and shackled, without the husband or the wife being allowed to offer their side of the matter. A day passed, and Joe woke up, discovering suddenly that one of his eye sockets had turned red and the other black, then screamed that his finger was excruciatingly painful. Taking a closer look, he realized that the finger's muscles had already been separated from the bone, that only the skin remained connected to his hand, and after several days it dropped off. There was black and red above each of his eyes, creating a dark skin texture. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but laugh at him. One day, he watched as Wang De arrived, demanding the money Joe owed him. In a stern voice, Joe told him he had no money, so Wang grew angry and left. When Joe's servants asked him about this, they came to understand what had transpired. In unison acknowledging that supernatural beings are ruthless, they advised Joe to pay up. Joe couldn't dispute the wisdom of this, replying, "Today, the magistrate and the officials all help those who delay repaying their debts, even though there should be no difference between the real world and the underworld, let alone, when they're gambling debts." The next day, 2 ghosts arrived, reporting that Master Huang had presented a petition in the village to have him arrested, too, and brought forward to be examined. Li was also petitioned to testify since at that time he was, for all of intents and purposes, dead. When they came to the village outskirts, they saw that Wang and Feng were both there. Li told Joe, "Your eyes are still marked with the red and black, so how can you feel confident when you face the magistrate?" Joe maintained that he was just going to repeat what he'd said before. Li realized that Joe was just being stingy, so he remarked, "After you chose to ignore your conscience, I asked to see Huang Ba, to allow me to repay the money for you." Then together they went to see Huang. Li entered and explained to him that he wanted to repay the debt for Joe, but Huang insisted, "Who's the one who owes money, and why should I collect from you?" Li went back outside and told Joe what he'd said, then took out some money to loan Joe so he could pay off Huang. Joe became even more incensed and succeeded in offending Huang. The ghosts then arrested him. Before long, he was brought into town and taken to the city god. Sternly castigating him, the city god declared, "You unreliable thief! I have your eyes smeared, yet you persist, and then you renege on your debt." "Master Huang loaned me the money," retorted Joe, "luring me into gambling, thus he's the one who should be punished." The city god called a Huang family servant to come forward, angrily demanding of him, "Your master opens a gambling house to seduce gamblers, yet he still demands to be repaid a debt." "He put up money at the time," replied the servant, "but he couldn't have known that they were gamblers. The master's home is in Yanzi Valley, and the gamblers were apprehended at a Guanyin temple about 10 li away. The master had nothing to do with this man's gambling." The city god turned to Joe and exclaimed, "You boldly take money without repaying it, then you come back and trump up false charges. Some men are unprincipled, but when it comes to you, you're even more so." He wanted to have Joe beaten. But Joe reiterated his own accusations, claiming that Wang's interest rates were too high. The city god asked him, "Have you repaid even a bit of the loan?" "Honestly," Joe answered, "I haven't repaid any yet." The city god angrily demanded, "You still owe the original amount, yet you just stand here talking about the interest." He had Joe given 30 lashes, exacting his pledge to repay Master Huang. The 2 ghosts accompanied him to his home, where they solicited bribes before allowing him to live, then tied him up and left him in the toilet, ordering him to describe any dreams that he had to his family members. The servants meanwhile burnt 20 paper ingots as bribes, and after the fire had consumed them, they changed into taels of gold and 2,000 strings of cash. Joe then took the gold and repaid the loan before using the strings of cash to deliver the pledged bribes, clearing his obligations and then returning home. Upon regaining consciousness, he found his buttocks to be sorely swollen, with pus and blood dripping from them, and it took several months before his wounds finally healed. After this, the Zhao family woman never again dared to curse at other people, and Joe, with 4 fingers on one hand and a pair of eyes as red and black as before, continued to gamble. This just goes to show that no gamblers are normal human beings. Underscore. Guanyin, the Buddhist Bodhisattva and Goddess of Mercy. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Burnt paper ingots, reflecting the practice of burning paper surrogates, of money, houses, etc., to send them symbolically to the departed, usually for use of deceased family members or friends, but in this case as bribes to underworld functionaries. The collector of these strange tales remarks, when there is injustice among human affairs, it's all due to officials who overreact in response to wrongs. In former times, rich and powerful people raised the interest rates for borrowers in order to take their women and children from them, which the men didn't dare complain about. Moreover, even if someone did file a challenge, officials would bias the law on behalf of the individuals making the loans. Thus in earlier days, local government officials were basically servants of the powerful families. Finally, virtuous individuals, who'd witnessed this abuse of the law, took the opportunity to rise up and overturn the practice. There was a Juran who borrowed money in order to set himself up as a grandly stocked merchant, wearing brocade clothing, rejecting even choice foods, having pavilions built to expand his family's home, and also purchasing fertile farmland. Yet in the end, he neglected to remember from whence all that money had come. When he received a request for the loan to be repaid, he turned angry eyes upon the individual who'd given him the loan. The matter was taken up with the local magistrate, who announced, "I will be no man's servant." What a difference there is between such a man and the lazy pig of a Buddhist monk who wouldn't even help an ordinary person wipe away his tears. In my experience, I'd say that the officials of the past were flatterers, whereas now the officials are simply wrong-headed. The flatterers should be punished, but the wrong-headed ones deserve our anger, too. Borrowing money at low interest, why should this be an opportunity only available to rich men? Juran, a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the provincial level. Lazy pig of a Buddhist monk, an allusion to a character, Zhu 3:15-14 and 23, in Moon in the Water Temple points to the moon by Chu Ruhi, 1548-1610, although he was attracted to Jesuit missionary Matteo Ricci in hopes that Ricci was learned in alchemy. Spence 152, Ricci converted Chu to Christianity in 1605, they first met in 1599, and Chu wrote a preface for Ricci's. Zhang Shinian, a magistrate in Sichuan, was extremely harsh in his dealings with gamblers. He'd have their faces smeared with mud and then sent outside to walk around the city's walls, but he also followed the methods of the underworld, so even though his punishments didn't usually reach the severity of cutting off fingers, gambling was still extirpated from his jurisdiction. As an official, he was very effective at using the law to get to the bottom of matters. He'd be busy looking over his official documents whenever someone was brought into his hall to be examined, at which point the magistrate would proceed, spending some time acquainting himself with the individual's address, age, number of family members, and occupation, invariably including seemingly irrelevant questions. Once he was finished with his inquiries, he'd advise and encourage the individual, subsequently directing the person to leave. There was one man who appeared in reference to taxes he was supposed to pay. Believing that he had nothing to lose, he presented a petition to be exempted. The magistrate stopped what he was doing, launched into a series of detailed questions, and then asked the man, "Why are you a gambler?" 1599 text, on friendship, Wu 365 and 36. Sichuan, Pu Songling's home county, part of the modern city of Zibo, in Shandong province. Now the officials are simply wrong-headed. Alan Barr writes of this story that in Pu's ideal world, justice is enforced with even-handed severity and the unprincipled receive their due punishment. 168. The man vehemently disputed the accusation, claiming that he'd never been a gambler in his entire life.
Magistrate Zhang laughed and replied, "You still have your gambling supplies in your pocket." The man was searched, and sure enough, the evidence was there. The man took Zhang to be some kind of immortal, exclaiming that he really didn't understand what kind of magic the magistrate had employed to arrive at the truth. 442 Liaozhai. Liaozhai lived in Xi'an. His father died prematurely, and Li was born soon after his death. His mother was a devout Buddhist, so she didn't eat meat or drink wine. After Li grew up, he developed a habit of drinking and eating unrestrainedly, becoming privately critical of his mother's beliefs, thus he constantly advised her to indulge herself in tasty treats. His mother always responded with reproach. After she fell quite ill and was close to dying, she made up her mind that she needed to eat some meat. Li quickly discovered that no one had any meat left to sell, so he cut off a chunk of flesh from his left thigh and fed it to her. This caused her to recover somewhat from her illness, but she felt so regretful once she learned of the meat's source that she stopped eating altogether and died. To mourn his mother's death, Li cut himself even more severely, taking a sharp blade to his right leg and slicing so deeply that one could see the bone. Family members worked to save him, wrapping the wound with silk to which medicines had been applied, until it healed. When he thought about his mother's Buddhist devotion in the midst of her own suffering and the ultimate meaninglessness of it, he felt so moved and humiliated that he felt compelled to burn the Buddha statues in the house before setting up a wooden tablet to memorialize her. Afterwards, whenever he got drunk, he always wept sorrowfully before her tablet. Xi'an, the capital of Shaanxi province. Though Li married at the age of 20, he was still very childlike. When he'd been married 3 days, he told some people, "When men and women are alone at home together, they do all kinds of filthy things that sure don't make me very happy." Thus he sent his wife away. Her father, Gu Wenyuan, prompted Li's relatives to entreat him to let her return, but after they'd asked him 3 or 4 times, Li remained adamant that she couldn't come back. 6 months later, Gu arranged another marriage for his daughter. Li lived alone for the next 20 years, during which time his behavior became even more unrestrained. He drank with everyone, from lowly servants to actors. Whenever fellow villagers begged from him, he never refused to provide for them. It was said that when one family was marrying off its daughter but didn't have a cooking cauldron to give her, Li took the pot off his own stove and offered it to them as a gift. Thereafter, he had to go borrow a pot from a neighbor just to cook his own food. All the local ne'er-do-wells knew about his generous nature, so they were always trying to deceive and cheat him. One of them was a penniless gambler who came sobbing to Li about so urgently looking for financial assistance that he was on the verge of having to sell his son. Li made arrangements to give him the amount of money that he claimed to need to pay his taxes, which exhausted Li's financial resources. When a clerk showed up to collect Li's own taxes, he was forced to pawn his possessions to pay them. Thus it was that his household's fortunes declined, day after day. Originally, Li's well-established family had been quite affluent, so his younger relatives contended among themselves to take up business with him, and it was common for him to accede to their requests for money without any dispute. When once his prosperity began to wane, they stopped sending anyone to inquire after him. Li was big-hearted, however, and didn't hold it against them. On the anniversary of his mother's death, Li fell ill and couldn't visit her tomb, so he wanted to send some of his younger relatives to offer sacrifices for her in his place, but all of them offered excuses why they couldn't do it. Consequently, all Li could do was pour out libations of wine in his home and perform obeisance before her memorial tablet, crying in anguish. There were no children or relatives there to wrap their arms around him in sympathy. Thereupon his illness worsened considerably. As he lapsed into unconsciousness, he felt someone comforting him. When he opened his eyes a little, he saw that it was his mother. Startled, he asked, "How have you come here?" "Since there was no one from the family coming to visit my grave," she explained, "I decided I'd enjoy coming here, to see you since you're sick." "Where have you been living, mother?" asked Li.
In the South China Sea, she replied. She massaged him, and afterwards his body began to feel cool. When he opened his eyes and looked all around, no one was there, and he'd recovered from his illness. When he got up, he thought about making a trip to the South China Sea to perform sacrifices for his mother. Some of his village neighbors had assembled a society that engaged in religious pilgrimages, so he arranged to sell about 10 mu of farmland, then took the proceeds and begged to be admitted to their society. The society members disapproved of his unclean habits, so they collectively rejected his application. Consequently, Le just followed along after them, rather than traveling with them. Along the way, he violated the Buddhist teachings about eating meat, onions, and garlic, and drinking wine, and the group of pilgrims found this behavior so repugnant that when they discovered him passed out, drunk, they didn't tell him they were going, but simply left. Thus Le had to travel on alone. Underscore. Mu, a measure equal to 1/6 acre. When he came to Fujian, he met up with a friend who invited him for drinks, where he encountered a prostitute named Hua. Le happened to mention that he was traveling to the South China Sea, and Hua expressed her desire to join him on his journey. This made Le very happy, so they quickly packed up and went on their way, yet though they slept and ate together, they never engaged in sex. Once they arrived at the South China Sea and the society members saw that Le had brought a prostitute with him, they sneered at him, scornfully refusing to do obeisance at the same time that he did. Le and Hua realized what they meant by this, so they waited until the others had performed their veneration and then they performed theirs. The society members were disappointed that there was no manifestation of the Buddha in response to their ceremonial reverence. Then as Le and Hua performed their obeisance, abjectly prostrating themselves on the ground, they suddenly saw lotus flowers cover the surface of the sea, forming the shape of a pearl necklace, and Hua saw in them the Buddha, while all that Le could see in the many flowers was his mother. Hence he ran towards her, calling to his mother as he sprinted all the way. What the society members saw were tens of thousands of lotus flowers that were transformed into rosy-colored clouds which blanketed the sea like silk brocade. In a little while, the clouds calmed the waves down, everything vanished, with Le standing alone on the shore. He didn't know how he'd come to be standing there, or why his clothing and shoes weren't wet. As he looked out at the sea, he sobbed so loudly that the sound of it shook the surrounding islands. Hua gently tried to persuade and to pull him away from the shoreline, and in his mournful state she took him to a Buddhist temple, then arranged for a boat to convey them northward. Hua, a most auspicious name, meaning fine jade, but also sounding like the characters, for a rare flower that was reputed to make anyone who ate it immortal. Along the way, they met an influential family who hired Hua to come work for them while Le recuperated at an inn. A boy who was 8 or 9 years old was begging for something to eat there, though he didn't look to Le like a beggar. Upon asking the boy for particulars about himself, Le discovered that he'd been forced to leave home by his stepmother. He consequently felt sorry for the lad. The boy was reluctant to leave the inn, desperately begging Le to help him, so Le then agreed to take the child home with him. When he asked him his name, the boy replied, "My surname is Yang, my first name is Axin, and my mother is from the Gu family. I once heard her say that she'd been married to Yang for 6 months when she gave birth to me. My real father's surname was Le." Le was quite startled to hear this. He didn't really believe that the boy could be his own son, since he'd only slept with his wife once. When he asked Axin where Le, his father, was from, the boy answered, "I don't know. But before she died, my mother gave me a letter and advised me not to lose it." Le hurried to peruse the letter. He discovered that it was the letter he'd written years earlier, when he sent his wife back home to the Gu family. In shock, Le exclaimed, "You're really my son." He checked the date of the boy's birthday and took great comfort in the fact that he'd been reunited with his son. But with his household resources becoming more scant by the day, after his son had been living with him for 2 years, he was compelled gradually to sell off his remaining land till finally he couldn't afford livestock or even a boy servant. One day, Le and Axin were cooking something to eat when suddenly a beautiful woman appeared to them, and when Le looked closely at her, he realized that it was Qianghua. "What are you doing here?" he asked, startled. With a smile she replied, "We pretended to be married when we traveled together, so what kind of question is that? Formerly, I didn't come with you because of the old woman I was hired to look after, but now she's dead. I was worried that if I didn't get married, there'd be no one to protect and to care for me, but if I did marry, then I wouldn't be able to remain virginal, but since you don't want a sexual relationship either, it would be fine to marry you, which is why I wasn't afraid to travel 1,000 li to join you." As soon as she'd rested a bit, she proceeded to fix Axin something to eat. Le was elated by the turn of events. That night, he and Axin slept together as usual, while Qianghua was provided with a room of her own. The boy treated her like his mother, and Qianghua similarly took pleasure in caring for Axin. When Li's relatives heard the news, they all came to offer their congratulations. As the visitors arrived, Qianghua was always able to feed them, but Le didn't ask how she was able to afford doing so. Qianghua gradually began using some of her own gold and pearls to buy back the land that Le had previously been forced to sell, additionally acquiring servants and livestock, as the family grew more prosperous day after day. Le continually told Qianghua, "Whenever I'm drunk, you must stay away from me and be sure that I don't see you." Qianghua would smile and promise to do so. One day, when he was quite tipsy, he urgently shouted for Qianghua. She came out, dressed in colorfully attractive attire. Le stared at her for some time, then began leaping and dancing for joy like he'd gone crazy, crying, "Now I get it." He sobered up instantly. He felt that his world was full of promise, that the home he was living in was actually a magnificent construction, and in moments he changed his patterns of behavior. Henceforward, he no longer went into town to do his drinking, preferring instead to drink at home in Qianghua's company. She, meanwhile, would eat her vegetarian fare and sip tea. Underscore. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. One day, after Le had gotten a little drunk, he asked Qianghua to massage his legs, and as she did so, she observed scars there that resembled a pair of red lotus flowers protruding slightly above the surface of his skin. They were quite extraordinary. Le chuckled and told her, "If those flowers that you're looking at grow any larger, it'll be a sign for us to part company after the 20 years we've been together as false husband and wife." Qianghua believed this to be true. Once Axin was married, Qianghua gradually began turning the household management over to Axin's bride, and went to live with Le in one of the other courtyards. Every 3 days, Axin and his wife would visit them, and unless some bit of household business had proven particularly difficult, they didn't bring any of it up when spending time with them. They arranged for 2 maidservants to wait on the older couple. One's sole duty was to warm up Li's wine for him, while the other's only task was to make tea for Qianghua. It happened one day that Qianghua went to Axin's portion of the home and consulted with her daughter-in-law there for a good long while, then the two went together to see Le. As they walked through the doorway to his room, they saw him sitting, barefooted, on his bed. Upon hearing them enter, he opened his eyes, gave a little smile, and exclaimed, "It's so good that you've come." Afterwards, he closed his eyes again. Qianghua, shaken, asked him, "What is it, what's happened?" She looked closely at his legs, where the red lotus flowers had indeed grown larger. She tried to get him to respond, but he'd already stopped breathing. Placing both of her hands on the lotus scars, Qianghua offered blessings as she said, "I followed you for 1,000 li, and that was certainly no easy matter. I still have things to teach your son and daughter-in-law, and you still have a bit of your own work to complete. It wouldn't mean more than an extra 2 or 3 years, so why not wait a little while before you go? Shortly thereafter, Le suddenly opened his eyes, laughed, and replied, "You have your affairs to attend to, so why drag somebody else along to be your companion? Oh well, I guess I'll let you detain me a while." By the time Qianghua loosened her grip on his legs, the lotus scars had already returned to their former size. Afterwards, Le began laughing and talking like normal. 3 years passed and Qianghua was approaching the age of 40, but she still looked like a woman of about 20. All of a sudden she told Le, "When mortals die, other people pick up and handle their bodies, which is both inelegant and untidy." Then she directed some workers to build them a pair of coffins. Surprised, Axin asked her why she was doing this, and she replied, "That's not for you to know." Once the workers had finished their tasks, Qianghua bathed, and after putting on her makeup, she told Axin to bring his wife. "I'm about to die," she explained. For several years, Axin tearfully declared, "We've depended upon you, mother, and you've taken care of us so we were neither cold nor hungry. You haven't yet experienced your share of ease and comfort, so why leave us now? Your father has saved up a fortune for you to cover what you'll need," explained Qianghua, "from servants to livestock, and everything that was taken from your father by the relatives has been restored, but not by anything I've done. I'm simply a heavenly maiden who scatters flowers, and who happened to experience a span of mortal life, so after living in mortal form for the past 30 years, my time here has now expired." Then she stepped into her coffin. No sooner had she done so than her eyes closed and she ceased to breathe. Axin cried out for his father, but unbeknownst to him, his father was also dead and already dressed in his funeral clothing. Axin wailed piteously in his grief. Le was placed in his coffin, then both coffins were set in the family hall and were left uncovered for several days in hope that the couple might revive again. ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Heavenly Maiden who scatters flowers, a common motif of offering in Buddhist art. The heavenly maidens, known as Devatas in India and as Tenya or Tenin in Japan, are frequently pictured in illustrations of the sutras, strewing lotus flowers that become the seats for pious Buddhists. All at once, a brilliant light began shining from Le Zhong's legs, illuminating the entire hall. From within Qianghua's coffin, a fragrant mist began flowing out till everyone who was anywhere near the family's home became aware of it. Once the coffins were finally closed, the fragrance and light gradually began to diminish. After their bodies were buried, the younger relatives of the Le family began to covet Le Zhong's possessions, so they plotted together to drive Axin away by filing a suit with the local official. The official was unable to tell their lies from the truth and hence ruled that they should receive half of all Li's possessions. Though Axin had no experience in this kind of affair, he took the matter to the prefectural court, where it remained for a long time without a ruling. Years earlier, Gu Wenyuan had arranged for his daughter to marry into the Yang family, but when the Yangs moved to Fujian a year later, there was no news from them and hence Gu lost contact with them. He had no son, so as he grew old, he began to miss his daughter terribly, but when he went to visit his son-in-law's home, he discovered that his daughter had died and his grandson had been driven away from home. Gu proceeded to involve local officials in the matter. Yang was so afraid of legal repercussions that he tried to bribe Gu into forgetting about it, but Gu refused the money, insisting instead upon receiving custody of his grandson. They searched exhaustively, but without finding any traces of him. One day, Gu happened to be standing in the road when he saw a colorful carriage approaching, so he stepped aside to let it pass. From inside the carriage, a beautiful woman called out, "Isn't that old Master Gu?" Gu affirmed that it was indeed. She then declared, "Your grandson happens to be my son, and currently lives with the Le family, so there's no need to bring suit against Yang. But since your grandson's facing some trouble at the moment, you'd better hurry and go help him." Gu wanted to ask her for more details, but by then the carriage had already vanished. He then accepted the bribe money from Yang and went on to Xi'an. By the time he arrived, the suit challenging Axin as Li's heir was already in motion. Gu went before the presiding official, informed him of the date on which his daughter was sent home to him, and the date on which she remarried, as well as the year and month of his grandson's birth, clearly revealing the whole truth. All of the greedy Le relatives were consequently whipped and chased from the court, thereby settling the case. Upon returning to the Le home, Gu related how he'd learned about things through his encounter with a beautiful woman in a carriage on a particular day, and they realized that it had been the same day on which Qianghua had died. Axin helped his grandfather move in with his family, giving Gu his own cottage and a maidservant, too. When he was more than 60 years old, Gu became father to a son, and with Axin together took good care of the infant. The collector of these strange tales remarks, refusing to eat meat and living in contemplative isolation is what life is like for a Buddhist. A genuine Buddhist is naive and innocent. Liaozhai was paired with a beauty who proved upon closer examination to be a spotlessly pure companion, one who would never agree to sexual intimacy. She slept beside him and served him for 30 years, sometimes as though she loved him and sometimes not, for this was truly how a bodhisattva would seem to an ordinary mortal. Alas, we mortals cannot guess at what the final results were. 443 Liaozhai. At Lishan's Xiaoqing Temple, the evergreen trees are 2 zhang in height with a diameter of 10 wei, and even the tree peonies are more than a zhang tall, their flowers as brightly colored as brocade fabric. Scholar Huang, from Jiaozhou, came to stay at Xiaoqing Temple while studying. One day, from his window he observed a young woman dressed in white, standing among the flowers. He was curious about what a woman was doing in the Taoist temple. He hurried outside, but she'd already run away. Thereafter, he spotted her this way several times. Finally he decided to hide himself in a thicket of trees and wait for her to show up. In a little while, the young woman arrived in the company of a woman dressed in red, and even while they were still some distance away from him, they appeared to be extremely pretty. As they came closer, the girl in red suddenly backed away, exclaiming, "There's a stranger here." At that, Huang came forward, surprising the girls to such a degree that they ran off, their sleeves and skirts fluttering behind them, creating a fragrant breeze as they ran past a short wall, then without a sound, they disappeared. Underscore. Lishan, Mt. Lao, in Shandong Province near the Yellow Sea and the city of Qingdao. A Taoist center sign the Western Han Dynasty, it was the site at one time of 9 palaces, 8 temples and over 70 convents/monasteries. Zhang, a measure equal to 3.33 meters. Wei, a measure equal to 5 kun, or 1/6 meter, the trees thus have a diameter of approximately 1.66 meters. Tree peonies, these native Chinese woody perennial relatives of flower peonies grow to be 3 to 7 feet tall. Pu's Xiaoqing peonies, then, are extraordinarily tall examples. Jiaozhou, a prefecture in Pu's time, now Shandong Province's Jiao County. Filled with love and adoration for them, Huang sat beneath a tree and proceeded to compose a poem. The painful yearning between lovers can be limitless. Yet the expression of that emotion is as brief as a tiny flame. I'm afraid that my beloved will be swept away by General Shat. And then where will I find her, my unparalleled lady? He returned then to his study, deep in thought. Suddenly he was pleasantly surprised to see the young woman walk into his room, so he welcomed her enthusiastically. She smiled as she explained, "You were as aggressive as some kind of bandit before, so naturally I was frightened of you, but I didn't realize that you were also a sensitive poet, so there's no harm in us seeing each other." When Huang inquired about her background, she replied, "My name is Liaozhai, and I used to belong to a brothel. But a Taoist priest has had me shut up in the mountain, and I truly don't want to be here." "What's this Taoist's name?" demanded Huang. "I'll free you of his filthy attentions." "There's no need," she explained, "for he hasn't forced me to do anything with him. Besides, I've taken advantage of it to meet a distinguished poet, and if that meeting grows into an intimate relationship between us, it'll be a beautiful thing." underscore 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 underscore. General Sha, Han Yi, the male lover in Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, author Su Yaezuo's Tale of Lady Willow, learns that his beloved has fallen into the hands of the powerful General Sha Zilai. Xianjiu, literally, fragrant jade. Who was the woman dressed in red? He asked her. Her name's Jiangxiu, replied Xianjiu, and she's my sworn sister. Then the two proceeded to make love. They woke up as the red rays of dawn were already appearing. Xianjiu quickly got up and declared, in my greedy happiness, I forgot all about the dawn. She slipped on her clothes and shoes, then announced, I made up a poem to compliment yours, so don't laugh. Our night of passion is now over. The morning sun's already at the window. My love for you is a swallow perched on a roof beam. And if I wait there long enough, we'll be together. Huang grasped her wrist and proclaimed, you're beautiful and intelligent, and I'm so in love with you that I can forget everything else. If I spend a single day away from you, it'll feel like we're 1,000 li apart. Please seize any chance you have to join me, don't wait until night. Xianjiu promised she would do so. From that point forward, whether day or night, the two were always together. Huang often had Xianjiu invite Jiangxiu to join them, but she always declined, which Huang found rather exasperating. Jiangxiu's different, standoffish, explained Xianjiu, not outgoing like me. If I'm not too impatient, I may be able to persuade her calmly to come. One night, Xianjiu came in, obviously upset, and told Huang, I can't stay with you any longer, so do you still want Jiangxiu to come? We'll be separated forever now. What's going on? He asked her. She took her sleeve to wipe the tears from her eyes as she replied, this was simply fated, but I couldn't just tell you that directly. Before now, your poem was simply a fine piece of writing, but now its casual forecast is coming true. All I can do is recite my own verses, the beauty has already been taken by Shazalai / and the hero won't run into a clerk gu. When he asked her additional questions, she said nothing more, choked by her tears. Xianjiu was unable to sleep at all that night, and left early the next morning. Underscore 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 underscore. Jiangxiu, literally, crimson snow. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Huang was baffled by it all. The next day, a man from Jimou named Lan, who'd entered the temple for some sightseeing, was quite pleased when he happened upon a white tree peony there, so he proceeded to dig it up and take it with him. Huang subsequently began to consider the possibility that Xianjiu was actually a flower spirit, and deeply regretted the fact that Lan had removed the plant. Several days passed, then he heard that while Lan had transplanted the flower to his home, it seemed to be withering more each day. Lamenting this turn of events, Huang quickly immersed himself in the task of writing 50 poems about the peony, weeping copiously every day over the hole left by the peony's removal. One day, he was coming back to his study from doing this when he looked back and saw Jiangxiu crying beside the hole. He approached her quietly, and she didn't try to run away. Grasping her sleeve, he joined with her, openly weeping. When they were finished, he invited her to his room and she followed after him. With a mournful sigh, she remarked, we've been like sisters since we were children, and now suddenly we're torn apart. When I hear how this has grieved you, it simply increases my own tears for her, so perhaps she'll be moved by them to revive, but her chi has already been dispersed by death, so she'll never join the two of us in happy conversation again. Underscore 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 underscore. Clerk gu, Ayaya, was a non-official hireling used for menial work in units of territorial administration, Li 123 and 82, and is sometimes translated as lackey. This particular gu appears in Su's Tale of Lady Willow as a highly righteous and loyal official, Lu, Carl, and Konpn 150, who proves helpful to Han Yi. Jimou, a county in Piyu's time, part of Qingdao in modern Shandong province. It's my own unlucky destiny that has brought about this misfortune to my sweetheart, commented Huang, and that also prevented me from enjoying the company of both of you beauties. I used to pester Liaozhai all the time to have you come, to allow me to convey some sense of my regard for you, so why didn't you join us? Jiangxiu told him, I simply figured that where young scholars are concerned, 90% of them are fickle. I didn't realize that you'd be so faithful to your lovers. But while I can make love with you, you mustn't get carried away. I can't handle engaging in sex with you all the time. Once she'd explained these thoughts, she informed Huang of her intention to leave. With Liaozhai gone now, he told her, neither sleep nor food appeals to me any longer. If I could prevail upon you to stay with me for a little while, it would comfort me greatly, and then it wouldn't feel like I've been abandoned. Jiangxiu thus stayed with him that night, then left the next morning. Several days went by without her return. As cold rain began spattering his window, Huang found himself missing Liaozhai terribly, tossing and turning in bed, his tears soaking his pillow and sleeping mat. He got up and dressed, then carried in a lantern and proceeded to write another poem in the style of his earlier one. In the mountain courtyard, rain falls at dusk, dripping down the curtains as I sit before my tiny window. With my thoughts fixed on that person I cannot see. Tears fall down my cheeks all night long. Then he recited the poem aloud. Underscore 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 underscore. Qi, the universal life energy that is vital to the individual's health, according to traditional Chinese medicine. Suddenly someone outside his window remarked, "You've made a poem, so now another must be paired with it." As he listened to the voice, he realized it was Jiangxiu's. He opened the door so she could come in. After reading over Wang's poem again, Jiangxiu composed her own. "Where's that beloved sleeve? Alone, his candle shines through the window. The mountain's empty but for one man. Joined there only by his own shadow." Wang's tears fell as he read her verses, but then he reproached her for not coming sooner to see him. "I can't respond with the same passion as Liaozhai," she told him, "but I can offer you a little comfort for your loneliness." Huang wanted to make love with her. "We can be happy together, but not necessarily like that," she explained. Henceforth, any time Huang found himself feeling dejected, Jiangxiu would always come to see him. Upon her arrival, they'd feast together, then read poems to each other, and when it came time to decide whether she should sleep there overnight or leave, Huang always acceded to Jiangxiu's preference. He told her, "Liaozhai was my beloved wife, and you are my dear friend." Whenever they were together, he'd ask her, "Which of the tree peonies in the courtyard are you? If you'll show me where you are, I can transplant you to my home, so you can avoid what happened to Liaozhai when that villain seized her and took her away, then you'll be safe for the rest of your life." "It would be hard to move me from my native soil," she explained, "so there's no point in me telling you which plant is mine. If Liaozhai, your wife, was unable to stay with you, how could a mere friend possibly do so?" Huang refused to listen to her, just grabbed her arm and took her outside, where they stood before each of the tree peonies while he asked her, "Is this one yours?" Jiangxiu said nothing, but covered her mouth to keep from giggling. Before long, during the 12th lunar month, Huang returned home to celebrate the end of the year. During the second month of the new year, he suddenly dreamt that Jiangxiu appeared to him and anxiously reported, "I'm facing a great catastrophe. You must hurry and come if you ever want to see me again. If you take your time, it'll be too late." He woke up, feeling strange, but hurriedly directed servants to ready a horse, then galloped off to Lishan. The Daoists at Xiaoqing Temple were in the process of constructing another building, but an evergreen tree was obstructing their progress, so their work leader was about to take an axe to it. Huang rushed forward and stopped him. That night, Jiangxiu appeared and thanked him. Huang smiled as he replied, "Since you didn't tell me the whole truth earlier, you brought yourself to this state of affairs. Now I know which tree you are,
if you don't come to me, I'll burn some mugwort to create a smudge and clear your Jingluo. I was sure you'd try something like this, Jiangxiu said, so that's why I didn't dare tell you earlier. The two sat together for a little while before Huang remarked, now that I'm here with my good friend, my thoughts are even more fixed on my lovely wife. It's been a long time since I wept for my dear Liaozhai, so will you go with me to join in mourning her? The two then went to the hole where the tree peony had been extracted, and cried together over it. An hour passed, then Jiangxiu ceased her weeping, and urged Huang to stop crying, too. Several nights later, Huang was sitting by himself when a laughing Jiangxiu entered and announced, I have happy news for you, the flower god has been moved by your devotion, so Liaozhai will be allowed to grow once again on the temple grounds. Mugwort. Jingluo, mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, is used in traditional Chinese medicine, burnt to create a healing smoke, or smudge. The Jingluo are the body's energy channels. When they're blocked, the flow of blood and qi is impeded, resulting in imbalances that manifest as illness. Where? Huang asked her. I don't know, she replied, but probably not far away. The next day, as Jiangxiu got out of bed, he told her, I came here to be with you, so please don't leave me all alone. Jiangxiu smiled reassuringly. 2 nights went by, however, without her return. Huang went out and hugged the evergreen tree, shaking it, stroking it, and frequently calling out to it, but there was no response. Then he went back, grabbed a lantern and some clumps of dry mugwort, preparing to burn them near the tree. Jiangxiu rushed in, tore the weeds from him and tossed them aside, crying, if you do such an evil thing as this, wounding me, you'll never see me again. Huang smiled and embraced her. Before the two could even sit down together, Liaozhai gracefully walked in. As soon as Huang saw her, tears sprang from his eyes and he immediately moved to take her hand. While he did so, Liaozhai also took Jiangxiu by the hand, and the three of them stood there, sobbing together. As they sat down, Huang was shaken by the fact that Liaozhai's hand felt like it had no substance, so he asked her about it. She tearfully answered him, before this, I was a flower spirit, and hence my body felt solid, now I'm a ghost, and so my essence has been scattered. But since we can be together for now, don't dwell on what's real, just think of it as a pleasant dream. It's so great that you've come, exclaimed Jiangxiu. Your husband's demands for sex have been annoying me to death. Then she left. Liaozhai interacted and laughed with Huang like before, but whenever he held her close, it was as though her body was nothing more than a shadow. Huang felt worried and sad. Liaozhai also seemed unhappy, and told Huang, you should take some bits of dried Bailian root, and a little sulfur, add them to a cup of water, then apply them to me each day, and a year from now your kindness will be recompensed. Then she was gone. The next day, he went to the site at Xiaoqing Temple where Liaozhai's tree peony had been planted and noticed that a sprout had already appeared. Thus Huang cared for it each day, cultivating it, and made a fence around it for protection. Liaozhai expressed her gratitude during frequent visits. But when Huang revealed his plan to transplant the peony to his home, she told him he mustn't, explaining, I'm weak now and I couldn't survive being uprooted again. Everything has a particular spot in which it thrives, and when I originally appeared, it was never intended that I should grow at your home. To violate my destiny would simply reduce my lifespan again. Yet we love each other tenderly, and if you can just accept that, our day will come. Huang was also upset that Jiangxiu wasn't coming to visit. I'm sure that if you really want her to visit, I can persuade her to do so, said Liaozhai. Then she had Huang carry a lantern to the evergreen tree, where she plucked a strand of grass, measured it against her palm, then placed it along the trunk of the tree, measuring up from the bottom to a point that was 4 qi and 6 kun above its base. Then while she pressed the point, she had Huang take his fingernails and tickle it there. Instantly, they saw Jiangxiu appear from behind the tree,
laughing and scolding, "So you've come with your cruel helper." They tugged at her to come inside with them. Underscore 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 underscore. Dried Bailean roots, the Japanese pepper vine, Ampelopsis japonica, is a woody mountain shrub with a grapevine-like appearance, and in traditional Chinese medicine its root is dried for use in decoctions, or powdered for topical application, employed because of its antifungal and antibacterial properties to remove toxins or to regenerate wound tissue. 4 Qi and 6 kun, a Qi is equal to 1/3 meter, and a kun to 1/3 decimeter, so Xianjiu is measuring to a point slightly more than 5 feet from the base of the tree. "Don't worry," Xianjiu told her. "You'll only have to serve my husband temporarily, and in a year we won't trouble you any further." After this, Jiangxiu came more frequently to spend time with Huang. Huang continued monitoring the flower sprout, and it flourished as he fed it more fertilizer each day, till by the end of the spring, it had grown to about 2 Qi in height. When he had to return home, he gave some money to a Taoist priest at the temple to continue cultivating the peony tree all the while he was away. In April of the following year, he returned to Xiaoqing Temple and found the peony tree about to blossom. When he proved reluctant to leave it until it opened up, the plant began shaking like it was about to burst open. In a little while, its blossom opened into a flower the size of a platter, and sitting with dignity in the flower's pistil was a beauty no larger than the width of 3 or 4 fingers. In a twinkle, she gracefully climbed down, revealing herself to be Xianjiu. With a laugh, she exclaimed, "I've endured wind and rain while waiting for you. You certainly took your time getting here." Then they went inside. Jingxiu came in with them, saying to Xianjiu with a smile, "I played the part of a wife every day for you, but now it's my good fortune to resign that role and simply be your friend." Then they enjoyed chatting and dining together. At midnight, Jiangxiu left. Huang and Xianjiu slept together, then proceeded to live together in loving harmony, just as before. After Wang's mortal wife died, he returned to Lishan to stay. By that time, the stem of Xianjiu's tree peony was already as big around as an arm. Huang often pointed to it and said, "Someday, I'll entrust my spirit to this place, to grow here at your left side." Xianjiu and Jiangxiu laughed and replied, "Don't forget about that." 10 years passed, then Huang suddenly fell ill. His son came to see him, sincerely sorrowful. Huang smiled at him and declared, "This means a new life for me, not death, so what's there to be sad about?" He told the Taoist priest, "Sometime soon, when a red peony springs up below the tree peony, then puts out 5 leaves, that'll be me." Thereafter he didn't say another word. His son took a carriage to return home, then Huang died. The following year, a red peony stalk did indeed appear there with the specified number of leaves. The Taoist thought it very strange, and gave the plant additional water. In 3 years, the plant had grown to be a few Qi tall, with a circumference large enough that it required 2 hands to reach around it, yet it didn't blossom. When the old Taoist died, his pupils didn't realize how much he had treasured the big plant, so they cut it down. The white tree peony consequently grew dry and withered till it died. Before long, the evergreen tree died, too. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Affections can be so strong that even spirits can share in them. If a flower spirit can become a ghost, and a mortal man can take a spirit form, isn't that proof of the depth of their affections? One departs, and 2 others die as a consequence. If they hadn't been utterly faithful to him, they wouldn't have died for their love." If Huang had been unable to remain loyal to them, it would have proven that his affections weren't sincere. Confucius once was reading about wild cherry trees, when he said, he wasn't really thinking of her. How true! Underscore 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 underscore. Confucius. Wild cherry trees. In Analects 9.31, Confucius responds to a poem in which a narrator ponders a wild cherry tree's flowers, but laments that his beloved's home is so very far away. The master said, he wasn't really thinking of her, or how could she be far away?
133. 444 The Three Immortals. A scholar on his way to Jinling to take the Imperial Civil Service examination was passing through Sikyan when he met 3 other scholars who'd already passed the examination at the county level, so he enjoyed a broad-minded, free-ranging discussion with them and then bought some wine to prolong their harmonious exchange. Each of the others introduced himself. One was named Ji Kaiyuheng, one was Chong Fenlin, and the other was Ma Ziki. Drinking uninhibitedly made them all quite jolly, so they lost track of the fact that it was already dusk. Ji remarked, "We haven't been very courteous hosts, yet here we are, enjoying your generous treats. It's just not proper. Our humble home isn't far away, so you can stay there for the night." Chong and Ma stood up, clutched at the scholar's lapels and called for his servant, and then everyone left together. As they came to a hill that was north of town, the scholar suddenly observed a courtyard, with a clear stream winding past its gates. Upon entering, he noticed that the building was the very epitome of cleanliness. Ji called for a boy servant to light some lanterns, then ordered them to help find a place for their scholar guest's servant. Jinling, now known as Nanjing, the capital of Jiangsu Province. Sikyan, a county in Jiangsu Province. In the olden days, we'd have become friends by exchanging our writings, noted Ma, so now since the day of the examinations is near, we mustn't waste this evening's opportunity. We should prepare 4 examination topics, then each draw one, and after we've finished writing our essays on them, we can drink some more. Everyone agreed to his plan. Each of them thought of an essay topic, wrote it down and placed it on the table, then picked up another one and began to outline and write his composition. By the second watch, they'd all finished, so once they'd finally completed their essays, they exchanged them and started reading. When he examined the essays by the other 3 men, the scholar was so profoundly impressed that he wrote out copies of them, which he then concealed. His hosts offered him some fine wine, generously urging him to drink up, though he didn't feel like he was getting drunk. The hosts then led their guest to another courtyard, where he could take his rest. The scholar was definitely intoxicated, so much so that he couldn't even take off his shoes and clothing but just collapsed onto the bed. By the time he awakened, the rising sun was already high in the sky, and as he looked around, seeing neither courtyard nor building, he found himself and his servant to be lying in a mountain valley. He was astonished. He saw a cave nearby, with a little stream trickling alongside it. The scholar was surprised and utterly perplexed. He checked inside his robe, discovering that his copies of the other 3 essays were still there. When he subsequently hiked down from the mountain and made inquiries among the locals, he learned that the site was called the Cave of the Three Immortals. Inside it there were 3 creatures, a hermit crab, a snake, and a toad, that came outside the cave from time to time and hence were observed by the locals. Second watch, the second of the 5 2-hour divisions of the night spans 9 to 11 p.m. After the scholar entered the examination hall, he found that the 3 assigned writing topics were exactly the same ones that the 3 immortals had written about, and he proceeded to pass the examination with the highest score. 445 The Ghost Clerks. In Liaozhai County, 2 government clerks were sent to a particular town on Magistrate Han Chinswan's commands, conducting business for their prefecture, and then at the end of the year they started homeward. On the road, they met 2 men also dressed in the clothing and insignia of clerks, heading in the same direction, so they began conversing together. The other 2 identified themselves as government clerks in Jikan. The Liaozhai clerks commented, "We know 80 or 90% of the clerks in Jikan, but we've never heard of you 2 our entire lives. To tell you the truth, we're ghost clerks for Jikan's city god," the others responded. "We're on our way now to take some official documents to the Emperor of Taishan." "What kind of official documents?" wondered the Liaozhai clerks. Liaozhai County. Jikan,
Liaozhai is located in Shaanxi Province. A very small jikan exists in Shandong Province, though unlikely to be the jikan referenced here. Han Chengxian, a native of Shaanxi Province, Han passed the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination in 1635, and was appointed a county magistrate for Sichuan County, Shandong Province, before later receiving the appointment in Liaozhai, Zhu 3:1529 Taishan, located near the city of Taiyan, in Shandong Province. Taishan, or Mt. Tai, is one of the 5 sacred mountains of Daoist tradition. Jinan is facing a great disaster, explained the others, and the documents note the names and numbers of the dead. Startled, the Liaozhai clerks asked how many would die. The entire number is not clear, said the others, but somewhere around 1 million people. The Liaozhai clerks asked when this was going to take place, and the reply was simply the first day of the first lunar month. The 2 human clerks turned to each other in shock, realizing that they would reach their prefecture just about the time of the projected disaster, so they were afraid of facing severe danger if they did so, yet they also feared being denounced and punished if they lingered where they were. The ghosts recommended that failing to arrive on time would actually be a very minor infraction, while arriving at the time of the pending disaster would have fatal consequences. It'd be better to avoid the trouble, and hence you shouldn't go home right now. The Liaozhai clerks decided to follow their advice. Not long afterwards, the northern soldiers came in vast numbers, slaughtering the citizens of Jinan such that they left 1 million corpses behind. But by then, the 2 clerks from Liaozhai had gone into hiding and thus avoided the massacre. Northern soldiers, the Manchus, whose invasion of northern China in the first half of the 17th century effectively overthrew the Ming dynasty and led to the establishment of the Qing dynasty. 446 Wang Shi. Wang Shi, who was from Jieyuan, was buying salt in Boxing. One night, he was captured by 2 men. He figured they were watchmen for the local salt merchants, so he tried abandoning his own stock of salt in hopes of escaping from them, but before he could run away, they already had him tied up. He pled with them to let him go. "We're not in the employ of the salt dealer," said the 2 men, "we're ghost servants." Wang was terrified and begged to be allowed to go home, to say goodbye to his wife and children. They couldn't let him do so, but reassured him, "Accompanying us doesn't mean that you're going to die, merely that there's a task you have to perform." "What is it?" asked Wang. "Since the new Hell King accepted his post in the underworld," explained the ghosts, "the Nai River has become filled with silt, and the toilets in all 18 levels have become clogged, which is why we've been sent to capture 3 kinds of people to clean out the river: petty thieves, counterfeiters, and salt smugglers. Then we send brothel workers to unclog the toilets. Jieyuan. Boxing. Jieyuan was a county in Piyu's time, but it's now the town of Jieyuan, in Boxing County, Shandong Province. Nai River, like the river Styx in Greek mythology, the Nai must be crossed by all mortals entering the underworld. 18 levels. The number of levels in the underworld varies in different local traditions and sources. See Justice After Death, Pu Songling and the Tradition of the Hell King, in Volume 2, XXVIII. Wang followed them as they passed through some city walls and came to a government office, where he saw the Hell King seated, looking at names in an official register. "We've apprehended this smuggler, named Wang Shi," the ghost servants reported. The Hell King took a look at Wang, then angrily snarled, "When we refer to salt smugglers, we mean those merchants who've avoided paying taxes to the government and hence whose corruption harms the lives of the people. Although wicked officials and corrupt merchants might identify someone like this as a salt smuggler, in fact the world is full of people like this who are good citizens. Just because a poor man needs to make a little money to feed his children, how does that make him a smuggler?" The 2 ghost servants were made to give Wang 4 dough of salt, and once this compensatory store had been secured, it was conveyed to his house. The Hell King then detained Wang, gave him a bludgeon with a head shaped like a bat nut, and instructed him to accompany the ghost servants and to supervise the work of dredging the river. The ghosts led Wang to the site, and as they reached the shore of the Nai River, he saw a long line of workers that looked like a file of ants. Then he noticed that the river water was a muddy red and stank horribly. The naked workers all held large dustpan-like scoops which they carried as they waded into and out of the river. The rotted bones of decayed corpses filled baskets which were then hoisted over the workers' backs and carried out. In the deeper portions, they practically drowned in the foul water. Any signs of laziness were punished by blows to the back of the legs from the bat nut bludgeon. _______________________ Do, a measure of volume equal to 1 deciliter. Bat nut, the water caltrops, also known as the bat nut, or Trapa bicornis, is an aquatic plant that has been used in traditional Chinese medicine. Its seed pods are, indeed, bat-shaped. Wang's fellow supervisors, the ghost servants, gave him a fragrantly scented pill that looked like a large edible seed, advising him to insert it into his mouth and keep it there as he approached the river's edge. Once he did so, he spotted a salt merchant from Jiyuan standing among the other workers. Wang singled him out for special punishment. He beat the man's back as he entered the river, then struck his legs whenever he waded out onto shore. The salt merchant became so scared of him that he often remained in the putrid water until Wang walked away. Laboring around the clock for 3 days, with half of them dying, the workers finally completed the job. Consequently, the 2 ghosts accompanied Wang back home, where he suddenly regained consciousness. Earlier, when Wang hadn't returned from his covered salt venture after a long time, his wife opened the door one morning and discovered that 2 large bags of salt had been placed in their courtyard, even though Wang remained absent. She had other people look for him everywhere, till finally they found him dead beside the road. They picked him up and as they were carrying him home, he inexplicably began to breathe all of a sudden. Upon regaining consciousness, he began to describe everything that had happened. It turned out that the salt merchant that Wang had beaten also appeared to have died the day that Wang did, and also revived at the same time. All of the spots where he'd been struck with the bat nut bludgeon formed huge, fetid, deep-rooted ulcers that would rupture, releasing a smell so bad that no one could draw near. Wang decided to pay him a visit. When the salt merchant saw Wang coming, he ducked his head under the quilt on his bed, just as he'd tried to avoid Wang at the Nai River. A year later, once the man finally began to recover, he retired from the salt trade for good. The collector of these strange tales remarks, where the sale of salt is concerned, the government considers someone to be involved in smuggling if the sale involves untaxed salt, but officials treat licensed merchants, even those involved in the same kind of activity, as though they're not involved in smuggling. Recently, according to idiotic new regulations, salt merchants have had to comply with setting up shops at the boundary of each of the towns where they wish to sell their salt. Not only is this true for local people, but people elsewhere also can't get around the policy. These shops supposedly exist for the people, who can't avoid dealing with them. But in these shops, they secretly bait their hooks to lure outsiders. They sell salt to them at a very cheap price, but when they sell salt to the local people, they increase the price until it's many times more expensive. And then inspectors are set up along the route used by the local people, ensuring that they cannot escape paying the high prices. If local people pretend to be from other towns when buying the salt and are subsequently caught, there's no escaping punishment. Hence more local men are crossing the boundary to other places to buy their salt. When these patrolling inspectors capture people, first they take a blade-shaped stick and savagely beat the people's legs, then afterwards they march them all before an official. The official has them put in shackles, and this entire practice is called paying for untaxed salt. Alas! What injustice! Someone who evades paying tens of thousands in taxes isn't called a smuggler, while someone who tries to buy some salt to take home is sentenced for being one. It's legal to sell the local salt to other towns, but illegal to buy it from them. Such an injustice. These salt laws are extremely strict, especially to the poor or to the family members of humble soldiers and criminals. Moreover, when a husband belongs to one of these categories, his wife and children know to obey the laws, not to steal or to prostitute themselves. Thus when they have no alternative, they try to do enough business to earn the tiniest bit of money. If the towns were filled with just these people, there wouldn't even be room to shut the doors at night. Is there no place for the good people in this world? Even though those merchants were sent to dredge out the Nile River, they should have been sent with all their legal suits to unclog the toilets. Until officials become more scrupulous about their judgments, we'll just have to accept that some people can profit in this way, taking tall stacks of laws to help them oppress the good people. However, if the poor people are going to be treated this way, it's just like legalizing robbery. The businessmen rob the people in broad daylight, and the officials act like they're deaf. This kind of robbery is as obvious as a roaring stove fire that shines brightly, yet the officials are blind to it. While there was a day when the corruption was cleared out of the Nile River, it didn't come from those who deal in trade that provides barely any income for themselves, yet officials will punish them just for trying to make a living. Alas! These officials are unable to show compassion to a laborer, but if they listen to some wicked merchant they'll use the law in his favor, deceiving the public day after day. So why else are rebellious people born every day, while the good people die? There are corrupt merchants in every town, and an old practice in our prefecture is to send officials a gift every year, which is called eating salt. Then throughout the course of the year, at every festival, they receive other lavish gifts, too. When a merchant goes to see an official, the official proceeds by having the merchant sit down to talk, perhaps over some tea. The merchant then sends smugglers to the official, whom he punishes severely. Underscore. Merchant goes to see an official. The collusion here makes both of these parties look good. The merchant is identified by the official as a law-abiding individual, while removing the competition, and the official looks effective in dealing with lawbreakers, while receiving gifts and bribes from the merchant. When Master Zhang Shinian was a magistrate in Sichuan, one such merchant came to see him, following the old practice, but simply bowed with his hands clasped, without showing respect in doing so. This angered Zhang, who castigated him. The official who preceded me took your bribe and hence was obliged to you, but I buy my salt from the market legally, so where do you get off playing the arrogant businessman, showing no respect in my own hall? Magistrate Zhang ordered the man's pants pulled down and was about to have him beaten. The merchant kowtowed to apologize for his social blunder, then he was released. Later, when the merchant caught two smugglers trying to do business in his shop, one made his escape, while the other one allowed himself to be taken before the magistrate. There were two of you engaged in smuggling, so why'd the other man run off? Asked Zhang. The man replied, so he could get away. Do you have some kind of infirmity of the leg that prevents you from running? Wondered the magistrate. I can run, said the man. Since you were captured, apparently you didn't run, retorted Zhang. If you can run, then get up and prove that you can. The man ran several steps, then acted like he was going to stop. Run and don't stop, shouted the magistrate. The stupid fellow finally ran till he was outside the magistrate's gate. Everyone who observed this burst into laughter. Magistrate Zhang loved the people, and this is one of his good deeds which the people still enjoy chatting about. 447 Danan. Scholar Xi Qingli, from Chengdu, had both a wife and a concubine. The concubine's surname was He, and her first name was Zhaorong. Xi's first wife had died quite some time earlier, so he then married a woman surnamed Shen who possessed a jealous personality, and whenever she ran into Zhaorong, she treated her like a servant. Her constant yelling at Zhaorong all day long made it hard for Xi to get any work done, which finally made him so angry that he walked out on the situation. Sometime after he'd left, Zhaorong gave birth to a son named Danan, and since Xi hadn't returned, Shen wouldn't let Zhaorong have any of the same food she was eating, and Zhaorong was forced to endure all of her intimidating behavior. Danan gradually began to grow, but since Shen gave Zhaorong and Danan nothing to cover their expenses, Zhaorong had to turn to cloth making to help them pay for adequate food to eat. When Danan saw a group of boys reciting texts with their tutor, he expressed the desire that he, too, wanted to study. Though his mother felt that he was too young, she took him to see the tutor anyway. Danon was very intelligent and read much faster than all of the other students. The tutor realized that Danon possessed a rare talent, so he didn't demand any tuition money from Zhao Rong. Thus she sent Danon to study with him, and sent what little money she had to help support the tutor. By the time he'd been studying 2 or 3 years, Danon had worked through all of the Confucian classics. _______________________________ Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province. Danon, literally, the characters of his name, signify a fully mature, but unmarried, man. One day, upon returning home, he told his mother, "My fellow students all go to their fathers to ask them for money to buy pancakes, so why don't I have a father?" "Wait till you've grown up," replied Zhao Rong, "and then I'll explain it to you." "But I'm already between 7 and 8 years old," Danon declared, "so how much older do I need to be?" "When you're on the way to study with your tutor," she advised, "and pass the Guandi temple, you should stop and do obeisance, asking the deity to bless you so you can grow up quickly." Danon put her suggestion into action, and each time he approached the temple, he went inside and reverently acknowledged Guandi. Upon learning of this, Zhao Rong asked him, "What do you say when you're invoking the god's blessing?" "I wish that next year I'll appear to be 16 or 17 years old," he said with a smile. His mother just laughed. Yet as he continued studying, his body did grow at an accelerated rate. When he turned 10, he looked like he was 13 or 14, his writing also matured beyond his years. One day, he remarked to his mother, "When I was little, you said that when I grew bigger, you'd tell me about what happened to my father, so now you can do so." "Not yet," said Zhao Rong, "not yet." Another year passed, and to everyone's amazement, Danon grew to look like a fully mature adult, so he frequently pressed his mother for an explanation till Zhao Rong finally gave in and related the events preceding Xi's departure. Danon was overwhelmed with a feeling of loss and wanted to go search for his father. "You're still so young, and you don't know whether your father is alive or dead, so why are you in such a hurry now to look for him?" asked Zhao Rong. ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The deified title of Guan Yu, d. 219 CE, ally/oath brother of Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period, popularly venerated as the god of war, but also acknowledged as a man of refinement and learning. See Zondergaard and Collins, 50-73. Danon left without saying a word, and by noon he still hadn't returned home. His mother checked with her son's tutor, but learned that he hadn't shown up for breakfast. She became quite worried, so she took out some money and hired someone to search everywhere for him, but there was no sign of him anyplace. When Danon had left his home's gates, he hurriedly followed the road, at a loss about which direction to pursue. He happened to meet a man who said his name was Qian, and that he was on his way to Kuizhu. Danon begged for food as he followed after him. Qian figured that Danon must be ill since he was walking so slowly, so he hired transportation for them. Unfortunately, this used up most of the rest of his money. Upon arriving in Kuizhu, while they were sharing a meal together, Qian secretly drugged Danon's food, causing him to fall unconscious. Qian then conveyed him to a large Buddhist temple, where he claimed that Danon was his son who happened to be ill, and pleading financial desperation, he sold Danon to the monks. The monks perceived that Danon possessed a certain quality of excellence, so they enthusiastically agreed to buy him. Qian sped away as soon as he received his money. When the monks gave Danon something to drink, he began to regain consciousness. The senior monk noticed this and drew closer to examine him, sizing him up as a man of rare appearance, then proceeded to question him about his background, prompting Danon to tell him the story of his life. Feeling great sympathy for him, the senior monk gave him some money so he could go home. ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Kuizhu, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now part of Zhejiang County, Sichuan Province. A Zaihokai from Luzhu named Zhang, returning home after having just failed the next level of the civil service examination, met Danon along the road and upon learning the purpose of his trip, praised him for his filial piety and invited him to be his traveling companion. When they came to Luzhu, Zhang invited Danon to his home. He stayed there for a month, which gave him a chance to make inquiries about his father all over the place. Someone told him that there was a merchant in Fujian named Xi, so he took his leave of Zhang, planning to head for Fujian. Zhang gave him some clothing and shoes, and Jiang's neighbors supported Danon's efforts to find his father, so they collected some money together to help him on his journey. On the road, he met two cloth dealers who were going to Fuqing, and who invited him to accompany them. In the course of their traveling, the two dealers spied Danon's money bag, and consequently led him to a remote spot where they tied up his hands and feet, seized his bag of money, and ran off. An old man named Chen, from Yangfu, happened to be passing through the vicinity, so he untied Danon's bonds and then took him home with him. Chen proved to be a rich and powerful man, and since many merchants passed through his gates, he urged them to search diligently in the north and south for Xi. Meanwhile he persuaded Danon to stay and go to school with his own sons. Danon accordingly began to live with Chen's family and didn't return to his wandering. However, since he'd traveled further and further away from home in the course of his search, it had become impossible for him to send any news back. Zaihokai, a scholar who has successfully passed the county level of the civil service examination. Luzhu, a county located in Sichuan Province. Fuqing, a county in Fujian Province. Yangfu, modern Fujian's Yangta County. When he Zhaorong had been living alone for 3 or 4 years, Shen reduced the amount of money she was allowed for her expenses and tried to force her to remarry. Zhaorong, however, remained unshakably loyal to Xi. Thus Shen sold her to a Chongqing merchant, who came to pick her up and took her home with him. That night, Zhaorong took a knife and stabbed herself with it. The merchant didn't dare try to force himself on her after that, so he waited for the wound to heal, then sold her to a Yanting merchant. When she arrived in Yanting, she slashed her abdomen so seriously that one could see her internal organs through the cut. The merchant was horrified, so he had medicines applied, and when the wound finally closed up, Zhaorong begged him to allow her to become a Buddhist nun.